them, though, keeping afloat. They'll keep us tied off. This 3 versus 3. Maybe a flank for Skimzy. That could be huge, something we talked about earlier. But there's just 40 seconds left here, and it still seems like a majority of Cruelty is very separate as of right now. It could come down to just simplistic 1 versus 1 gunfights.
That's been some of the struggle for Cruelty against these better teams
no!
as they get separated, and the flank from Skimzy not quick enough. Gets caught up by Bathroom, and Bosco spots him out. Fatal and Mutombo, a combined 3 and 14, the last 2 players to try and hold off Wildcard with only a few seconds remaining. The round is doable with the C4 in Mutombo's pockets, but can he get past Spiker trying to cover his planter? C4 out, kills Bosco! 5 seconds left, diffuser on the ground. Wildcard recovered. Plant going down. Verticality established through the wall. He can't connect enough shots. Fatal kills the cover.
What?
But the
What?
pops up. Mutombo
Oh my God.
teammate, but things don't
What's
get
up, Pla?
put
How's it
out of
going?
hand. Cruelty still come away with the round by the skin of their teeth, keep themselves alive.
Oh, red HP from Mutombo.
Bro, I finished scrims and these guys are already down 6-1. What the fuck are they doing?
Against Wildcard, they had to readjust and give up their horizontal pressure.
Am I eating
Luckily,
pizza?
the Castle, I think it was Fatal in that
Some
round.
Jack's homemade
Killing the
pizza.
Vert as well, allowing for a direct 1 versus 1 for the Mute. Shotgun close quarters, that's the environment you want to put yourself in. Oh my goodness. All of that pressure just to narrowly win the 1 versus 1 post plant is insane, but Cruelty, they'll keep themselves alive for another round on their map pick of Cafe Harrison. If they were to lose
How you guys
this
doing
map,
today?
7-2 Bank would be a
I saw
major,
Into the Breach
major
lost
wake-up
again,
call.
so Ben's
And like
team,
you
Ben's not
mentioned,
making it
although
to
out of
SI,
all
it
the
looks
maps
like,
the pick is
unfortunately.
probably the largest. All these maps kind of play in a similar manner. They're structured almost the exact same way, very rectangular, very
Are Mako
boxy
making the
for
run?
Bank, Cafe, and
I see
Consulate.
Kendrew
And
retired.
just how
No, I
Cruelty
didn't.
have not been able to play together to secure that trade system.
What's up,
until
Tex?
the
How's it
last
going?
round. It's definitely concerning, given the fact that this should be their comfort pick.
Yeah, this was a
No, silly.
a map that Cruelty have played a significant amount this year and have not lost. That's been the biggest surprise to me. Not only is it their map pick, John,
Cruelty's
but
ass.
defeated on this map so far, 5-0, and
Yeah, I didn't
Wildcard,
think they'd win.
you know, all-
I do
no
think
slouches on
if
the
Wildcard can
They
play
have
like
played
scrims, they
3
are good though.
times. It's been since the
But I've
Montreal
thought that for a
Major
while. I just don't
LCQ,
think they necessarily
since
have
they
been
played it, so
replicating it in scrims
this is
as
an
much as
incredible showing from Wildcard, but Cruelty,
I'd like to see.
a round like that could be enough to.
What's the weather like where you're at,
turn the
Tex? It's
tides.
snowing here.
We'll have to see. They're working on mining now as their next defense. They've got the pulse from Fatal, who
I gotta go with
depending
OXG,
on how you
Gotron.
wanna play it, can either play
I don't know how
it
hard
on
Mr. B's
site
team was
to
trying,
C4
but
anyone on the
Mr. B's
first
team just went
floor,
0-2
or
in
you
Element 4.
expect Wildcard to go for the mining plant, or even most of the dining floor as well, is also C4able. Sometimes you see the pulse kind of lurking around by kitchen. If he is Wildcard, though, have not spotted it out, because usually when you see that as the attack, your first objective is usually to flush out the pulse, but all the drones for now seem to be on the top floor.
I gotta commend Team Cruelty, though. A lot of points that I made going in around number 8, you know, mentioning their lack of flanks, their lack of playing together in those tight-knit situations in the mid to late round. They did readjust that slightly. They got a couple of kills.
What's up, AJ?
in the
What's up,
mid-50
Steve?
mark. It slowed
50
down
in
Wildcard.
Texas.
If it weren't for Bosco also getting red control and finding
I saw a
that
video
replay,
on
that
Twitter
would
that
make
it was
still a
snowing, I
top
think, in
40
Dallas the other
for
day.
Cruelty
Or
to
maybe it
help
was
deny
Houston.
that
It was
plan.
snowing somewhere in
And then
Texas.
moving in together, that Castle Mute, the Nitrocell at the very last second, that was enough to solidify a round win. But again, it came down to the wire, and it's still a 4-round advantage.
I don't think it was
Point
Dallas,
here
because my mom
for
would have probably said
Wildcard.
something.
And now it looks like they're cooling things down a little bit. They're taking their time, gathering this info, and they even
they see the
have
pulse.
info. Yeah, they saw the cardiac sensor because of the fact they have IQ scanner out. That is huge info to relay that they might need to send somebody down to kill that pulse.
Sometimes we'll see with the execute going on, one player on the attack will lurk downstairs because the pulse is so busy scanning and
You're
calling
surprised
out
there's
information
snow?
and looking for that planter.
Dude, we're
He's
going
not
to
being too wary of
Toronto
his
in a day.
surroundings. thanks to being
I think it's cold as fuck there too. And then Boston's gonna be crazy cold as well.
See what wildcards start to do. That's also why sometimes the defenders will buddy up someone downstairs, but it looks like Fatal is still
No,
on
Sully.
his own. The time getting dangerously low for wildcard, though. Once again, attacking with not too much time to spare. Matumbo gets the first opening pick for Cruelty, and the bodies fall. Bosco all of a sudden finds himself as the last man standing with just 10 seconds remaining. He's got case in hand, but Fatal is still alive and below, lining up the C4. Bosco evades it, but the time is far too low for this round to be winnable. He's got to stick the plant. In
Stay warm,
Ivan.
yeah.
Bosco knows the jig is up, and Cruelty once again keep themselves alive.
It snowed and iced in DFW Thursday, Friday morning.
A little more reserved in their play style. They weren't as aggressive against Cruelty. They took a lot of time.
I'm surprised my mom didn't say
clearing out
something.
that top floor when there wasn't really much of a roam presence by Cruelty. They were more focused on the anchor, relying on that pulse from down below to assist with the plant denials. They didn't really have a smoke in that round. And sure, Wildcard had info that there was someone playing down below, but again, because they wasted almost 2 minutes on that top floor, they didn't have enough time to send somebody down to stop him. What they instead tried doing is that they realized he's probably going to be used to maybe deny a plant over by Fireplace. They instead could try to go for mining. But
How are you doing? Not too bad. How are you?
Control, spending all that time gathering info. They couldn't really stop anybody from just setting up these crossfires, both inside of, again, Fireplace, another key point of contention for Cruelty in that round, and also behind the mining position, too, over by that reading hallway closer towards Pillar. A lot of long horizontal angles Cruelty still had control of because Wildcards kind of just stalled themselves out in that round, which is something they did a lot against OXG. So this could most certainly happen again for Wildcard, but they had zero problem attacking this bomb site because of the lack of that roam. This time, it seems to be a different composition here for Cruelty, so maybe they'll have more of trouble this time.
Wildcard was up 6-1. Cruelty getting a couple on the board here, but long way to go.
After the verticality was established, just 4 different people decided they were going to swing Spiker separately.
I haven't lived in Texas in a while, Preston.
Hit the timeout, though, like rounds 8 and 9, Cruelty have been shockingly passive. And I think that passivity is what's been giving them the advantage because they're not giving any free openers to Wildcard. So Wildcard are spending, 2.5 minutes looking for an entry point, and Cruelty refused to give it to them. So then we have those 30 seconds executes, the 5-second execute we saw on reading basic. And Cruelty are doing well at not over peaking, and we're starting to see a little bit of that old Wildcard showing itself, where they can't really force an opening situation for themselves if they don't get one, and then they start to get a little bit sluggish. They start out a little bit. So Wildcard still have a few rounds to lose before we hit overtime, though, and I'm sure before.
Yeah, I do remember that, Preston.
We're gonna hit. They'll hit.
The fuck is Ivan doing?
But just as I commend the passivity from Team Cruelty, Ivan decides he's. I
stopped streaming after the second game. I didn't watch Into the Breach and Mako.
I say good job by Bosco droning out for Spiker as well over by White.
What's up, Eddie?
The Inox scanner going out. Perfect use of utility here by Bosco.
Jose, thank you for 24 months. Appreciate it.
Info to work off of now because of that, and he found the open kill for his team. Again, Ivan, one of the players we highlighted in this match. Ooh, even the drone too by Spiker. Someone can sit on that. They know that 2 people
Where the
here.
fuck is he going?
Rock just runs into Spiker. Fatal, do not repeat history here. We cannot. Dude,
What do you think about Into the Breach out of SI?
This has happened before. It's the oh my goodness.
I thought G2 was probably going to win either way, but I did think obviously Into the Breach would do better than getting first rounded.
What was that timeout for? Another one! Are you gotta be kidding me? One by one, everyone.
Spiker got a 4K sitting on outside the garage.
Last man standing on the echo, looking for something, but Spiker
Spiker got an ace and he barely entered the building.
A flawless win and a flawless finish for Wildcard. 7-3.
That was Cruelty's map pick, by the way.
And I don't even know what to say, Harrison. I mean, they just had full info the entire time. Cruelty, they had no idea that there was that much info going against them. They figured, you know what, let's just kill Spiker, who's isolated by Garage. And he played that into his advantage perfectly. I mean, well done to Spiker and Wildcard for enabling him. And I mean, wow, that was just a dominant showing. There are barely any weaknesses there by Wildcard.
Are they all the same, Schmink? Just people running into him while he's standing still? Because that's basically what he just did. He got an ace by not moving.
And Cruelty just kind of, what? Just peeking everything and just throwing it away. That was not the Cruelty that we need to see. I think it's safe to say, if they want to have any shot in taking this. That was Wildcard dominance from the jump, aside from the 2 early rounds that Cruelty just barely scraped by. One decent round there towards the end, but man, it really all just fell apart, Harrison. That was definitely a rude awakening for a team that needed to come out a lot stronger than that.
NA sucks, but,
again,
well,
on their
MXBL
own
is
map
horrible.
pick, not only to lose their own map pick, but lose it so
I do think Wildcard are good, but I also know that
this is not the Cruelty we needed to see.
these guys are horrible.
This is the wild card we needed to see. Only losing a single opening engagement all map and having your, like, the oldest guy on the squad, your hard support player, Bosco, getting...
Do I like Lizzo? Yeah, that's my shit.
6-0 on entry.
Oreos, thank you for the 15 months. No.
Anyone on the team finished negative? I mean, we'll have the stats eventually. Maybe one in Kansan because everyone else was taking the kills in front of him. Right? If Wildcard play like this on map 2, on Bank, where we've already seen Cruelty have a lot of weakness, and this is gonna be a swift first game.
I think almost every single defensive round, Wildcard were aware of what Cruelty were going for in terms of how they wanted to attack in the round.
Can do you guys think OXG can beat Wildcard or no?
For the window repel, that way they did not have to
Which teams are left in LCQ?
You know, you get yourself
OX, Cruelty, OXG, Wildcard, and Mr. B's team. The bracket's just on Liquipedia. I don't have a link. I don't have any command set up for it.
Explosive opening rounds, they did tend to remain very reserved on the defense and kind of waited for Cruelty to make that first move. And again, with the lack of diversity in Cruelty's
You think
attacks,
Pyrox is the second best player in this lobby?
Where the rest of the offense was going to flood from in that 5-on-3, and they did a perfect job of countering it 9 times out of 10.
Cruelty have some out of region experience, but
no.
The problem is every time they have played out of region, it just has not.
Was Mr. Beast team any good? They didn't do good in the Element series, but I'm not sure how. From what I heard, they weren't taking it that serious, which I think is stupid. So I don't know if that's actually the case. But
yeah, on Xbox way back in the day.
How the fuck did Bosco have 6 opening kills?
Also making it to almost every single LAN when he was with SSG. Like,
how the fuck? What? Are Cruelty horrible? How did Bosco, the support player, have 6 opening kills? What? What the fuck? Bro, I gotta put this plate up.
Spiker dropping 17 kills in 10 rounds is absurd. Quite frankly, Wildcard looked really, really good. And Bosco, again, he's gonna. I guess Kansan has a lot of international experience too, from his time with Sonics. Not quite as much as Bosco, and I don't think fills the leadership role as much as Bosco does. Something that I hope, if Wildcard end up winning, Jonah will have to ask: how much does Spiker assist with the callings? I think Bosco's the main IGL, if not Spiker. But Spiker, we know, was one of like the classic T3 IGLs with like Poison and JJ and Mr. B. So I wonder how much he's doing in this roster too, in addition to going 17-4.
Yeah, and whereas for the side of Cruelty, the only person really keeping afloat was Pyrox. You got to have a better entry job by Ivan, either not overexposing himself or being able to set himself up for that trade. That way Pyrox can do his job of slowing Wildcard down. We did see for a couple moments that they were able to have a much slower tempo against Cruelty, but not enough to bring us to overtime, sadly.
Now that's the question. Can they bring it to overtime or find something left in the tank there for map 2? That is Bank, where Cruelty will have a chance to possibly send us to map 3, that decider, if we get there. But for now, we'll step aside. It is Bank coming up next.
Bornu. Who are we referring to as SpongeBob?
back. Or just like that. And we dive back into this series here. Wild card cruelty.
I kind of have an idea why, but why did Canadian teams ban Azami? Well, we banned Azami a lot before Troy even joined. But to me, Azami is the only operator that actually can change how you're attacking. Like, it can slow. Azami just changes setups, I think, more than any other op. Like, nothing else is that hard to deal with. Azami can alter an entire setup.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the scoreline that we see for both maps as well, Harrison. Again, they faced LIS on this map recently, and a lot of the same problems that they had today on Cafe, they...
More than Mira? Yeah, I think more than... The fuck? Huh? I think more than Mira.
Defense on bank. I'm really concerned about Team Cruelty's chances of progressing further in this bracket.
It's hard not to be quite concerned, especially after we saw that very last round unfold. The problem here is, Harrison, and maybe you can offer some more insight after watching them play in Element, some adjustments they might have made. I've followed this team a while. I casted them in LATAM. I've seen what they do. That is the play style they prefer. They like to get in your face. They like to get very active. Clearly, in that last round, it didn't work. Do you think continuing to try that is going to be their way forward on a different map, or do they need to just hard 180 and completely pivot?
It's a great question, and I think a better question is, can they even pivot? If playing that fast, aggressive, loose, spread out style is all they know, is a 5-10 minute break between maps enough to completely flip the play style? We've seen them play like this pretty much every single game in Element, and it works better against some teams than others. Against JJ, whose teams are already tend to be slower and more methodical, and we're going through a play style shift of their own, it works well. If you're up against, you know, XLG, who like playing the same style and do
Let me put up predictions for this map. One sec.
NAL teams, not going to find as much success. If you're up against a team like Wildcard, who have an incredible
Putting up predictions.
early game, and you're
Let's just do Cruelty total rounds map
in
2.
positions to get those refrags should you lose the entry. So
Over 3.5,
Team
under
Cruelty, I think,
3.5
wanna
rounds.
see the same play style, and Wildcard, I would imagine Wildcard are going to be ready for it.
Yeah, Wildcard clearly didn't have any difficulty shutting it down. I will say, like, on a map like Bank, John, that kind of defensive aggression, that kind of roam, feels like you have a little bit more chance to do that successfully, just given the size of the map, just given how many angles, how many different areas the attackers have to clear. Is that enough, or is this, again, just Wildcard having the chance to take this no problem?
I think just relying on bank.
Did I see Gunner's stream last night? No. What did I miss?
Not being able to play as a team, playing on those fall-off points on the roam, just kind of going in rat corners and hoping for the best, that is not going to solidify a bank victory here on Wildcard's map pick. This is not where Cruelty had planned on going in this best-of-3 series. I want to see a lot more utility prioritization by Cruelty. I want to see better trades by them. And
How can you find teammates in EU?
I've harped on that a lot, but
If you're just starting out, you just got to try to make a team with friends or people you encounter in rank who you think are good. I think there's also discords for it, but I wouldn't know those. I don't think I'm in any like discords where people are like LFT or something.
Well, John, I want to stick with you for a moment because I know we've talked about this briefly, but I want to take us back to the close.
But I'm sure there are probably some. If you look at like Faceit or something.
Really, they did not make either of the majors, but their close qualifier performance was dominant, to say the least.
Absolutely. They lost one map, and that was it. Every series they played in, including against our second-seeded team, OXG, they won. The only map that was kind of an issue for them, besides Clubhouse, which was the only map they lost, was Bank, where they didn't win a single attack, sure, but neither did OXG. Now that they've had some time to kind of, you know, take a step back, go over that matchup and see what they did wrong, I have a lot of confidence, especially because they're the ones that wanted to go here, right? You're not going to just pick a map and be like, okay, guys, we're only going to win our defensive rounds again.
Bushi, thank you for the 28 months. How you doing, dude?
Having a little bit of time to breathe.
Amazing. Well, Harrison, I'm going to send this one back to you guys. Bank.
Get your prediction in. I'll end predictions after the first round to give y'all some time.
Bank, big map, maybe easier to roam on because you have so much extra space. However, it works both ways. Yes, you have a lot more extra space, so you have more freedom of movement, but that also means it's a lot easier for the attack to take a minimal amount of control.
I'll just say this. My prediction for who is going to win the qual is wild card.
And that's what we saw.
If they don't win the qual, I think they're scrim players. Without a doubt. I kind of think that already because I thought they would win the last qual and they didn't. So if they double down on it, then I'm just definitively calling them a scrim team.
Same thing from Cruelty, John, but we already have a Grim ban. Our GOAT, he's gone.
I know Ethan's crying.
No.
One of our best friends in the Siege community. Might know him from TikTok, although it's been a while since he's uploaded. He loves Grim, and so do we. We're Grim's biggest fans. I'm surprised that's the operator that Cruelty wanted to get rid of. Again, a lot of utility that you can use either for info, to clear power spots, to burn utility like ADSs and magnets.
They're looking pretty good. Yeah, first map they did look good, but Cruelty are literally like horrendous, so it's hard to say.
When it comes to Bank, that's usually not what
Guys, team again. So I think OXG are.
Blackbeard makes a lot of sense.
We have never scrimmed Mr. B's team, so I'm judging this off of whatever the fuck that tournament was called. Element.
Given, for a bomb site like CCTV, it can be hard to really clear out a very, labyrinth-like roam. It can take a lot of time to do that, but also then get the hatches opened up or go for a site execute.
I mean, they got O2'd there, so I kind of just assume they're not that good, unless they were just not trying.
What is maybe a little bit shocking is that we're going to
so
CO first instead of CCTV, but this is usually the secondary bomb site.
But it's hard to say.
Most teams defend, and given the fact that both Mira and Azami are available, they do have.
Like I said, I think they should win this qual. I think obviously as well, if they don't win this qual, they're gonna like squad wipe the team. I think too.
The most annoying thing is that window presence. It's the leading reason why some teams, not all, some teams have made this.
What's up, Murphy? How's it going?
Site, or stopped playing it in favor of Archives Tellers altogether. The window presence can just be so annoying, especially if Blackbeard is on the board. Luckily, he's not here. Mutombo on the Osa, though. One of the positions you'll see the Osa played is on the windows itself with those shields, or once you get the top square walls open, she can set up and you can start working your way through said walls for the execute. Cruelty do have some info. I believe they spotted Spiker, who I think is playing, downstairs, prepped for a C4. There are attackers just on the other side of the wall, though, so this Valkyrie is going to have to be careful. He's got some coverage from above, some assistance, but it's not going to be enough thanks to that good info that was lacking on Cafe, mind you. Pyrox gets the opening pick of the series, or the map.
Already a stark improvement here.
Attending SI this year as a fan. I know many teams and pros do meet and greet opportunities. Most teams stay through the whole event. So usually if you lose before the stage, Greg, they send you home. So the players can choose to stay, but they have to pay for it themselves. So if you don't make it to the stage, usually you go home. If you make it to the stage, all of those players stay through the event, and all of those teams do meet and greets.
So I'm really glad that Cruelty are already having a much better time on their attack, but yeah, I guess he was just changing some settings or something. But
OXG played next, yeah.
That's the Azami gone too.
Yeah, well, Kyle Walker didn't even, he was inactive today. They didn't even have him active today, so yeah. I mean, he's been horrible, to be fair, so I think it's...
That's a rookie mistake. Is that his last name? No.
We're gonna move on there.
I think it's Park.
Is the stream tripping for... I am not losing frames. What is he typing? Spiker said that he was changing his TeamSpeak volume. No, players don't have to buy tickets to attend.
Goes down to Ivan, looking through that verticality. Bay and Kansan now find themselves the last two members standing. Bay, though, with a nice shot onto Fatal top square. Maybe
he only had like 4 or 5 door stick.
Kansan retaking stock control.
Kansan and or Spiker and Bosco had like 13 and 17 or something.
From Wildcard, banking that at least one of these attackers is going to come through stock and Kansan will be able to pick him up. I think that Skimzy on the roof just above him. Wildcard just have to delay a little bit more time, though. Cruelty have let this clock bleed, and Bay gets caught.
Winnable is only 5 seconds.
Kansan refrags one, looks for Pyrox, finds him as well, and Ivan's going to be forced to plant.
So we're trolling.
Somehow,
why did they take so long? They had a 5v3, no? Yeah, I think Bay's solid.
There, and the fact that I think they killed either Fatal or Mutombo, who had case control. The rest of Cruelty had to completely.
Why were they stalling out? I don't understand. Wasn't it a 4? It was a 4v2, right? Yeah, it was a 4v2.
And Kansan doing a good job working off of each other to shut down that square position. They killed the Osa, who were by themselves, top square door from both.
Yeah, I don't think CAG will be there, Greg. I don't think they usually stay. I can't recall ever seeing them past when they were playing. Because they're like, so if you don't know, Ubisoft pays for the team travel to and from the event, as long as you're like, it's just a round trip. So like, if you decide to stay longer and you want to pay for your own flight, like imagine how much booking your own flight on relatively short notice would be to fly like to Japan from the US. Like, it would basically I mean, it would cost you a good amount of your prize pool, I would assume.
I mean, he only ended up getting one kill, but he provided enough of a distraction for Kansan to get two. The fact that Bay survived for so long is like almost borderline unacceptable. I
always see them in Scars complaining about the food. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are big differences with their culture. I'm not sure what they're used to eating.
Tried killing the last two players. There was like 10 seconds left. So an immaculate recovery from Wildcards.
What are Scars Korean? What does Japanese and Korean culture usually eat? Is it like, I assume it's probably like a lot of fish, right? It's like sushi, I guess, stuff like that.
3 assists there for Bay as well. I think he had some sort of impact on every other gunfight that Kansan took. I mean, perfect team play to shut down that Osa Talon shield, like I mentioned earlier before we got into the actual round of the second here. I think gathering some info on
Scars are, oh, they're both Japanese, really?
Well that round,
I thought Scars were Korean.
Fatal outright. So, although it was a 2vx, still Wildcard working off of one another perfectly, and now Cruelty trying to synergize this top to bottom clear. They'll open up this hatch by open area. Doesn't seem like
ramen, sushi, rice, yeah.
Window,
I just assume a lot of fish because of like where it's located, obviously.
No response just yet from Cruelty. They're trying to clear out this.
Although I did see that. Do you guys have any of you ever seen An Idiot Abroad when Carl Pilkington went to like Asia? That show's hilarious.
But all Ivan's got is the pistol fighting against Kansan. Of course, he's going to lose that one. Skimzy now coming in for the assist. Far too late. Does pick up one, but is instantly refragged once again by Kansan. Mutombo is in garage for some reason, while the rest of his team was fighting for their lives on the middle floor. Sure, I guess. He'll probably get a freebie right here if he peeks. Hello? Nope, Bosco heard him. He heard him shuffle when he stopped.
He's literally on the default. The default cam is on that guy.
Fifth drops the hatch and Wildcard, which a much more confident round 2.
You thought Cruelty was better? Thunder, when I told you that Cruelty suck, did you think I was kidding? Like, what do you mean? I told you they weren't good. What's up, Forgotten? How's it going, dude?
He probably would have caught somebody dropping down the hatch. That could have been a free kill, or at least a cutoff angle.
Do you not think I'm telling the truth, Thunder? Or are you calling me a liar? I lie? No, I don't. I told you they weren't good. You chose to think they were. When you look at their team, why would you think they're good?
Area clear has now also halted, and again, Mutombo's in the mix of all of that, really totally away from the rest of the action happening. You know, maybe Mutombo's play would have been better either from A, what I mentioned earlier, of that cutoff point for the hatch fall off, or B, just going for a direct take to ignore majority of that roam extension, but neither one of those.
Yeah, that's my bad. I did forget that they have Mutombo.
troubling start for Team Cruelty, a round that they looked really good in.
One of them beat
unable to
NJR
close
in
out,
ranked.
and then a round where they got really tunnel visioned on basically 2 players and were unable to kill both of them. Kansan having a beautiful map so far.
They do have
6-0.
Skimzy Packer.
Now the leader, not to be outdone by Spiker and Bosco like he was last map.
The
Open
GOAT,
area
Skimzy.
outside Cruelty with the first shield
I will
operator
say,
of
to
the
be
map
fair to
done.
Cruelty,
We got Monty in play.
I unironically think Wildcard are very solid right now. I've said this, I keep putting like a little asterisk by it. Is I have thought that before, and then they bombed out. But to me, Wildcard are the favorite to win this qual.
After they cleared out somewhat of the Rome extension that Friendship team had, I think it was. That was the last team that they played.
Skimzy? I think Skimzy sucks. I think all these guys suck, to be honest. But
primarily again on playing for the win condition of planting the diffuser and having flank watch for both archives and also the blue stairs walk up. So if they can clear out this Rome extension on the top,
you think they
floor,
bomb out
should
again?
give
Who's
them a
Wildcard
chance
losing to?
get those
OXG?
quad walls opened up, maybe have some printer window pressure.
I don't know. I don't see it. I think Wildcard are better. There's just not good teams in this. Like, this is... If Wildcard ever had a chance to, like, win, like, this is it. This qual is so weak. Somebody told me that Mr. B's team was purposely not trying an element, but I don't know. That would be kind of silly, I guess. Is OXG not better than Wildcard? Not in my opinion, but that's based off of scrims, and like scrims are scrims. Some teams are better or worse in scrims and matches. They just blow. Yeah, I mean that's what I thought. Is this Leon? No, it's online.
In E3, but they'll drop away, not wanting to tussle with the shield that they can hear coming in their direction. So Cruelty do have full top floor presence now, but what they haven't brought, John, is a lot of verticality. It's just 3 breaching charges from Pyrox, and that's about it.
Yeah, no, that is it. And that was kind of the concerning thing is like, yes, you have all this top floor control, but not a lot to really leverage that in your favor. They've got a couple of angles they could utilize to help clear out archives, but again, they're solely focusing on this bottom square control with the help of these ace charges, but Bosco with the boss G.
EU and NA quals in tomorrow, so we'll probably know groups if I had to guess like Monday or Tuesday for SI.
After Bosco lands 2 pinpoint shots with the elephant gun, and it looks like the rest of Wildcard just continue to collapse on the last attacker alive. And once again, Cruelty just kind of hitting a brick wall against Wildcard as they try to cut.
That's how you know Wildcard think these guys are just ass, with Spikers just running at him to get the last kill.
Yeah, they lost Skimzy pretty early, but they got the refrag, and they had all the control about halfway into the round. And even though, you know, I mentioned they didn't really have a whole lot of verticality, you don't need that much necessarily on a on an open area attack either. 3 breaching charges, probably a little bit more than that, but you still get the necessary, you know, in the corner by the hat. Or in the
what are the chances of Asparagus going to Boston? 0.
It was that transition.
I think G2 wins for sure.
They finish top floor and they start to work their way down.
I think it's G2 or Mako, and I think G2 probably smokes Mako because they smoked him today.
Again, if I may remind everyone,
But
they took 4 rounds
we'll see.
against Friendship Team on this map. 3 of them were attacks. They have not even won a single attack yet, and that does not bode well for the second half.
This was probably
Who's Asparagus? Rexen. Hungry. Pack Bull.
Pretty alone and vulnerable. The hatch wasn't even
I don't remember the last 2 dudes.
I think it was Spiker who conned that he's getting droned. It was either that or Spiff. You know, it was Spiker because he died to Pyroxes on that opening gunfight duel. So Cruelty at least spotted out the isolated defender and worked a 1-for-1 in their favor. And then with the help of that verticality down below, they found a couple of extra picks. But once it came to resetting and playing for the execute, they died to somebody square in Janitor Hallway. They could not find any other points of the map to contest. Both Bay and Kansan, who ended up finding a 4K and a 1K. I wouldn't say a buddy ace there, as we usually tend to call that out for 3 and 2 kills individually, but regardless of that, it was still a wild card round win based off of Cruelty's errors in the late round. But this time, Looks like they're changing their entire attack ideology. They're focusing more on ATM and CEO repel pressure. They want to work their way up this lobby staircase with the help
It's
of the
not
Capital. Maybe
pronounced
some front
Mako.
grenades
It's
in the
pronounced
hands of the Pyroxes
Mashko.
here. That could clear out a
There's
large
no
majority
sh in it.
of
It's
that charge. And
M-A-K-K-O.
these three
Where's
positions
the
slash
sh
cancel wall
coming from?
themselves can be opened up near the double wall. And hopefully that can also allow them to get alert going somewhere else, because again, Nook is probably one of the best lurking ops in the game just because of how much info she can deny with her gadget.
She can't deny the beepers, unfortunately, though. So
Yeah, that sucks.
If anyone on Wildcard has sharp ears, they
Italian.
move into tellers.
Buongiorno.
Drone coming out from Skimzy to confirm there's nobody playing in lobby. It does look like Cruelty has.
I don't think Gio would play for a Mexican Pro League team. They're not going to pay enough money.
Plenty of castle barricades to help protect these rotations, but as Cruelty starts to make their presence known on the window repels, they've got the Ash with them, so Fatal likely going to be taking out these quad castle barricades soon so that they get a deeper cut.
Gorlami.
Still just lurking below, John. It makes me wonder, maybe his job is just to prevent any sort of nitro cell potential from the defense instead of actually hunting someone down.
Oh my god, they're getting shit on by Bosco. Bosco has like 10 opening kills.
Him up rather easily, and then no one else from Cruelty is there to help.
Pyrox is trying to hit alert play as well from Marble, but there's barbed wire in his way. I think he naded it off and then rotated.
He's shooting smokes at a warden. Are these guys fucking horrible? They're just shooting smokes at a warden on a... It's literally a warden on a Mira, and they're shooting smokes at him. Are Cruelty horrible? Like, do they ever drone?
I mean, I'm speechless, Harrison. I have nothing else to say about that clear.
It's literally a warden on a Mira, and they're shooting Capital smokes at him. Like, what the fuck are they doing?
Skylight, did you see that?
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah,
I thought he was on the rappel all the way across the map.
No, it was right after Kansan.
I mean, those are the freest kills Kansan is ever gonna get. Like, what the fuck?
Was coming off of the rappel, like watching Kanto.
They're smoking a Mira with warden behind it, running up a staircase. Those are the freest kills of Kansan's life.
So, 2 kills for Kansan. I believe 3 for Bosco. I think the 1 kill that wasn't credited towards him in the kill feed was finishing off. Someone else finished off the down.
Is Bosco back?
But, yeah, I would say this is an appropriate...
You might have fucked myself betting the over. Oh, on Cruelty's rounds? It was what, 4? They have to get 4 rounds?
Stairs push?
Yeah, I don't know if they're getting that shit.
I struggle to see even like
tax fraud. Thank you for the 24 months.
Or if there was a
welcome back, dude. Appreciate it.
Yeah, smoke this guy front desk and then just run.
And this is something that Cruelty have tried before against LIS. It ended the exact same way.
Oh fuck, I forgot to close the predictions. God damn it.
He hops in by himself before the rest of his teammates are ready for that lobby stairs push up and dies.
McFuddy, thank you for the prime as well, dude. If I can't remember if I thanked you or not. Ryan, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate that, dude.
Like you mentioned, was smoking it off. I mean,
welcome back, welcome back.
Wall bang through that soft wall. You could have a warden play there like Wildcard had.
What game is this? Rainbow Six Siege.
Fully anticipating a lobby push because their vert play.
It's on computer.
Site being attacked by Cruelty got them to only a certain extent of the round. Their square execute totally failed. So of course, when you have a failing attacking round like that, you just go for the polar opposite take. It seemed like Wildcard read Cruelty like a book, took, again, their 1-for-1 isolated gunfights, and just had 3 different people all focusing on that lobby side of the map.
I can only pray that we see another round as ridiculous as that one. And even maybe the next game. Wildcard. No signs of stopping. That first round was probably Cruelty's best chance of winning an attack so far, and they were unable to do so. Now on this.
Have you missed anything other than Wildcard Farm and Cruelty? No, this is the first match for NA.
Much Cruelty have been cutting corners. Who can really say for sure? Spiker opening pick. Skimzy dead, and John. That's Hib. That's their only hard breach.
It looked like they wanted to fall back. Yeah, I mean, they burned about a minute. They're maybe waiting on another drone or 2 before everybody drops off the roam, but The hatches are already open. That's at least one thing the Habana wouldn't have to worry about. But with an Osa, you still want to go for a default plan here. They need hard breach, of course, for CCTV. And no, Fatal is
I love this.
Getting smoked off by Bosco. The nades
Cruelty are such fucking noobs, dude. Holy fuck. Oh, they're overheating a little bit.
Bosco might die here as well, but
oh, 1v1 for Spiff.
Traded out by Ivan. It's a 1v1. Both Spiff and Ivan.
Regardless of what happens with QUALS or wildcard getting, well, it's based off of skin sales mainly, not
I'm really surprised Ivan just ate that
like
blast from Bosco.
the team results don't really play much of a factor into it.
That play, by the way, from wildcard,
Alex,
flush the Osa out, brilliant. Smoke out one side, force him.
They changed Twitch mobile UI again. Is it better or worse?
Into the smoke. Love that clear, and I love Ivan getting back on the drone, confirming Spiff's position in Gold Vault. It looks like he's going to try and hit main stairs. Spiff maybe hears this. One bullet from the Vector will put Ivan down, and he's got another drone. He can nope, never mind, not reassess the position. He's just going to leave it as maybe a flank watch to see if Spiff goes upstairs at all. He's got one more phone call, too. The drone coming back out, 30 seconds left. Phone call likely going to come in before Ivan goes for the final push. It rings out. Ivan hovering just above the hatch. The drone gets shot. Down he goes. He's prone,
what the fuck?
Spiff expects it, and Wildcard come away with now a 5-0 lead.
Question mark 2, adding insult to injury.
He literally saw him on the drone and then he just sent it down the hatch.
Good job immediately going back into the bomb site, anchoring over by the armory position, just waiting again for the Dokkaebi to make that final move. But I got to commend at least Ivan there for using every single bit of utility that he had left in that 1v1. To go back to the mid-round, Harrison, Wildcard again, phenomenal job of just cutting that attack in half, honestly.
You love Cruelty? Yeah, they're nasty.
All the way from garage, utilizing those smoke grenades and impacts. Huge power play, but I think that was what, Bosco with the shotgun in that round?
Yes.
Playing over by Marble, almost netting 2 kills, and it looked like he was loading in slugs to kill that guy top garage. That was a nasty shot landed. And then the guy close quarters on Marble, he somehow doesn't kill.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Insane round there for Wildcard as a whole, and good job readjusting in that 1v1 to not even give a chance for Cruelty after that timeout.
Wildcard still firing on all cylinders, just like they were last map. I mean, 5-0, John. Cruelty, this is a...
It's best of 3. This is map 2, though.
Round of all must-win rounds. I mean...
You can see in the top right.
Still 0-5. Pyrox, despite being the star player last match, or the closest thing to, still negative. Ivan so far between the two maps, 3-14. A truly shocking performance as one of the most consistent players in all of Mexico. For him to be shut down this hard by Wildcard, I'm sure
Ivan scrim player.
Why Cruelty are doing
question mark
exclamation
point.
Need both Pyrox and
Fap,
Ivan
thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate it.
Success. We've seen how dominant they can be when that's the case, but so far one of the two in that dynamic duo being wholly shut down. Wildcard playing.
I think this is the like SI graphics they're going to be using at the event, if I had to guess.
Last time Cruelty attacked this site, though, John, their top floor clear was the
I think they look sharp.
Not bad. They went 1 for 1. They flushed their own back fairly quickly. We'll see if they can do the same here.
Ooh, Ivan low on HP. Matumbo finding that first gunfight in Kansas. Gets rid of Ivan. There's the lurk from Pyrox's. Realizing no one's over in Archives, he'll capitalize on that map control, but there is still someone playing above. 2 people, in fact, both Spiff and Bay.
Wildcard winning LCQ.
Maybe hoping Cruelty begins.
They would be my pick. If I had to pick a team, I would pick Wildcard to win.
Forgets to gather info on that top floor. They could play a nasty flank in the next 90 seconds of this round. Cruelty, they are slowing down, but remaining gun up right now. They're not on their drones at the current moment. Only 3 left in this round. Looks like a Logi bomb's going out, and they've spotted the player in stock. Close tussle here for Bay, but he wins it. Spiff almost there to back up, but it's not required. And now they look to both flood out this player in the main hallway by the vending machine. Nice shot landed by Spiff and Wildcard. They regain the lead, but Pyrox has site control.
Cruelty lost 7-3
2 now. Matumbo very low.
on map 1.
How much does site control matter, John? When you
Yeah,
don't
Oakshire
have
are the only
choice?
other pro team.
It's probably dropped somewhere.
Although
upstairs,
technically
I would have
Cruelty
to
are a
imagine.
pro team in
Fatal
Mexico.
probably had it right outside that window. Cruelty still have not picked it
ITB
up.
ruined
I think
my
Wildcard know
parlay. Do I
exactly
sue
where it is.
Citizen
Yeah,
for
it's
not
upstairs,
care? Yeah,
protected
I
by
streamed
Bay.
it, watching them get 2-0'd by
He's dropped that down to the
Asparagus.
bomb site. So he's
They just
back on
didn't
the
look good.
hammer.
They definitely
Just
looked better
smooth
in the
upstairs.
other qual
As
than
Cruelty
today.
look to recover diffuser, which they
Like, I think if that
still
qual
haven't,
last
according to
weekend
the
was the actual
overlay.
SI
Gosh,
qual, they
there's
could have won it.
almost 20
But today they are
seconds
just
left.
horrible.
Finally, they've grabbed it. Pyrox has it in hand. Matumbo eats some damage from the Guma, and they spot the drop as well, and Spiff lands a nasty headshot. Domes Pyrox
Just one by one.
Matumbo knows it's
They're so
over,
bad, dude.
falls to his
These
death
guys are
just to
horrible.
end it. It's a flawless
No shade when I say that, of
Wildcard.
course.
It seems like they just can't be stopped.
Yeah, no way to really get any kind of, angle on someone playing that far back into sight. Matumbo pulling out a goo mine as well. So Pyrox is literally in a 1v2 with both defenders ready for the hatch drop. They hear the vert going on at the exact same time. They know what's happening in the last 20 seconds. No one's going to rotate to Printer in that fraction of time. No one's going to walk down Marble to go for a beeper play. If that were the case, they would have heard it due to the audio call. There were just no options left.
Who is better, Ivan or Kansan? It's close.
And again, it's just basics of Siege, Harrison. We didn't see like a
Yeah, I mean,
full
maybe they just had a
clear
poor
gun
map
by
pool.
Cruelty on
Loris.
Rome, so in the late round they had to readjust
Since they're a new
and get
team,
rid of
maybe they
it.
just didn't
If
play that many
both end up
maps.
Going back down below in that round.
Does your rank stat clear this? You're all Diamond 1 and 2.
It almost felt like they
It'd
never
probably
stood
be
a chance
close.
because, again, they were just so
I don't know if you clear it, but I mean,
disjointed
you're
behind
in
a
there
lot of
for
solo
sure.
plays in the
Like,
early
you're
round,
getting
which
some
they
rounds on the
recovered
board.
from perfectly.
I could say that with confidence. I think you're putting some rounds up.
Staring down the barrel of needing a 6-round comeback just for overtime. And this is their weaker side. Like I said before, it ended up being a 7-4 for Friendship Team on Bank. 3 of those rounds.
Kendrew retired. Yeah, somebody said that.
They went 1-4 on their defenses. So this is already not the favorable side for them, and they have such a mountain to climb up. Wildcard, rocking a
Kenny.
round
Not
1, as
Kangaroo
well as
Kenny,
the
like,
sense from
Kendrew.
Bosco is very interesting. Uncounterable by Warden now, although there is none on the board. I believe bulletproof cams also cannot see through the sense wall.
Or Kendrick Lamar, the GOAT.
Skimsy's utility going to be a little bit less useful. You've also got Spiker on the Nook, whose goal, once the execute starts coming in from Wildcard, will likely be to hit Garage and see if he can take anyone by surprise.
Minute burned away, like you mentioned, Wildcard with their drone work. They don't spot any roamers above. That's going to give them plenty of time to get these hatches opened up and set up for the execute. Wow, Spiker already inside a garage. I don't think Cruelty have any info to confirm that. That could be a really massive late play for Wildcard.
No, she doesn't have anything to do with Siege anymore, Arrow. Burnt out of it.
Skimsy maybe having a couple of Vulcan packs to work with here, but there's the opener once again. Wildcard continuing to dominate this early round against Cruelty. That's your Azami gone too. Those Kiva barriers can set up so many power positions in the late round. And that's the lurk. They had no idea about Spiker's position. This could be the series over and shut down just by one play.
Well, I don't think Cruelty...
2 kills from Garage.
Cruelty trying to play a Virtus Pro strat is insane.
3 players from Wildcard
Like,
stacked up
they
by
don't
Marble.
play, like...
Kansas looking to hit from server.
If you're gonna
The
emulate a
taken
strat,
damage
you
to the
gotta,
shot.
like...
How much is it gonna
Your
matter?
team
That was
play
Fatal
style has to be
into
similar. Like,
Garage. And Wildcard
Cruelty
starting to
do
make
not
their
play
way
like
on the
Virtus
bomb site.
Pro.
Luckily, the smoke able to get back in Red Hall, but as his teammate dies, it all falls upon him. Second smoke canister now expended as Kansan takes a little bit of damage from it. Third and final one now sent out with still 50 seconds remaining. It'll force Striker off the plant, but only for the next 20 seconds. And the Sense projectors, the ROUs coming into play as well, completely denying any sightline from Fatal as he fishes for
Jesus.
a kill. He's domed from above.
These guys got
and
fucking
it's a clean
smoked, dude.
7-0 from Wildcard.
hey, at least that means we're getting quick to this next game. It's gonna be a short stream, buddy.
Already setting their eyes on their next matchup of either OXG or loyalty is.
I thought it'd be a little bit closer, but I did think Wildcard would smoke them. Like, based off of just practice, Wildcard are way better than those guys, I thought. So not too surprising, but maybe that it was like that big of a blowout.
Hopefully it won't be as one-sided as what we just saw, but Wildcard, I mean, they are really trying to hunt down this last SI spot for North America.
Absolutely. I mean,
I think Luminosity lost to
Wildcard
Cruelty.
are obviously the favorites to win just because, you know, they're an NAL team, but I did not expect it to be quite this dominant, especially with how Cruelty looked so improved from their match against Friendship Team into the match against JJ. They looked like a completely different team, and now they looked even worse than they did against Friendship Team, and sometimes that just happens with the sort of play style that Cruelty are trying to use. It can be very inconsistent. It's one of those we can beat anyone, but we can lose to anyone kind of play styles. But right now, with how good a lot of the NA teams are, at least domestically with this early round, it's a we can lose to anyone.
You'll be back for Cruelty versus the loser?
Absolutely. And
I'll be honest, brother. I don't know if I'm interested in watching that. I think that's a snooze fest. Cruelty versus Mr. B. That's the kind of match I turn on if I'm having trouble falling asleep, brother. You know what I'm saying? Boss got the read there. He just whiffed a little bit.
A few times where they've also played up against former pro league teams like Friendship Team and also LIS, another T2 group as well that recently lost their qualification for Element 4 playoffs.
I mean, I think Wildcard will win. I think, in my opinion, if Wildcard don't win, it's because they choked. I just think they're the best team of these teams. So, to me, if Wildcard don't win, it's their own doing. Copen, thank you for the prime, dude. Appreciate it. Welcome back.
We're seeing a lot more depth in the roster with Wildcard too. We'll see once the stats end up on screen. It was more the same story from Cruelty, where Pyrox is trying his
Am I wrong for thinking Spiff and Spiker belong?
I don't even know if he ended up finishing positive.
I don't know if I'd say that about Spiff, but I do think Spiker's a good player. Warhammer, thank you for the 21 months.
You know, double digits. A fantastic game.
Like, if they were to squad wipe their, like, let's say worst case they don't qual and they decide to squad wipe, I think the two guys I would hang on to if I were picking would be Kinzen and Spiker, I think.
And I'm loving what we're seeing from Wildcard, and you know, coming into this, we were like, all right, all these teams, all four of these teams have something to prove here. Wildcard looked like maybe they're the favorite to win the LCQ. That was a big statement win from them. I think they've depending on what happens with the OXG LAS, unless OXG like
Bay
1 LIS, I think Wildcard have kind of.
I think Bay is good, but I think the problem that Bay would have there is like, so Wildcard are partnered. In theory, let's say like OXG's team, like I think a lot of people play Bay's role that Wildcard would probably rather have.
A lot of their execute denial came down to someone flanking, you know, kind of causing chaos in the late.
Because Spiker plays support.
From, you know, for example,
like Spiker's like a flex support. Bay's like just a flex.
Clear, making sure that you have all these long
like
angles to play
potentially like a Neworg's.
You know, a majority of Wildcard's defenses were won off that aggressive
instead of Bay.
Not only in the early round.
And I'm not saying that I think they need to get rid of Bay. I'm just saying I think if they squad wipe
some of that success that they had throughout the close qualifier,
like if worst case they didn't make SI, I think they look at like a
I mean, still didn't look bad in the close qualifier at all. I mean, they
like a Spiker Kansan kind of thing. I think
Washington Wizards. They had
they would be solid to just replace Spiff with a good entry. What good entry would be available?
Overtime. So I was definitely expecting a little bit more from Cruelty, because when we go down to the lower bracket too, they're going to be facing either OXG or LIS.
I mean, Spiff played well in this match, to be fair to him. But
gunners. Now we finally
there'll be a YouTube stream. Yes, yes.
With a 100% cost. Spiff 8 and
make sure if you aren't
singular
subbed to my channel on YouTube that you please subscribe to it. Try to post videos when I can. Obviously a little bit difficult when we're in SI bootcamp mode, but going to try to
yeah, the only person again keeping up
post
with
videos.
is the exact same storyline as map
Stompin
number
is
one. I'm
available.
really
That's true. I
interested
didn't think
in knowing
about
who
that.
the MVP of
The
this
king
match
is available.
It's going to be for wildcard because it felt like everybody was popping off. It might go to Bosco because of how many entry kills he had in map number one.
Yeah, I mean that's a good shout. I think Gavini would be better. Newers isn't an entry, definitely. I would not pick up Newers as an entry.
Also, I think one of the youngest players on wildcard 2.
21-9 for Spiker.
Stats, Harrison.
Yeah, one of the youngest players in all of Pro League too. I remember when this kid was playing T3 like when he was 14. So
post another timeout video, man. We haven't played since then.
MVP from the performance we just had, like it's like choosing between your children, like so many highlights.
And we never hit the 1,000 sub goal for the or what was it? Was it 750? We never hit the 750 sub goal for the NAL finals comms.
To go ahead and do the interview, we've got someone from Wildcard ready and waiting.
Well, that's someone.
There he is.
Match MVP. It is Spiker joining us now. First of all,
Spiker in our fantasy league finished last place. He literally got last place.
Going into that matchup, exceed them. Where were your heads at going into it?
Yeah, I mean, we expected to beat those guys. We were just confident going in. I think honestly, we dropped more rounds than we should have on Cafe. I think it probably should have been like 7-1. We had a really bad defensive round loss and then another reading round that we should have won, so it could have been 7-1, even 7-0. But I mean, we were just playing confident, playing our game, and yeah.
Now, we're gonna keep this quick because you kept this one as quick as well. When it comes to your game tomorrow, you'll be facing either Oxygen or Loyalty is Scarce. Any expectation?
You won't give any back on DZ?
And your chances against either team?
I mean, we're probably gonna play OXG.
Copen, would it be weird if I was the coach of DZ? Super.DZ.
We already played them twice. So we'll probably play them a lot, and we're just gonna, we won last time. They probably feel like they should have won since they were up 6-0 on Bank. But I feel like that was more because we were playing poorly than they were playing well on the first half of the Bank. So confident against whoever we play, and we expect to make SI.
All right,
hell yeah, Spiker. I also expect you to make SI, bud.
It would be me and
Don't let me down, or I'll be very upset.
Incredible. Well, best of luck tomorrow, and hope to see you there.
All right, thank you.
Alrighty. Well, we'll bring in Crow and Fellow once again as we wrap this one up. Guys, it was a very quick game. Wildcard closing that one out very fast, Harrison. Yes, we thought they'd be strong. Did we think they'd be that dominant?
Well, clearly Spiker did. It shouldn't even have been that close. But I love the confidence coming in from Spiker. Like I said, it would be his and Bay's first ever international event if they end up winning it, and those are two guys that I've been casting for quite a while. So best of luck to Wildcard.
That's not going to happen now, Copen, but it was potentially an option.
Series of the night. Still 2 best-of-3s to go. The next one still in the upper bracket. Oxygen against Loyalty is Scarce. Quite a matchup, and that's coming up after the break.
Vitor Reese or Rice, is he good? Vitor, let's look him up. I don't know this guy. Brazilian. Wait, can I not look at just Man City? He's a long-term prospect. This is the most expensive player Pep's ever had. He's ass. He's good. This guy's nasty. They capture you when you're young and train you to become a scoring machine. Yeah, I read one of Pep's books. I think I have it over here.
Once again, Jonas Willinger here with Harrison Crow Broder, Jonathan Fellow Seach. We have our second series of the day upon us, and this one is, well, safe to say, a tale as old as time. It is Oxygen, the T1 team with the experience and the accolades, against the T2 team trying to come in and take down the big dogs, Harrison. This one, David and Goliath, it is not going to be easy.
I have a couple different ones.
Yeah,
I don't know if this is even the one that I read it in, but they were talking about in this book about how, I think it was in this one, about the
invite
Barcelona
against
academy
the final
team.
of that SI quals,
It's like insane.
I think was basically a T2 versus T2.
Or the way they
Prime
develop
time
players or
break.
find them at least.
But already we're gonna have the maps roll in: Chalet, Cafe.
I'm putting up predictions for map 1 here. Chalet.
Cafe is a map that LIS, you could consider it one of their best maps, but they've only ever played it in qualifiers. They're 6-1.
Predictions are up for map 1.
In an actual league yet. Chalet, a decent map for OXG. They beat Friendship Team and LIS already in the closed qual. Cafe, they beat Team Cruelty, but they beat Washington Wizards in the closed qual. LIS, as far as Chalet goes, beat Team Cruelty. Like I already said, already lost to OXG, and Border's probably going to be a fun one with how aggressive both of these teams can be.
Yeah, I love the fact that for both these maps, a lot of outside pressure can be established for OXG, which is
They said
one of
that
their strong suits. And like you mentioned,
didn't everybody
Harrison,
think that
OXG
Pep was
already
going to
played
leave
against
Man
LIS
City
on
and go
Chalet.
manage?
They beat them
The rumor was he
75,
was going to go
so I'm
manage
guessing,
the
maybe
Brazil
for
national
LIS's
team,
sake,
and then he
A, they
signed for
already
2
made
more
that matchup
years.
close, and B, they have a whole VOD to use as prep to see what they did wrong and hopefully improve. That way they can win their map pick and have a chance at facing off against Wildcard in the upper bracket.
Well, I know we jumped right into the maps, but I want to take a half a step back here and actually figure out what teams we're dealing with here. First, the team we all know and love, Oxygen. John, this is a roster that, of course, has had plenty of experience and success in the past. Maybe this year wasn't the year they were looking for, failing to make the international events, but looking finally
Maps. Map 1 is Chalet.
They used to be a consistent, top 8, top 4 team internationally, and now even domestically, they've had a lot of struggles, which kind of negated them from making it to those major positions. This is now just their last chance
Almost as
at
broke
making it into the 6th Invitational. But
Barcelona are the
their play
TSM
style
of
is
football. They
spectacular.
used to
Again,
be
I talked about their
they used to
outside
run this
back
shit,
pressure
and now
cutoff
they're
angles
broke.
are spectacular.
They're the
really
TSM
good
of
at trying to get in the
football.
map to assert that early entry game. And on the defense, again, another point about their positions, they play roam extensions phenomenally. Not only can they isolate the attack to win those 1-for-1 gunfights, they play on a lot of fall off points too. So if they're able to not only get that opening gunfight, if they're able to fall off on top of that, that wastes a lot of time and keeps more bodies alive to deny the late round execute.
And as far as how hungry these guys are, right? We talked about with Wildcard, Bosco has been to like almost every LAN with SSG. Kanzan is trying to get back to the LAN stage as well. Spiff had that brief stint with Astrala. Same thing for OXG, right? Diaz, Yaga, Gomez. Back
Mr. B and Brios are both ace.
All the time. Newers, when he first joined OXG, it seemed like they were a shoe-in.
Ancelotti was rumored for Brazil. Pep was for Spain.
Since Gamers 8 in 2020.
Because Pep said the only thing he really has left that he wants to do is try to win a World Cup, I think. Win a national, win on the national level.
So it's been a long time since OXG has made the major, and then with LIS, these guys are trying to pull a Parabellum. Now,
He probably wants to do that to
PRS
prove that he can win
might
without just getting
recognize
whoever he
they're
wants
new
on
to
his
the
team.
scene. They've only been playing about 6 months to a year in comp. Mr. B just saw them, saw a lot of potential, and decided to pick them up. Mike W and Brios, though, big mainstays of the T2 scene. Brios, one of the best fraggers in T2, and Mike W, an incredibly solid flex player. If you had asked me,
Yeah, I did hear that Man City were looking to buy out Newers. They're going to replace Grealish with him.
Could LIS make the run? I would have said absolutely. I think there is a chance where LIS pull the Parabellum. Now, they didn't win a single map in playoffs in E4. I think their chances are way lower than maybe just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, in Element 4, they were the #1 seed.
What does
facing off
Klopp
against
do
the 8
now?
seed in the
Which
upper
is
bracket.
he?
They lost that 0-2, and then immediately lost their loser bracket match as well, not finding a single map victory in Element 4 playoffs, and moving into their matchup against OXG on Chalet specifically, they struggled a lot with just simply playing together, Harrison. There were a lot of solo plays done by Alex and Epic.
Or did he just retire completely? I thought he went to a national level. Maybe I'm thinking somebody else.
That Mike W has. Alex and Epic don't have that long of a stint inside of comp.
He's he's like the general manager or something, right? Like the president. That's what I'm thinking of, I think.
They don't know what right call to make.
It's funny because we're looking at two underdog stories, right? We saw Cruelty and Wildcard, but it was a little different because Cruelty play in the LATAM League, a ton of closed league experience.
He probably wanted the less stressful job. Red Bull Football Group, yeah.
But here you're looking at a team
that's probably a lot less stressful than coaching, I would imagine.
One player who's ever played on a T1 roster, but maybe hasn't had all that much success, right?
And they got to get Gotcha, Pojo, and BC back. BC's the general manager for Dark Zero.
Well, rely on that experience.
I talked to BC a little bit when we were free agents, kind of.
With, well, all of that experience they could ever have.
And Mr. B was certainly trying his best in those E4 games. Epic was doing really well too. Brios pretty consistent. The weak link on LIS was Alex, coming from basically. I know it's not an official term, but what is basically T4 and getting catapulted into a T2 team, he clearly was not.
Mint's coaching Hotten's team.
Ready for it, but it looked like
Kangaroo Kenny is coaching DZ, but it's in like a
very loose play style, right?
Like it's like a loan.
If you see a play, just go for it. So they were playing very individualistic. Really big on the gun.
What do you do as manager in an esports team? Well, what do you mean?
Kept getting caught in between.
Do you mean like general manager or manager? Because manager is essentially like. I mean, you're. I would say it's like another way for another term for coach. But if you're the general manager, then you're also like. Obviously, you're kind of you're responsible for the rosters, for the you're like salary cap, like all that kind of shit.
Since 2017, where we saw even some Xbox.
Herbert has not been that good this year.
We are now at the North American.
The Chargers have been good, but they've been good through defense and their run game. Herbert, passing wise, has been bad this year.
Across the board, opponent by opponent, and here you can take a look
in comparison to the years before this. But that's also kind of how Harbaugh is. He's like run dominant defensive teams usually. ITB got Rando Sando as a coach. I don't think that was like a permanent thing. I think that was just for the QUALS.
That have been terrifying for these NA teams for so many years.
I think we can all remember just.
Well, that's what people forget, but Peyton Manning stayed an extra year in college, so the Jets wouldn't pick him.
Not losing a single event since Copenhagen.
The Jets had the #1 pick, so Manning stayed in another year in college. He didn't want to play for them.
Teams ever, and they had a constant graph of improvement ever since the Charlotte Major. Sure, 2022 wasn't their year, but they immediately fired back after the 6th Invitational in 2023.
NAL better than EUL? I think NA as a in terms of depth is better for sure. In terms of the top teams, probably tough to say.
The thing is, though, this is the first time in Invitational history where it's majority NA. We have not had 6 teams at an invite ever, I think. So, and I think it's NA with 6, EU MENA, and then South America with 5 each, and then APAC with 4. So if there was ever a chance, it's coming home.
EUL got boring.
I mean,
well, when Eminem basically's 2 best players went to BDS's 3 best players, obviously that made them super top heavy. Virtus Pro just have the unfortunate thing of like they just are not as good online, not even close.
We mentioned SSG. We know all about the talent that you have. Bisco's, Shopify, Dark Zero, M80. Is there a team that stands out to you as the one to be the favorites?
Yeah, I can't remember who Eli refused to go to. It was the Chargers, so yeah, it was the Chargers.
Obviously Brazil has still been a very strong region as a whole this
year. And yeah,
like
Arch Manning should probably end up being #1 pick in a couple of years, like 2 years. I think he's technically a redshirt freshman right now.
Beast Coast in the Manchester major. I think they were the finalists in the previous major back in Montreal.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to Shepard about it.
So not only is Brazil
Shepard said it's kind of interesting because so the part of the reason they always do so much better on LAN is because when they're online, they essentially run like different strats than they do when they're on LAN, because the way they play on LAN is like they hold angles with ACOGs and shit, but online they can't play like that because of their ping. People swing them and shit, so they try to play more aggressive and like swing online, but that goes against like their style, so they're not as good at it. So like basically once they qualify for an event, they go back to like what they're good at. So that's why they like randomly just always do well at the events, because it's like it literally is a completely different team because the way they play is completely differently.
So I really don't know, and I don't want to give an answer because if I do,
yeah, LAN League was fun, Pablo.
0-8 and get first eliminated. So
we're supposed to be the NA broadcast. Everyone
Yeah, I knew that, Gibson. Yeah, Arch seems decently fast for a Manning.
Second chance.
I'll go SSG all the way, Jonah. You don't even got to finish it, man.
Okay.
All the way. That's the hope that I'm looking for. They're one of the only teams that have...
How do they play different? Online, they're more aggressive. They try to swing because of their ping. On LAN, they're very, like, holding angles.
It doesn't necessarily
very
fail
patient,
them, but they
not that
always
aggressive.
Fall short of making it to that grand final position. I think maybe this year it could be it for them. Dark Zero might also be another team to look out for, perhaps, and Shopify Rebellion. I just have to be concerned about players, you know, like Kobe Lax, for example. He joined Dark Zero, I think, a stage ago.
What is this guy saying?
He has some experience internationally, but still has a lot of growing to do. But I think the three of us all casted Kobe Lax back in Element when he was on Team Envy, so that's definitely a personal favorite that I've got to look out for. And of course, Packer Star, he's already made an international event with CL4.
The captain.
Now he's on M80, so congrats to him.
It's so incredible how far some of these young guys have come, and then the teams they're playing for now, the titles they're potentially playing for now. No, it really is amazing.
I went to high school with a guy who won the Super Bowl in the Patriots, Gibson. He was a running back, and it's like when you see somebody who is truly like that athletic, you just like know they're like they were just born different. Nothing they did, like obviously they put in hard work to like get to like maximize their talent. But like his name's Rex Burkhead. There's nothing he did to make him that athletic. You're just so he's like my height, right? He could, and this is in high school, he could stand under the basketball hoop, like a 10-foot hoop, no running, just stand there, jump, 180 turn, and dunk the ball. Just stand and jump. And he's my height, so he's like 5'9".
Many times a team from the LCQ either win the whole LAN event or at least make a deep run.
Like some people are just there's just nothing they did made them that athletic. You're just born different. And then you obviously put in the work to like essentially maximize your potential as an athlete, but
Cruelty also played really poorly, and they're not going to be that lucky if they end up going to Invitational, right?
I'm sure a lot of athletes do that, Gibson.
There's going to be a couple teams who maybe have off days.
That's why Brawny's only 7'2". His wife's like 5'7". Or sorry, 6'2". His wife's like 5'7". LeBron needed to marry somebody like 7 foot and just have a bunch of Wimbies.
That is LIS. Loyalty is scarce. Their map pick will start there. We go to Cafe next, and potentially Border as that decider map. Before we get into it, I want to send this one back to you guys, just talking about predictions for these maps and this series as a whole. Safe to say that Octogen on paper.
Yeah, I'm athletic. I played sports in high school. My family have a history of like college and professional athletes, but I didn't play the sports that I would need to play as a not tall person. I didn't play baseball and I didn't play soccer. I played football and basketball, and
it's going to be kind of their feeler map. Again, they already have game day experience against
that was limiting
on this map, and they've had about another week, you know, to have actual game day experience inside of Element to maybe fix some of those issues they had going into the close qual.
And yeah, LIS.
Yeah, I have seen him. I don't think he's thought of as like as good a prospect as Tiger was, though. I mean, not that anybody ever would be, but
might be a loose enough map for LIS to take it, but the first two I think are going to be a lot harder. OXG as a team, you know, with how
Your high school
they
played
play,
against
they
Chase Young.
excel at getting those like solo picks.
I grew up in
LIS
Texas,
have
and I
really
went to a
struggled
5A
with
high
that.
school.
We talked about Alex
So
struggling
a
little
lot,
bit,
and the
OXG
area that I
too
lived in,
over-aggressive.
a lot of
Chalet is
Dallas, like a
really
lot of
easy map to get
athletes
over-aggressive
lived.
on. So I think
So like their
most important
son,
thing
like our
is
high
just
school
for
had a
guys to
lot
set
of
the
players
top
that went to
out.
college
If
and
they
pro
can at least
athletes.
make it close,
My
maybe there's a chance. If they
when
can
I
at least rein
when
in
I was
aggression,
playing in a
maybe
youth
there's a chance,
league
but I
at
think it's still probably gonna be OXG too.
like this church league, my team's
Again, and I'm really
coach
trying to just
when
plug
I
in
was a
that
kid
for the
was Bill
sake of
Bates,
loyalty is scarce,
who was
for
a
the
Pro
love of
Bowl
T2
special
here.
teams player for the Dallas
As,
Cowboys
you know,
and
you guys have seen
safety.
Oxygen
He
play
was the
quite a
coach
bit,
of our
right?
team
And indeed casted them
while
as
he was
well.
playing for the
When you look at
Cowboys.
this roster, is there a weakness that can be exploited, John? Is there something that loyalty is scarce, not just a map necessarily, but something that they should have reviewed beforehand, that they should have prepared, that they should know what they're getting into before things start?
You know, maybe the early round when you have OXG defending, someone could, of course, be overextended a couple of times. That did occur. And for LIS, they were able to bring out the Blackbeard, kind of hunt down those early roamers and get a man advantage. That helped their execute a lot. But other than that, OXG did not show a lot of weaknesses on Chalet, which was really the only close map that they had in the series. The other game they played ended 7-1 on Clubhouse, and LIS just stood zero chance in that map.
There was also, too, in the game against Wildcard that OXG played, what was it, Bank, where it was like 15 defensive rounds were won, not a single attack in all 15 rounds. So maybe that could be another weakness for OXG. I mean, attack tends to be the issue for like every team in the world at some point or another, just because of how the game plays out. But Bank's also not in the pool, and Chalet and Border play very, very different from maps like Bank.
Is there any
Cafe.
esports
So,
player,
I
professional
don't really know
sports
how much
player
that
outside?
attack
What?
is gonna-
What does that
is
mean?
gonna hurt OXG.
Well, for those of you wondering why we continue to yammer on, we're just waiting on one final player to get into the lobby, and I believe he has. So as we dive into this one once again, this is the story of LIS, the team looking to prove something against the T1 Titans of OXG. They advance to the winner's bracket tomorrow. The loser will have to fight against Team Cruelty just to stay alive. Gents, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And like you said, LIS with something to prove that they can hang with the T1 guys, prove that
All
they're
right,
not
get your
just
prediction in.
a lowly first-rounded T2 team, but OXG also with a lot to prove. These are 5 players that have been to many a LAN event, and they want to get back.
Oh, well, I know there are professional sports players who played esports. Not like at a high level, but
operators in the game.
There's a guy that played for the Texas Rangers that played Call of Duty.
LAS did nothing.
Forgot his name.
The Ying, so having OXG take her off the board is a great
He played like
idea.
wager matches.
Ying promotes a lot of execute focus for attacking teams. You know, if you struggle to clear out the roam in the early round, if you waste too much time getting Ver or breaking through gadgets,
If
Ying can be a
Siege was
great
in
execute enabler because she's got
the
4
future,
kills
would
at
you be
full
the same
blind.
position as
Every
the
single
Win It?
defensive operator besides
Are you
Win
on
It.
drugs?
And now that Ying is off the board, you don't even have to bring that operator and don't even need to worry about the execute problems you could face with those flashes.
Well, that one guy,
blinding
I
you.
think he's a part owner of M80 now, but
Warden is still going to be played. Of course, flashes are really strong in the game.
I just
altogether.
forgot his name. He's like the number 3 ranked tennis player in the world.
The shield,
He plays a lot of Rainbow Six.
could have probably brought
I can't.
somebody else in this
I
conversation.
know who he is. I'm so old. I just completely forgot his name.
Yeah, I mean, even
No,
with
not
that,
Alcaraz.
the Ying
Medvedev, yeah,
Warden still
Daniel
has
Medvedev.
Some use, especially on dining where smokes are very prevalent. You even see the sense every now and then come out, even though Warden doesn't really counter sense anymore. But LAS holding upstairs, of course, with the Wamai, Frost, the Malusi. Usually on this site, most of your presence is going to be upstairs. OXG.
He's winning a Super Bowl.
Every single person on the squad.
Unfortunately, I probably would say the Chiefs again. I just feel like it's like Brady all over. Like I just would feel stupid not picking them to win.
The one pick that confuses me just a little bit is Gomez on the Deimos. that's typically the slot where we'd see something like a line.
Yeah, Troy played like
help clear this top floor.
youth hockey, or like high level hockey.
And the execute for this site, where his utility only becomes effective after you've already taken full top floor control and you're trying to hunt down the anchors.
I was going to say, maybe they could utilize Gomez to guarantee if a roamer has fallen off of an extension or not. That's not really a bad idea. And he still has grenades to clear out this utility. I mean, yeah, Gomez just tossed that nade to break the office Balk shield, so now Alex will be forced back a little bit. Even giving up office altogether, I mean, sure,
yeah,
they have
probably gives him
angles to work off of from Master, but that does give a little bit more map control going the way of OXG. No direct confrontation now from this balcony. They can probably get this other wall opened up and then start flooding into the building to clear out that piano extension with the help of this Montaigne.
And speaking of the Monty, he's already made his way into Ivy, looking to scope things out. He sees the shield in piano. Gets stopped by a Banshee a little bit. Wall behind him getting opened up by Neworg, as well as Yaga tries to cover. A sliver of his back was exposed. I think taking damage from the frost holding bathroom. Desperately trying
You'd
to
like your opinion on how to go pro in Siege?
with his shield. This is an interesting play.
I mean, it's kind of with anything. You just have to put in time, get noticed, and kind of work your way up.
Into office, I guess,
But I would definitely say if you're like, I wouldn't get.
And all they've done is
You can make good money in Siege if you get to like a very high level, like one of the best teams, but generally your time is not rewarded, so you got to be playing for the passion.
On Chalet that net them these opening frags. It'll score once again. Nice shot landed by Gomez. And OXG just try to hit the go button, but the rest of LIS
Medvedev career is crazy. Yeah, Medvedev's a great player.
Will transpawn, get rid of Alex in this position, and now the roam begins to fall off. There's no cutoff angle on Trophy.
What the fuck?
But Epic just runs into the open
What is that guy
window,
doing?
trying to hide in a rack corner, maybe hoping someone will hop out of Trophy and he gets a freebie, but the exact opposite happens.
Pat,
And
no
now it's still a
discipline.
advantage for OXG, but at least Mr. B will trade.
And here comes the mute of Mike W.
Oh.
Spots the Hibana and gets the kill. Mr. B on the other side of the map gets Diaz, and Yaga doesn't know what hit him.
Lack of
3
discipline there
kills
from
for
OXG.
Mr. British, the IGL of LIS steps up as he's been needed to so many times, and it's LIS coming away with round 1.
And that's kind of the storyline that you and I were building up during the pre-show, Harrison, was the amount of brute force Mr. B has had to achieve for his team to win those gunfights. Again, your top performers of Alex and Epic, dying off.
Are OXG still at their like boot camp house or whatever they were doing? Does anybody know? They were like renting an Airbnb in Texas since before Christmas. Are they still doing that? Or no, did they go back home?
But regardless, Mr. B trades him. And again,
I assume they're still doing it.
That execute because OXG wasted so much time on that top floor clear, not getting any headway despite them having the Montaigne and those cutoff angles by Solar and Highway. They were kind of just forced to hit the go button without having a lot of info to really work off of, which allowed Mr. B such a phenomenal trade game.
The man of the hour, I have a feeling, John, by that first round is going to be Mr. B.
It's doubly a lead mainframe.
On him a whole lot. Now, the clear from OXG was not bad. Like, LIS made plenty of mistakes as well. OXG got the first pick on Brios. They had a 2-for-1 roam clear. It was just that transition down onto the bomb site that really hurt them. The biggest being the fact that Yaga was more worried about Trophy because of Mr. B. It allowed that opportunity for Mike W to swing in and drop the planter. Now, OXG tasked with attacking bar games. I also just noticed, John, OXG's names are all in alphabetical order. That's how you know they're professionals. Look at that.
Absolutely.
Took a loan out and put it on the Alex PRS under.
John, this is our first.
What was it?
So if you guys don't watch Element, you don't know this. Every game that John and I have casted for Element playoffs so far has had Blackbeard banned. This is our first game, and then Wildcard too. Blackbeard was banned. We finally get to see him get played. I'm so happy.
This was an op that LIS kind of
14.
I'm trying to think of the word. Kind of, just brute forced most rounds to help get those opening gunfights. Kind of exploited the use of Blackbeard Shield to get map control and then just go gun up to win that one-on-one fight. Looks like OXG are trying
Good
to
on
return the favor. Nice info there by Diaz. That might be a freebie. There is no frostbite under his double window. I think he could hop in so long as Mez is cleared, which is what this back pressure by Office is here to do. Barging in with the Blackbeard shield frostbite. That deployable finds one, but Gomez across the map, the first to solidify the entry. That's a nade to get rid of Brios, so all the Azami Kibas that are up in this round will be the only ones left in the minute 20. Logi Bomb going off as well, trying to slow down LIS's retake of this top floor. And other than, oh, actually, no, Frost is still alive. That's right.
Yeah.
They could hold this crossfire between Mr. B and Epic because there's still blue control.
That kill, the refrag that he got on Gomez was so massive. He does go down to Yaga, but the time has been wasted. There's about a minute left now as OXG confirm top floor control. Diaz already in library. Yaga joins him. Mike W, no C4 in pocket as Alex looks to go for a flank. It's just a distraction.
Who do I think will get the NA LCQ spot? Wildcard.
Falls back in dining, armed with the Boss G. Mike W still worried about that verticality. Mr. B playing around blue stairs. Worried about someone from the attack pushing him. But time still bleeding away as he retakes upstairs. He doesn't spot the player to his left. There's one Ivy, Mr. B. Just look, but he doesn't. And he whiffs on Diaz, unable to confirm the kill. Neworg comes back from piano to finish off the IGL for LIS. Diaz likely going to be recovered, but only 20 seconds remain. And Mike W is ready and waiting on this hatch. Down goes Hat. Down goes the case carrier as well. OXG likely now have no choice but to go for the kills. Mike W is still alive. Now here with the shotgun. Down goes Brava. And Diaz is on the other side of the map. Did his game crash? That has to be the only option. An unfortunate turn of events for OXG as Diaz is taken out of the fight. And Mike W goes huge in games.
And there it is, suspicions confirmed. An unfortunate loss of connection there from the game, but wow, Hat was zoned in on those 1 versus 1. Again, OXG just not able to play as a team there in those final couple of moments. You know, the Mr. B flank was luckily shut down before things got too chaotic for OXG. But
if they played the rounds to 2 minutes, OXG might win every round.
One was on the double window. Nobody
But
else
unfortunately, they go to 3.
Directly off the hatch. It was just 3 isolated attackers all trying to do something on their own accord, and without them being able to punish Hat for overexposing himself in 2 separate occasions, he was able to clutch the round.
Yeah, and Mike W,
Mike W,
yeah, with perfect positioning. Incredible shot being hit on the Hat, by the way, and really unfortunate.
Herbert's trolling.
Game ended up crashing because with that extra body
Jesus, I just realized they opened that shit up 20-6 now.
Who knows how that round would have shaped out, because even if Mike W kills that player close on the door with Brava, he was out of ammo with his SMG-11, so he really had no options to engage long range. I mean, maybe the shotgun kills from there if he's got the shotgun out, Diaz is probably going to try and take the fight from Barstock. Maybe the shotgun kills him because he's at 20 HP, but maybe not. It's just really unfortunate timing for OXG, but also just not really playing those final few seconds well. They just didn't have anything for Barstock. It's like they had an answer for everything LIS did, except for Barstock, which is like the most important power position on the site.
Did any of you watch the HLTV awards earlier today?
From down below, obviously, to get the wall opened up. Not many flashes or nades, and again, just not playing off the win condition of trying to plant in that round. It might have been just a better idea to try to push in through the bar door.
Donk won like, well, I think he won 5 awards or something.
With the last defender possibly having to retake since they were off site, but obviously they killed Mr. B, so it was just Mike W left in that round, and obviously OXG were not able to play together to shut down the last bastion of hope for LAS. But that's now 2 round wins in a row where they're able to expose.
What do you think of some of the roster moves? What roster moves?
During the early round where OXG just took way too long clearing out that top floor extension, and it turned out to be a sloppy execute against that anchor.
Oh, and CS.
And now kind of the total opposite where OXG didn't really.
I don't know. I feel like Rops to Vitality makes them super strong now. Because wasn't he probably FaZe's best player?
Yeah, it's some of the same issues we saw from their attacking half against wild card, right? They had some rounds where they would just lose in the early game, and then other rounds where like the beginning would be fine, and then they would get to the execute, and it's like none of the pieces were in the right spots at the right time. Their timing was off. I think that was the biggest.
Or no, Brokey's probably their best player. He's their second best player.
The timing was off. Mike W was able to isolate those fights because of, you know, when he's killing.
I guess
the player
depending on how much you value Kerrigan, IGL.
swinging out to kill the player in bar, Neworg is still on blue stairs. So hopefully this is just, you know, maybe early game jitters, because we do have to remember this is also LIS's map pick.
Right.
So if OXG end up losing this map, I'm sure it's not the biggest deal in the world for them, because they still have Cafe, which is a much more structured map. And as we've mentioned, right, LIS have been, at least an element, kind of getting caught in between the loose and structured playstyle. And if you're not committed,
I mean,
to one or the
Rops
other,
is supposed to be better than Elish, though, isn't he?
You know, kind of banking on that, going to a more structured map like Cafe. But for now, loyalty is scarce, showing that they've got the fight in them, right? They've got that clutch potential. The bright side for OXG, despite being down 0-2, is that their early rounds have been really good. If they can fix that timing issue on the executes, then we could see them start to come away with more of these attacking rounds.
For sure. And another point to make out as well, we talked about the 2022 Invitational, or the 2023 Invitational, actually, where you and I covered that game, where Reality TV, Mr. B's old Challenger League team, they played off against SSG, the winners of that LCQ. They actually had a run before that in the upper bracket where they beat SSG 2-1. Obviously, they ended up rematching at some point during the lower bracket, and SSG like totally stomped them. But regardless of that, it's not uncommon for a Mr. B team that's in Tier 2 to still have a fighting chance against some of the top level teams inside of the NAL. So again, I wouldn't totally count them out. Like you mentioned, this is LIS's map pick, so they've probably done a lot of prep work to be more prepared against OXG. And
Elish is better, but his mental is ass.
Could change night and day for OXG, but I wouldn't totally count LIS out of this match just yet. It just looks like OXG are obviously the clear favorites on paper.
Yeah, especially on Border too, which is, I hope we get, because between the way these two teams play, I already think Border's going to be super fun. Border for the longest time has also been just a
Do I think OXG picks up Iconic and tries to qualify? I doubt OXG have the same team
kind of Border warlords
next year if they stay in the game.
Down to map 3, I do think if we get
But
there,
I don't think OXG have to qual for Pro League. I don't know, though.
I think I just need to see this early round on Chalet.
Probably depends what they do with their roster.
It can't keep happening over and over again. Eventually, the clutch gene is gonna run out, and OXG is gonna start chaining rounds together. So LIS, I'm sure they're happy that they've won the last 2 rounds. They should not be happy in the way in which.
Hydroxide, thank you for the prime, dude. Appreciate it.
Has always been a stickler for that stuff. It's about how you win, and LIS need a couple, probably some more confident victories to feel good about this half.
LIS have a lot of operators that can be used to stall the execute. Maestro, great example of that. Really long range LMG, plenty of evil eye cameras for info.
SRL, thank you for the tier 1, dude.
Entire kit is based off of slowing down an attack with that CCE shield, and also just in general having a very decent kit by having a wall in front of their face. But there is also
Isn't OXG dropping out of Siege after SI quals? I don't know. I feel like people have been saying OXG were going to drop out forever, and they haven't.
It looks like OXG are trying to focus a little bit more on these cutoff angles. They've got the snowmobile wall opened up, some Vulcan packs destroyed in the late round, and with them having Ver-Ops, it also wouldn't shock me if they maybe want to try to go for a snowmobile execute, maybe focusing less on this roam extension and just trying to go direct. But
do you
also
think
having a Cali on the board, they
should
can
have?
really hold
Oh,
any
do you
long
think
field
OXG
across
should have
the
tried to
map
go
and
for
be
Kino
successful?
since the
Nice
core
opening
had
by
experience with
Gomez
him and putting?
someone that we highlighted in the
Well, how are they
pre-show
going to get Kino?
as one of
Kino's
the
on
top
M80.
performers on LIS's team, and so far he's been rather quiet.
Yeah, solo Roan getting picked off by Gomez, which, by the way, is Gomez's 3rd opening pick in a row now. There is a response from Alex. He's on the board thanks to killing Yaga. And, John, that's OXG's main counter to Clash. Now you have no Cali.
Oh, that's right.
A drone coming in to try and confirm the position of this Legion. The ace spots down.
What happened to
both
Dream? He's on Hot and
Epic.
Cold's team.
And, well, I don't know how much the Cali loss is going to matter now that it's just Mr. B and Mike W. The Alda, and the clash against 4 players with verticality being established. Mr. B will probably have to whip out the SMG at some point unless Mike W goes huge on this Maestro. I like OXG taking things slowly, not wanting to get ahead of themselves. Mike W does find one through the floor.
Mike W going nuclear this match.
Making this round just a little bit more doable.
Do they lose another advantage here? Does Mike W shut them down again?
Alleviate some of that pressure.
But the new Mady team who plays support, Keenan Packer? Yeah, I think so.
No one going in for a lurk take either by this back wall. So it looks like Mike W is actually going to try to utilize his Evil Eyes perhaps to stop this plant while Mr. B gathers info on the clash.
Evil Eye popping, the Goyo is going to force off the plant and tag down Neworg, but Mr. B dies on the clash, leaving it all up to Mike W.
Mike W masterclass.
But they know exactly where he is behind trash, and the plant is being resumed by Diaz. Is he low enough HP for this Evil Eye to take him out? The plant almost completed. No, he's got enough to withstand and is still
Is Mike W the GOAT?
HP all the way
Oh.
in the back.
Good try by Mike W. He's going crazy.
And LIS
Mike Wazowski.
Yeah, that Rome not able to play for enough trades. All
Is
of
Diffuser
OXG
an aggressive
starting
player?
around with the idea that if they're able to grab this
I think he can
they
be.
start to work vertical, then transition into that west main position, open up that double wall so they have a nice cutoff, literally cutting the basement floor in half. The only spot you could really comfortably play in at that point is either blue or pillar, and it was a clash over by pillar, so you don't even have someone who's an active gun to stop that default plant. Mike W had to give up so
I would
much
probably say I
space
prefer
to
Swiss,
fall
Pablo.
back
I feel
and
like
use his
usually you
flash
get the
to
better
back
teams in
those
Swiss,
Evil Eye cameras, and sure,
but you can have some
play
flukes
popping off
too,
that
obviously.
impact to force off the default plant, but then OXG just simply readjust. They kill the clash, and then once he ran out of Evil Eye potential there when the plant had gone down, Mike W had to push up against that extremely long horizontal angle that OXG were holding from the get-go, and that finally solidifies a round win for OXG on their attack.
It really sucks for Mike W too, because you saw him cycling through because the glass was broken.
Right.
If he had just stuck on that first Evil Eye, he gets Diaz before the plant goes down. And Hat, I don't think Hat would have had. Yeah, I don't think Hat would have had time to run in and get the Evil Eye. It's really unfortunate for Mike W, but he tried his best. And hey, it's only one round for Oxygen. The 2 other sites for LIS.
Mike W plays like Surf if Surf was good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Cohen.
The only difference being that instead of a Warden, Alex is now on the Azami. So that
If only Surf was as good as Mike W. We might really go places.
I like the LIS read. They're seeing that OXG, while they did just win the last round, and while a couple of these rounds have been close, the attacks have been very, very late.
Now Alex will most likely not have to give up office in the first minute mark. I mean, again, sure.
Whoever said that knows ball. It said on YouTube.
One shield as defense, and look at that. Epic and Alex, the youngest members of Loyalty.
Yeah, OXG were good at Rocket League. When Sonics were in Rocket League from when I was GM, that game, I mean, that esport is kind of like in a little bit of trouble now because the developer, but the players were so overpaid, it was insane. Because they all had agents. Like, the market of Rocket League was insane. It made no sense for how much the players got paid.
Walk into office with no follow-up, giving a lot of 1v1 fights to LIS, and this is the way that LIS want to play their game. They have 4.
What did the developers do? There's just been, I think, a lot of complaints about how they've handled the esports scene.
Diaz now the last member standing outside the building on solar rappel. As soon as he swings in, there's Epic with his 3rd and LIS with a 3-1 lead.
You know, funnily enough, Harrison, every round that LIS have won.
How much did they get paid?
Someone finding a 3K was back in round number 1.
I mean, it was not uncommon for players to be getting paid 8,000 or more a month US for top teams.
It just seems like OXG are not able to clear out these initial extensions.
I don't think they make anywhere near that now, but
go back to round number 1 where they did eventually get top floor control, but that took way too long. OXG's resolution.
Yeah, a lot of it's community casted.
Into the building without fully being prepared to deal with that extension. It felt like everyone had the same idea of, okay, guys, we're going to take these 1-for-1 gunfights and hopefully clear out this top floor, holding our cutoff angles from both Solar and Master. That way their fall-off points are denied. but that never worked out. They never even cleared out office because of those Azami Kiba barriers and Alex taking aggressive one-for-one gunfight. If OXG want to have a better chance at
I'm sure
clearing out the
Spoit makes
top
more
four,
than double
they
that,
might
Zumber.
just need to
Spoit probably
minimize where
makes
they're starting their
close to
rounds from and
20,000 a
pushing
month,
as a
if I had to
cohesive
guess.
unit, rather than being so separate across the map,
Just
trying to
from
hold every
playing.
different cutoff angle imaginable.
Yeah, I mean, the solution.
Mool,
to
thank you for
defense
the
spreading
2 months.
yourself out
Appreciate
is
it.
Typically not to spread out yourselves. You want to attack each little section of the map. Together,
Invitational
so
being
those solo defenders have a hard
begins
time killing you.
February 3rd.
Sen's now coming out from Yaga on this bar
From
games
salary
attack
foresight.
on the
What? From his
grid.
content?
Very different
Spoit
lineup
makes
than what we've seen
way
so
more
far
than
from
$20,000 a month from his
Neworg.
content. Are you kidding? Spoit's a millionaire.
Duoing down below, maybe looking for an
That-
early West
That's
name.
way low for his
Two players
content.
here, and they catch Alex
Spoit is literally a
up
millionaire.
Well, a much better start here for OXG. There's Neworg to end up dying off to Mr. B. His assist was not there by Gomez. Maybe getting caught in a drone or just not able to follow it up in time. That's at least a good way to slow down OXG for the time being. That Ash being off the board.
Spoit is making 20,000 a month on Steam. I have no idea how much he makes. I just would guess it's somewhere around
They also
that.
have 2 sets of grenades. So that deployable shield top blue.
Because you're
most
paying
likely
him. He's a
to
great
be
player, obviously.
destroyed. The key
So
to
he's
the
getting
barriers
paid
might
as
be
a,
little more
like, because he's a
problematic
great
in this round.
player.
As a whole, it's not
But he
a
is
good
also,
start whatsoever
you
for
know,
OXG and LAS.
he's basically the
Their
face
phase
of their
forward
org.
just now has been halted, so they're gonna have to most likely
And he's a
prioritize that
huge
top
streamer,
tier
like,
once again, which has given them
I mean, it's
problems in the
obvious, right?
past.
Like, he would,
That Bravo drone got destroyed.
he gets paid a lot of money. Now, does he make 20K? I don't know. That's just my guess. I definitely think he's over 10K though, just in salary.
Really good spot from LAS. I assume Mr.
But
B.
I also don't give a fuck. I'm not pocket watching, and I think he deserves it. That guy puts in a lot of hours. That guy literally wakes. I get up pretty early, and that dude's streaming, and then he goes and double scrims. Like, I don't give a fuck. He deserves it.
Nate going out on blue stairs forces the Frost of Epic up just a little bit, but there's no one peeking him to capitalize. Gomez does give his team the man advantage, but Mr. B claps right back on the hat. Mike W.
Thoughts on
a
Spoit
follow-up
saying
on the Gomez
people
all the
saying
way
Spoit
from
gonna retire
mid-stage.
after us.
Wow.
For guys like Spoit and Bo, the only reason they would play comp is because they want, like, because they have competitive drive too. I think they're completely within their right to stop playing if they want to, because they don't, like, by playing comp, they lose money, because they would make more money streaming or doing YouTube than comp. So, like, the only reason they would play comp is for they have, like, a passion to compete.
No more nades left in this round. They've got some Grim canisters and one RU projector. That is about it. All the
My guess is Spoit's decision will come down to how he feels about their new team after SI. Because I think that he probably was not enjoying that last team because they weren't very good. And I think they probably had, if I had to guess, some arguments. Like, they probably didn't get along that well. So maybe if Spoit likes his new team, maybe he decides to stick around. But
a timeout called here for OXG makes a lot of sense. They still have a chance of salvaging this half to at least get a 2-4 split, which wouldn't be terrible on Chalet. But they really have not found a way to crack the code against LAS's defense.
And it's 8-1 for Mike W. having a standout.
Bolo and a few other R6 streamers barely get 1,000 viewers. I think Bo gets more than that when he streams consistently. But I also think acting like 1,000 viewers is nothing is stupid. 1,000 viewers is a lot on Twitch. If you average 1,000 viewers, you're like one of the 250 biggest streamers on the site.
Until we get to the attacking side, because who is LIS's primary entry? It's Alex. They rely on him to take that space, and a lot of the attacking.
I mean, okay, I'll give you an example, right? I'm not as big a streamer as Bolo or Spoit, obviously, and I don't even stream that much. That sponsorship I did last month, I can't give you the exact amount, but I will get around $2,000 for that. And that's my stream. So imagine like what those guys would get for a sponsor. Or like on my stream, I don't stream that much and I'll get around $2,000 from Twitch.
were able to clear out, I believe it was.
And when I stream a lot, I'll get like
Maybe
double or
Goyo,
triple
Goyo's
that.
first one to die was
So,
Vigil as well in that round.
like
Legion is the primary
like
roam.
during majors, when I was not coaching, during a major or during SI, I would make like 4,000 to 6,000 just from streaming that. So imagine those guys, like they make a lot of money from that.
Could still roam a little bit, but obviously LIS with their composition are focusing more on the anchor, having these toxic babes, having these Vulcan packs, still having the evil eyes that almost won them the round despite them being at a 2 versus 3 disadvantage, and now introducing a zombie as well.
My
which is,
pepper
in
jack
some instances,
cheese.
saved LIS.
What are you on about?
And running back the garage site.
Guard airport, that stuff for tax? No, it's just independent contractor.
Alex waiting for his hatch to be opened as he starts to hear Oxygen begin their clear. I think that was the ram coming in from front door. Position. There's another attacker positioned outside the trophy window as well that Alex is going to have to worry about. OXG, the main issue.
We think Mr. B wins.
Is just this time and utility management.
OXG seem to be shitting themselves. Is OXG still at their like little team house thing or no? Does anybody know?
Really bad early round. It's been consistently good. It's just, again, that transition to the execute has been giving them a lot of trouble, especially when LIS don't just give them free.
Once I get paid for it, I will wreck it. I haven't got paid for it. I'll probably be, usually I get paid 60 days. So, probably in March, if I had to guess, wreck it. But once I get paid, I'll buy them out. Because it's not doing it like the Raven thing. I'm literally just going to buy them and send them myself.
Looking down all the way through this basement floor, spotting anyone over by connector, and a large majority of wine cellar as well. The Twitch drone coming in to pop some of these Vulcan packs that are on these, key choke.
Arrow, I have no idea how much people get, but like
the same storyline for OXG as we saw.
If you average thousands of viewers, you're making a lot of money. Because even if it's not from subs, it's from ads and shit.
They actually have a 5-on-5 and
still so
much utility to slow down OXG while they only have a minute.
I do like the utility burn from OXG, using that Twitch drone to take care of a lot of those problematic Goyos, but Yaga finds Mike W, the linchpin of this defense on the Maestro, thanks to some Burt looking down on connector. That is a massive loss for LIS with how important the Maestro is on this setup. He's used not just for denying the plant directly, but also for popping those out-of-the-way Goyo packs. Mr. B now feels the pressure, uses the first toxic gas canisters. Brios almost eats a shot from Yaga outside that main breach. Oxygen are a little bit more split up than on their previous attempt of this attack. Mr. B,
yeah, I mean, if Herbert's playing terrible FAP, can't do much about that.
Attacker, but the time is still ticking. 17 seconds now. Gomez finally into the bomb site.
Why are you whining?
Down, Diaz holding in connector. Yaga with perfect coverage, but Gomez still dead. Mid-plant to Epic. A man advantage now for OXG as Mr. B goes down. Epic is the last man standing.
Yeah, if you're a big streamer, you make a lot of... Like, I don't consider myself a big streamer, and I'm also a part-timer. And I make, like, decent money from this. If I was a full-time... Like, if I was a full-time streamer, I could definitely live off Twitch. I probably couldn't live in my house, but I could live, like, in an apartment or something.
Other side of the map, not going for a pillar plant, as there was obviously that extension.
I think so, Squidly, but I'm not involved with Sonics anymore, so I don't know what they're doing, because all of the staff left Sonics, so I don't know anymore. Because Darren resigned, I left, Luke left, I don't know who, like, Joe left, who's even left over there.
Really no other option except to try to challenge that player inside the connector before even having a fighting chance to stop that diffuser from going down. So, timeout called, adjustments made. That's at least a second round win for OXG on their attacking half. And now they'll move over onto the defense, where again, something I mentioned earlier during the pre-show, Harrison, their lack of countering the Blackbeard, it's something they faced before against LIS on Chalet. It's something that they brought out against LIS.
What does the real Sonics company do? The people who own it are they own Select Medical.
A little bit more successful, but it looks like Brios at the very last second is going to switch off of him. Maybe for LIS they spotted that they're going to a different bomb site than originally thought of, and now they might try to perhaps go for a different style of attack because of that. No Blackburn in play. Almost saw Amaru, funnily enough, as well, Harrison.
Yeah.
But now we're on much more, structured ops. You've got info at the
Yeah.
and the Doki.
Sonics just win the
Still
World
well,
Cup
help
every
deny some
time.
of these, power positions on
Have
the
we
top
gotten new
four,
joggers from
and
Shop?
still
No, we're
sometimes
going to
because
our boot
it's
camp
still
starts in
shield
one
on
day.
Zami this game.
So I'm gonna be there on Monday.
It's a little bit worrying now for LAS starting on the
It's still there, Kevin.
One opening pick, and that was epic in round 4 when OXG tried to just kind of rush into the top 4 without much control.
Guys, I couldn't tell you what Sonics are doing. I haven't been on Sonics. Sounds weird to say, but I haven't been on Sonics since November 15th.
Does on defense, especially when you've got Brios and Alex combined right now, only 3 and 11 as your primary entry players, but just as I say that, Alex gets the opening frag. Diaz is down. That's a C4 now gone. And a player now has to drop off the top floor to replace him in the bomb site.
That could have been a gap, maybe capitalized on by LAS, but as you mentioned, there is a fall off. So it's not going to be a weak point just yet. Banshee hacked. It's going to be an impact grenade wasted.
If R6 gets traction in China, you see big Chinese orgs like PUBG Chinese. So
90 seconds burned away. Sure, it's a man advantage, but the rest of LIS still
Rainbow
have to figure
Six
out
R6
three
share
defenders
is
on
known
this top
as
four. They
literally
threw a
the
lot of
best
Tubas. They still have two Ash
esports,
charges as well to utilize here
like
as well.
revenue
And
for
North the
in-game
Arc as well
items.
has at least been opened up
So
to
I
secure
think
an
that if it
angle.
gains traction in China, those orgs will definitely want to get involved, because dealing with R6 share or whatever they call PUBG share, the Chinese orgs do care about that. Like the revenue from skins. So I do think if the game gains traction in China, I definitely see, I definitely could see some of the Chinese orgs that are in like PUBG, for instance, trying to get siege teams. Me and SQ are coexisting in my eyes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, the whole staff left Sonic, so I'm not sure what that means. Because Darren's the one who, like, obviously the last couple of years I've been GM, but Darren is the one who initially signed PUBG, and Darren comes from PUBG. So if Darren's not on Sonics, I don't know what that means for PUBG.
All 3 of these defenders looking towards Brios. OXG take the first round on the new half.
Yep, great job by OXG, not being too concerned about fighting back for the trade. They still had Azami Kiba barriers. They still had frost mats to try and deny anybody from hopping in through highway, either from bathroom or in piano. And because the ace was dead in that round, OXG finding that...
I said it earlier, but watching these teams play kind of even reinforces my opinion. But I really do think it's Wildcard's qualifier to lose. And I think if they lose, they're going to get squad wiped. And I think only they would be to blame, because I just think they are better than these teams. There's no reason for them to lose. Like, if they lose, it is literally their own fault. I just think they're a better team than these teams.
With there never being a full clear over by Office because the ace had died and there was no one to trade him.
So I'm interested to see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow, we have our off day tomorrow since we're going to our boot camp on Monday. So I will be streaming the finals for the quals tomorrow. Although the EU one I think is pretty early, so. And I think G2 are going to win.
Hopefully, if you are rooting for the underdogs, that is not a sign of things to come as we move on to Bar with yet again a top floor hold from OXG. They've got the Lamai, they've got the shield from the Frost, plenty of burn. They've still rocking the Fenrir that kept LIS at bay and prevented them from walking into Piano. Brios, though, gonna pick up the Blackbeard, deciding he wants that shield op. Alex now on Buck. Plenty of verticality now established. Mr. B and Epic.
Got an overnight bus train to Boston. Gonna be musty at SI. We're going to Toronto, Gibson. So that should be cool. I've heard good things about the facility. I haven't been there yet, though, obviously. Mr. B Revenge Tour? Maybe. I can't see, like, if I'm basing it off scrims, which is all I have to go off of, I think, I will say we haven't scrimmed LIS, but
LIS. It is swiftly traded.
Wildcard should win.
The map will stop the lurk, I think, from Alex as he tried getting some vertical down with.
But I mean, I did think that Wildcard would win the last qual and CL for L1, so they might be a scrim team. If they don't win, they're a scrim team for sure. I'll put it that way.
Wait for some backup here by his teammates, as if they give up library control.
G2 is at 13 CET. What time is that for me? Let's look.
As if it was mezzanine instead.
13 CET. That's at 7 a.m. Eastern. Are you kidding me? God damn, that's early.
With fire against Neworg on this pixel angle here. Trying to see if he can get any help from his teammates as he delays this lesion, but Neworg's still sitting here. Nade to come out. Takes a little bit of damage from top main, ends up falling back, and Hat gets the kill from blue stairs before he also rejoins his teammates.
I mean, mainly just practice, Gibson. I think just by being together the entire time, it kind of builds chemistry and stuff like that. Is Hot and Cold's team Orgless? Yeah, they are.
With one of these attackers' names written on it. 50 seconds now remaining for LIS as they start to set up for this.
I heard they had the potential for an org, but then it didn't work out, so I'm not really sure what the situation is there now.
Until the Goon Mine pops off, that's immediate info someone's trying to execute, and that's how he shuts it down. They've got these Capitao smoke bolts, no Warden on the board. They could obscure the vision of this player either from bar or stock, and that looks to be the case. That denies at least Diaz's power position. He'll have to rotate.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's just investment levels, Gibson, like what an org's willing to put into it. I think Wildcard would pick them up if they squad wipe. I think Wildcard will keep Kansas no matter what, and in my opinion, they should keep Spiker too.
Oh, what an angle!
Yeah, Hotten's playing with Adam and Dream.
And another multi-kill to score LIS the advantage.
They can't keep getting away with this, John. Another 3K, and wow, what an adjustment on that push. I love the plan from LIS. They get that opening pick on the Yaga, refrag the Wamai on main stairs, set up perfectly with the counter.
Yeah, G2, I mean, I think G2 are going to qual anyway, but going on a, like, vacation right before that, that's insane. I couldn't believe that. Why keep Spiker? Because I think Spiker's good. What's up, Spy? Am I allowed to say... Oh, and thank you for the 32 months as well. Am I allowed to say what orgs were interested in us? No. I mean, I probably am allowed to say it. I have a contract, but I just wouldn't. But some orgs currently in Siege, some orgs not in Siege, and some orgs that were once in Siege.
Mr. B gets on the angle, the Capitao would be forced to peek, and then that's when DS can pop off and finish him off because he was only 1 HP. But what an angle established when they were still working the vert. 5-3 now. LIS. Beautifully played round. Now they have to deal with OXG's own cash hold.
G2 needs to be humbled and not make it. I mean, to me, if you make it and then you just get shit on, what's the point? Like, I think that's still humbling.
Yeah, right. It's like mate in 3, but we might see a fast play here by LIS. Look at this, Mr. B with
yeah, I would personally, Gibson, as the coach, I would not let my team do that. I would seriously question their motivation, the team, by with that, personally.
A 3 versus 3 with LIS refusing to slow down.
The bad part here, though, is that the rush, not completely successful.
But I mean, everybody has their own team cultures and whatnot.
Itself, and you've lost your ace, so all these walls are going to remain closed. The Grimbees come out, but Mike W has no idea Neworg is close with the shotgun. Now it's Brios and Epic in a 2 versus 3, and with this Clash still alive, she's going to be a huge problem. They don't have anything to deal with her. Epic revealing his location on blue stairs. Brios fishing for a pick but can't find any through the vert. I like the initial plan from LIS, but again, having Mr. B on the ace lead the charge.
Would be, I'll be honest,
No plan B.
I hope the worst fucking teams qualified. That just makes it easier for me. Like, I don't, whatever team is going to get to the event and just shit their pants, I hope they're the ones that qualify. But they probably won't. So I think G2 and Wildcard probably qual. But, like, ideally, the team that's going to shit themselves is who quals. I'm not rooting for the better teams to qual. I don't give a fuck. You think I want to play the, like, there are some people who say that shit is like, I want to beat all the best teams and prove I'm the best. Buddy, if you give me all of the worst teams at the event to play, but I can win the event, I'll take that. I don't need to play all the best teams. If I win, I'm the best. I don't give a fuck how I won. If I won, I'm the best. So give me all the shitters. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to prove by beating all the best teams. All you can do is beat who you play. That's all you do. You just beat who you play.
I like the idea.
So send the shitters.
The fact that Ace was the first man, the tip of the spear dying means you can't open any more of those walls. The plan was to go.
Who's the better Rexen? Rexen or Rex Hun?
Still, opening that wine wall, it tends to be crucial to an attack, plus Clash never being dealt with. As soon as Brios was in the building, Epic kind of needed to be there with him because, like you said, once they were like
Celtics mentality. I mean, it's just the truth. You can only beat who you play.
And you have the shield.
And
like
if you're being real, wouldn't you always rather play the easier team? Like, you'd always have you'd rather have the easier pathway than the harder one.
The score, but LIS still ahead as we are now.
You don't get extra points for beating the better team. You just beat who you play.
Unable to do anything on the top floor against OXG's offsite hold. Still rocking the Fenrir that caused so many problems for LIS as well. They don't have the
BDS or LIS. It's close. Mr. B and Liquefac are neck to neck.
They don't have the Malusi.
Am I rooting for cruelty? Well, I also have to be realistic, and realistically, me and 4 people from chat have a better chance than cruelty.
Kind of an interesting change.
I think they're running Thorn and Barbed Wire. You know, obviously, they're worried about Brava drones. So maybe that's why they don't have Banshees. That can be kind of a double-edged sword. You can still hack Thorn gadgets with Brava drones, but it's just not as common. I think the Barbed Wire and Thorn gadgets are just to slow down the shield. Because, again, Blackbeard, really big challenge OXG has had to face beforehand on Chalet. That might just be a more specific counter. But for the offensive side of LIS, I like their comp as well. Again, having a lot of utility that's very info-focused, the Blackbeard shield, the Brava cameras you can use late round, but also for Blackbeard, he's got some grenades that can help assist clearing out those Fenrir mines, dealing with the Azami Kiba barriers. If they had something else like a Flores or an Ash, I would say, yeah, this is a
I've always thought cruel. I mean, I'll be honest, like, you casted it, so obviously you have your, you know, I'm sure you appreciate the teams more, but I have personally thought that MXPL was always, like, I have never thought any of the teams were good. I thought the closest they had to a good team was Redux team, and those guys, like, shook in matches. Because in scrims, those guys were good. 6K, I think, is who they were. But I thought all those teams were ass.
It's a lot less annoying for the defenders to deal with because you just walk into the ring and walk out. LIS setting up by Piano. Hacked a lot of the utility down on the bomb site. Still haven't really made their way in upstairs yet. Newers and Gomez still holding forward in offense. C4 goes out and Brios is trapped in the barbed wire. No refrag from LIS. Epic is looking for it, but now Gomez can just play close on the breach with the shotgun and one-pump anyone that tries to push into his line of sight. About a minute left. Epic looking like he wants to try and work his way in, but Gomez hears him.
We're
and
5-5.
puts him down. A 2-man advantage now for the defense. LIS still unable to clear the top floor. Everybody has evacuated. Are they just going to go for a complete swap? Mike W looking like he's going to go back up to the office balcony. Mr. B now library, so I guess they're going to retry taking top floor, but there's only 30 seconds left. Gomez does die at least. There's a kill for Alex, but you got to wonder how much information are LIS actually working with here. The bomb site is vacant. The verticality is in play for OSG.
Well, I mean,
think the Thorn
it's
of Thorns right
matchup
now is
based.
looking down the hatch.
Like when you play against your own
There's just gonna be
region and
smoke
shit,
grenades
it's usually
attached.
harder.
Get the kill upstairs. Alex does die on the cover.
Because we'll be
Mr. B
playing
trying
teams
to
that I don't
complete
even
it,
think
but
are
can't
good,
get it
that I
done
don't
in
even
time.
think have good players, and then we'll be scrimming like some of the best teams in the world, and the teams from our region who I think are ass are better than like teams going to SI, and it just makes no sense.
Yeah, it's really.
I think it just comes down to like familiarity.
Could help Rios there. I mean, to be fair, it's a little bit different compared to a Montaigne because you don't have a rifle to use, but the same kind of ideology is what makes Blackbird so powerful right now, is that he can be an accurate
LIS timeout. Remember, Geo is coaching LIS. What's Geo dropping in this timeout here? What do you think he's saying?
That map control he's trying to fight for, but again, because no one was there to assist Brios, it's an easy nitro cell for Gomez. Then someone tried to trade him 10-15 seconds after the fact, giving him another 1-for-1 gunfight.
Have I ever gotten 12-0'd in a scrim? Technically, it would have ended at 11-0. But no, I don't think I've ever gotten 11-0'd. I would have rage quit before then, though, to be fair.
I would, again, love to see better trades here established by LIS, and just having somebody off the rip help that office Balk player, because that's usually one of your first points of contact for a map clear like that when attacking dining room.
I didn't even know that was the case, Gibson, but that's interesting.
So Mr. B now talking with his squad. I believe their coach is also Geo. At least he was.
Our scrim's 11 rounds. They're not. They're 12.
So
it's 6-6, but if you're up 11-0, the game ends. You can't go 12-0.
They've taken 4 of the 5 rounds since then. LIS surely hoping for a little bit of the same magic as we draw closer and closer to what could be an overtime. LIS still struggling a little bit with this attacking side. It was the biggest issue for them in Element.
Yeah, like Geo from TSM or Sonics, yeah.
That makes or breaks teams.
Master now in play. Looks like OXG are going to extend over by Mezzanine. That can obviously waste a lot of time if you're doing a library overtake. Might even have Yaga play over by Blue Stairs. No, that barbed wire is just to help out the person who's most likely by offices. He can swing off of that double wall and then probably find a kill when someone walks up that blue staircase. That could be a real pain if you're just super tunnel vision.
All right, big round here. LIS off a timeout, attacking kitchen.
Point of the map as well. So OXG, they don't want to just.
Oh no, sorry. Is it Master? Yeah, sorry. Attacking Master.
This map control for free on the top floor. They're going to actively contest this and hope to find some early opening kills off of it. But maybe LIS.
What is my biggest pet peeve you have for players when you see them play? I have 2. Dying on a reset, so that's like a 5v3, 4v2, something like that. Like randomly dying and dying outside. Both on attack.
Site, but there's no one to find.
Dying during a reset and dying outside. Those are my pet peeves.
In the basement, but I believe he's the only one off site. Epic seeing the Ivy barricade is opened. He'll be wary of that, likely for the rest of the round. But LIS, at the very least, they didn't get any kills for it, but they did get a lot of control and confirmed that no one, again, except for that basement player, is playing underneath for that C4, and they'll likely continue with
about
the rest
defense.
of their solar take now.
Not too much time.
I don't really have one for defense.
Again, auction, not really
I think the reset one still applies towards defense.
Some of this highway pressure, but
Oh no, mine would for defense is it's kind of the same as reset, but it's not playing trades with a main advantage on defense.
Oh, they know.
Spotted out down below.
Because like in theory on defense, it's the attack. The attack has to kill all of you or plant the bomb to win. So if you have like a 4v3 or a 5v3 or whatever the situation is, if you just don't give up solo picks and position yourself where you can be traded, play crossfires, meaning playing correctly in terms of like not overexposing, it's impossible to lose those rounds. So that would probably be my defensive pet peeve, is like overexposing instead of playing crossfires.
So much time spent
Flanking on an even man count, that's situational, I think. But that would be kind of the same as like overexposing instead of playing crossfires. So it kind of goes back to it. But I do think that's situational.
From Solar,
Because sometimes if you don't have like a win condition, you got to make a play. 1v2 for Hat.
Now in a 1 versus 2 in the bathtub, jumps out. They know exactly where he is now that he's shot that Goyo canister. The plant is completed by Mr. B, or sorry, by Mike W. in the bomb site with Mr. B outside the
Mike W for
doorway,
2.
and he just doesn't even spot Mike. LIS after the timeout with a comeback round and
map point for LIS. This is their map pick though, but timeout gonna work in their favor as well. Winning the round after timeout, it's what you want to do usually.
Angles that you struggle with when going for a master execute like that is just having someone in offices playing that long angle with utility of some sort to shut down that plant, to shut down your walk-in from the solar doorway leading into sight. So I'm glad they had that covered as well. And the Claymore too. Sure, Newers found that kill, but it was immediately traded. Again, something LAS have struggled with.
I'm probably not watching Cruelty versus the Loser either way, Sully. I don't really have interest in that. But I will be live for the finals tomorrow. What happened with the helmet display? I just moved around my setup. I have my trophy and shit behind me now. Who was the most annoying to play against during FPL? There ain't no way you think I ever cared enough about FPL to think somebody was annoying in that. I ain't give a fuck about that. What? I never played one day seriously of FPL.
I was gonna say I'm 90% sure Mike W got a 3K
from Mike Wazowski because he got those last 2 defenders in the bomb site.
What if you always give up the first pick? Was that a? I don't remember that match, Kevin. I wasn't coach.
Wow, that's every single round so far.
That's a crazy stat line.
There's the loser of this plays Cruelty after this, but I'm not gonna watch that match. I don't want to watch Cruelty personally. Yeah, Surf was the one in that one match where he was pulse on Oregon basement and didn't reinforce, and I was like screaming at him that there was literally a team, there was literally a player in the lobby who was on a team that just dropped somebody, and he's trolling.
Oh, almost a spawn peek. Epic if he lost that EMP. That could have been the cutoff angle denied by LIS, but luckily he's alive. Back wall opened up as well. So
it's Shopify Legends.
Hold this angle.
Sonics are Shopify Rebellion.
The chance there, but it was just to pop the Vulcan pack. So
well, not Sonic. So we all signed with Shopify Rebellion.
Waiting for oxygen to maybe overstay their welcome on this roam. They begin to fall off down below, and they still have a lot of utility ops for this bomb site. They have Clash once again, which worked like a charm to stop that rush. They've got the Vulcan packs, Toxic Babes as well. Doesn't look like they're going to go for a smoke plant, so the Warden isn't going to be super useful in this round, but I think he's the one holding that boiler shield, so if they try to flash him out, he could easily deny that, unless someone throws an EMP at his face, which they've got 3 left. With 2
I'll be honest, I don't remember the FPL shit because I literally just trolled the entire time, but I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it enough to remember some of the moments. That's cool. I really don't remember it though. Like that's how little I like actually cared about it. I literally would just turn the stream on and be like, all right, how can I be funny? And I would just troll. But I'm glad you guys still remember some moments from it. That's cool. LIS take map 1.
The only round where LIS don't need a 3K to win is the map ender. 7-5 against OXG. LIS proved that perhaps they can still hang with T1.
Putting up predictions for map 2, which is OXG's map pick. This is just reinforcing my belief that Wildcard are going to run away with this qual.
Forward in that upper bracket, we might see history repeat itself with another Mr. B Challenger League team being able to defeat OXG, one of the best teams we've ever seen internationally up until this year. I'm a lot more hopeful for Mr. B's team of LIS.
What did he just say? They're going to beat one of the best teams we've ever seen internationally. What the hell is he talking about? These motherfuckers suck. They don't even make it internationally. What the hell? One of the best teams we've ever seen internationally. Motherfuckers ain't been to an event in 3 years.
Warden can counter the flash burn, then they fall off once they see the grenades. But Brios just cutting right to the point, throwing a nade at this guy's face, then charging at him with his gun up. I mean, there was no fighting chance for Hat, and nobody was there to assist him on West.
Predictions are out for map 2.
Was actually something that helped OXG last time they defended that bomb site.
Is Mr. B gonna take down Wildcard?
And LIS.
I'm not seeing it, I'll be honest.
Sure, I mean, obviously, it's their map pick. They kind of expect to win it, but I'm sure it's also a huge sigh of relief. The last 4 games they've played have all been best of 3s, and they've gotten 2-0 in all of them. In the closed qualifier up against Wildcard and OXG, they fell 2-0. When they got knocked out of Element 4, they lost 2-0 to Bay Harbor Butchers and Core. This is the first map that they've won in a week. So just getting this out of the way, being able to win Chalet against a pro.
To the caster's point, and I don't know how true this is, but I heard that Mr. B's team was not really trying in Element 4 because they didn't want to show stuff for this. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I guess we'll see.
LAS have looked a lot stronger as a team, Harrison, when going to that map, and OXG are the ones picking it, so they're probably a lot more confident going.
Chat, what's next map? Is it Cafe? I think it's Cafe.
Experience IGLing on this map, and the same kind of play style that they implemented on Chalet can also be replicated on a map like Cafe. Again, a lot of window repel pressure, a lot of extensions that you see with Azami Kiba barriers or deployable shields. You know, Piano, funny enough, Piano on Chalet, Piano on Cafe, almost the exact same thing. A lot of cutoffs you can establish too in the early rounds.
They're talking about Gunfloss and E4, so I doubt the. I have no idea. I can't remember who said that. Somebody on my team said that, I think. But I don't know. We have actually never scrimmed Mr. B's team, so I don't know how good they are. I can't speak on that. And to be honest, based off of scrims, I can't really tell how good people are anyway, because, like, some teams are crazy in scrims, and I know they suck. Some teams aren't that good in scrims, but I know they're good. So, like, you have to take scrims with a grain of salt a little bit, because sometimes the team will be playing for Dame's life, and sometimes they'll just be playing for fun, you know, like sometimes Dame's life will whoever just typed in YouTube, if you could type in English only, I can answer you, but I can't read whatever language that is. Sorry.
Well, the improbable has,
and again, if the 2 support players are the ones getting the most kills, something's not right. Brios really struggled that game, even though he... Are there any Japanese people?
Oh, this is NA QUALS, so there's no Japanese people in this. CAD qualified through APAC, though.
More from those 3 guys in the rest of the series.
Gomez as well having a stellar performance, 6-0 on entry, picking up the slack for people like Hat who are 0-3. It might be a lot of OXG's mistakes that led to this map loss rather than LIS just finally cracking the code against them. We saw a lot of, 3vx advantages, 4v2s for OXG, where they just weren't able to play as a team. Against LIS, they gave Mike W several different 1-for-1s, like on that bar defense. Mr. B opened this series with a 3K of his own. Almost every round was won by someone finding a 3K clutch, winning several different 1-for-1 gunfights, rather than it feeling like everybody was working off of one another to beat this Goliath team of OXG.
Well, John, I love that you raised that very first round, because I wrote that down immediately. I said, this is how LIS will win. And it is exactly what they did. It was hero plays. It was those 3Ks, those crazy moments where you don't think they have a chance to win a round. Somebody just steps up and seizes the moment and makes it work. From the very first round of the map, LIS proved that they could make it happen.
Mr. B to invite. Chills, Ambi.
We go to Cafe to find out.
Thank you very much, Jonah. Now,
I'm trying to see Spiker at invite. Spiker to invite.
And Epic, and especially
Spiker finished last place in our fantasy league. He deserves to go to invite.
Entry threat. 5 out of 6 of those round-winning 3Ks.
And Spiker and I made a crazy trade.
Yeah, usually you've got your hard support of Mr. B, and then Mike W, he is a really phenomenal gunner, but he's not typically on those primary entry roles. He's typically more on those flex positions, playing a lot of Grim, playing more supportive.
Spiker's team was pretty bad, to be fair.
Right? So it's very concerning that the 2 people that Mr. B picked up specifically because they had good mechanics are not
Yeah, if
showing
you
up.
get
It is a
last, you have
huge
to
red
go to
flag, and I
SI.
have to agree.
That's the rules.
Now that we're going on OXG's map pick, some of those weaknesses of not having your entries really, outperform OXG, they might be more of a handicap on this map compared to Chalet.
Especially with Cafe being a lot more structured, you rely on role players, right? So your hard supports are going to be in even less positions to get these frags than you are on a small and more fluid map like Chalet, where your support players can be the ones hitting the back. So we'll see how LIS start things off, reading Fireplace or reading and dining.
All right, some cafe action here.
Bomb site, Scopos being played in the very first round, and Blackbeard still being unbanned as well, John.
To be fair, again,
JJ, thank you for the 23 months. If I didn't thank you, I can't remember.
To be honest, I remember when Oregon was still in the competitive pool. She was like the op to ban if you were the better
Your
team on
buddies,
Oregon, because
my buddy says
you
Spiff will
could
end with
completely
higher
lose a
placing in
defensive
SI
round
than you.
because
What do you
just
say
those
to
four
that?
flashes
I
and their
don't
teammates
care.
holding an
Your
anchor,
buddy can
and
go
now they have
fuck
to plant
himself.
down with power position. So having Ying off the board again, I think is kind of, the greater evil out of the two compared to Blackbeard.
Stage
where,
one isn't
again,
for a
Brios
while.
wasn't firing on all cylinders on Chalet. And most times when he was playing on Blackbeard, he was by himself. Like, I feel like they tried using the shield as a band-aid problem to help the fact he was playing by himself and didn't have anyone to trade him, where it was actually kind of the weakest part of his placement as Blackbeard.
He did get
The hell?
2 opening picks on the Blackbeard.
What kind of dumb shit?
So he was doing a lot better on Blackbeard than he was on
Why was he hitting him with like the
Gomez
triple
almost
tap spawn
dies
peek?
to a Mike W spawn peek on Smoke, of all things. That was a
garage.
That was a daring play from Mike W. Obviously not taking any damage, so no harm, no foul. Our attention now turns to Alex roaming downstairs on the Scopos. The power of Scopos is the fact that you have it almost like
How do they decide groups for SI? I have no idea. I don't know if it's like seeded or they draw it or what.
The way you want to play Scopos is like, if you can guarantee that you're going to get a kill, go for it. If you think like there's even a 10% chance you're going to lose the gunfight, just swap to your other drone and get out. And then the attack has spent so much time clearing.
Ambi thinks that our group is going to be FaZe, BDS, Virtus Pro,
well, that's not how you want
W7M, and Secret, though.
Not traded, and probably some of your most valuable operators now off the board again. That get out of jail free card not capitalized on because Alex went for a run out, hearing that repel sound cue. I think someone was baiting for him though, so that allowed a pretty easy pickup there. And Epic, of course, dying alone, not having anybody to trade him. So Oxygen, a much better start to their attacks. They still have that Montaigne as well to maybe help.
I have no idea what it was. I don't really know how they seed it.
Viewers has been down by I think it was Mike W, but he's now been pushed back to bottom white where Yaga's there to keep him at a safe distance. Cut off angle established, but Gomez only finding one of Mr. B before traded back by Mike W. And this smoke able to force out Yaga with the help of Brios by pallets. It's now 2 versus 3. The spearhead is gone, and there is still some top floor control. In worst case scenario, Brios can fall off. He'll end up.
There's 6 in A team, so at least 2 groups will have 2 in A teams.
But in 3 versus 1, I don't think that matters, Harrison.
Yeah, I don't know about that reaggress from Mike W. I think you got to be happy with the 2 picks and happy that Brios is able to get back down to site with you. Now he's.
If I know Ubisoft, that probably means Dark Zero will be in our group.
I thought LIS were in a pretty good position.
But we'll
to bring
see.
That round back after, especially after killing the Monty. But I think getting a little bit too overactive there, with Mike W really wanting to.
Hold on, I'm gonna try to fix my mic.
Challenging that White Hall angle is really tough if you're the player coming up the stairs. So OXG with a good first round thanks to some over-aggression from LIS, especially from Alex running out there on the Scopos and not being able to find anything. As we saw in chat, though, Diaz's mic not working, so we're going to have to take a quick pause. But I'm sure LIS are thankful for that, being able to recollect themselves a little bit.
OXG as well. I love the fact of how they used the Montaigne to clear out that roam much faster. And I also love that for Neworg specifically, he made sure that the only chance of LIS re-securing that top floor control other than a red flank was being watched. He was just
like
sitting
came
there
loose or
waiting by
something.
Pixel to make sure no one would walk up white stairs. That's now a 3v1 and practically zero chance of Brios winning that gunfight. He was last seen dropping off the hatch going in a laundry room, so he's somewhere around the reading hallway or stuck inside of reading rooms specifically. So you can just flush him out with utility like we saw with those flashbangs and then just hunt him down once you work your way into that second floor. So fantastic coordination by OXG. And again, a point I think I made back in map number 1, not throwing away the man advantage, right? You get these 2 picks almost for free, and OXG, they don't just try to hit the site fast. They don't try to do anything crazy where they force a post-plant position. No, they use the Montaigne, which is their key operator in that round, to push back the roamers and give them a better chance at securing some of those gunfights. It even allowed for a res, too, to keep that man advantage a little bit stronger, too.
Yeah, with the player getting downed in Cigar. I think the play probably there for LIS. I mean, obviously, I understand Brios wanting to get back, but if you're gonna go for the top floor retake, Brios was in a much better position to do so, rather than Mike W having to push up the white stairs with the SMG-11. But it is a great sign for OXG that they were able to keep things.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, unless they've changed something, all the matches at SI are best of 3.
Oh my goodness. To save the round again, but
that's what they were last year, at least.
And the site is back to reading. LIS are going to hit the retry with a very different lineup.
I don't necessarily blame them because it might have taken OXG more time to have an advantage like that of a 5-on-3. You know, you had Epic dying in a 1-for-1 somewhere random, and then you had Alex run out, like with OXG clearly prepared for that engagement by Bakery Double. So this time maybe playing a little more reserved. They got Castle, Legion, Azami, Rooney. They've got all these utility-focused operators that they can put on the top floor to make OXG's clear of that cocktail and freezer side of the map a lot more.
Yeah, I like Swiss format, but I definitely prefer best of 3.
Wire by Humidor. He might just play there as a zombie and use those Kiva barriers to make it a big nightmare for OXG to clear out that side of the map, which buys a lot of time for his teammates over by Cocktail, who still have a lot of potential.
Like, technically at the last major, we lost both our best of 3s and then went 3-0 in the, or sorry, we lost both our best of 1s and then went 3-0 in the best of 3s, and then we lost the phase. But we weren't trying at that point. We had already made SI. It didn't matter anymore.
From Gomez as he kills him from garage, and LIS once again lose an early body, and the one that you really don't want to either. Legion got maybe 1, 2 goo mines out. Mike W with the refrag onto Hat with the garage run out.
Ooh, from the fire back with another question mark.
So for those of you that can't read chat, because I know my camera blocks it, Gomez typed the question mark.
It took a while.
Mr. B said 1-0 question mark, and then he typed paid question mark. And then Alex, or no, Mike W got the kill, and Alex typed question mark.
LIS still seeming pretty comfortable on this top floor. OXG spotting out their extension. They'll get some control of piano, opening up that ticket wall, and Deimos actually leading the charge, which again, I mentioned this back on Chalet, using those Deathmark trackers to see, you know, where this extension is, where these players are defending the top floor, and if they've fallen off the roam to go back down below. That is crucial info to allow OXG that headway.
I would never go to an event that I wasn't playing at as well.
But Mike W up above, I doubt they'll fall off.
Not even as general manager of Sonics, I never went to an event to watch us play. I have zero interest in going to an event I'm not actually participating in ever.
Delay to this attack and allow Alex to bleed a little bit more time before finally falling back to Laundry, where there is no rotate.
Do they brag about being paid, Focal? I've never. Who's bragging about being paid? I've never heard that. But I mean, I guess I wouldn't. What are they going to brag to me about?
Has made his way into the bomb site, though, now teaming with Mike W as OXG establishes the vert thanks to Gomez.
Oh, they double reinforce Laundry, so once they give up top floor control, Oxygen can't use Laundry to their advantage. Oh, no, it's not double reinforced. They have a safe spot used. Oh, what? There's no reinforcement?
Yeah, it's
what the heck? You know, I can read, but apparently I can't see. I got to get my eyes checked, apparently. That is totally on me, but OXG Looking to hit this go button. They're getting more vert with the skeleton keys, trying to
Typing
clear
about
out reading room.
no, they didn't
still
type.
have these toxic beams, they
Mr.
still
B
have these
typed
Syria
paid
gates.
question
Maybe they
mark.
could have someone reading with
Like
far
he was
more
making
pressure.
fun of them
Yaga,
for
nice shot,
losing
but
while
there's
they're being
Mr. B
while
just
they're
hiding in
paid.
the bomb site. Epic from Pillar kills Diaz.
Mr. B
Now
typed
leaves
that.
just Epic in a 1 versus 2. Not too much time left for Yaga to get into the bomb site, but he's managed to move deep in a reading room. Is Neworg's here to cover? Damage dealt, keep it deployed, blocking the
hell?
laundry doorway, but Neworg's just
What's
rolls
Epic shooting
through
at?
you. And the Azami wasn't prepared for this position. Somehow, OXG bounced back.
What the
once again,
hell?
despite having a bit of a slower clear on that.
Okay,
top
hold
floor,
on.
but
We're
now
gonna
that's
do
2 in a row
something here
for the
just for you
offense.
guys.
Yeah, unfortunate at the very end. They're not expecting.
All right,
the
let's
attack to
do.
just
Hold on.
Full go in through laundry. A couple players caught off guard by.
I need one of
Neworg
them to
building the
type so I
Demos.
can see where the
Smoke
chat
boosters,
box is.
Unfortunately, dissipating.
Somebody
just
type in
before
chat.
Oxygen hit the go button. I thought it was going to
Somebody
get really
type.
dicey there with only 10 seconds left, but Epic, in getting the kill in Pillar, found himself locked.
no,
out
hold on.
of the bomb site. So Oxygen now up 2-0 on their cafe attacks. Much better start than we saw on Chalet.
Oh.
We'll go on to Kitchen now for LIS. Mr. B now rocking the Clash. We're not going to see a top 4 defense from them just yet.
Again, Bar and Cocktail is kind of a challenging bomb site to defend most times because of that window repel pressure that most teams go for. They even try to add vert
Somebody type.
sometimes to really help push out anybody playing by C1. One of the only few power spots by Cocktail that can't be cleared from the window.
I think it's fine there. I think it'll be okay there.
From Heaven Repel. So it looks like that is going to be kind of like the quaternary bomb site for OXG. Like maybe they do really poorly on Double Kitchen or
I don't like it in the top right
really poorly
or top
on
left.
Double Kitchen part, and
It
maybe
looks
they'll try
better
to
on the
work
right-hand
Cocktail,
side.
but having a Clash and all this utility, I imagine that Double Kitchen will be fair.
Although I don't like it there because now it's off center and it's pissing me off. It has to be perfectly centered. We're going back down.
One of the main operators that has died early on most of these rounds, especially on Chalet, and sometimes the Clash hasn't even been utilized that well by LIS, especially back on Chalet when there was just no one to play off of last time. Remember that basement floor bomb site where it was just Mr. B and Mike W alive across the site?
Now Mr. B and Mike W.
No, because then if it's on the left, I'm looking away from the screen.
Clash on the Aruni with the DMR holding the long angles. No roam though means OXG are going to have full freedom of movement on the top 2 floors, and they've got quite a bit of verticality to work with, both Buck and Ram on the board. So we should expect to see LIS. Well, I was going to say evacuate the bomb site, but there's no one even playing in it, so LIS, this verticality is essentially going to prevent any rotations back into the bomb site rather than find a kill off of it. At least that should be what it's for. If anyone from LIS just walks back into the bomb site and gets killed from above, I would be questioning that decision a little bit. But you can hear the Bucks starting to go to work. Mr. B still looking around, and Clash's worst enemy, yeah, there's a couple operators that can help deny her, like the Zoe and the Kali and such, but verticality also very dangerous for her as well.
I mean, sure, a lot of angles gathered by OXG, but they just can't all sit up above this entire minute left in the round. They've got to start to work their way down below, and there's still that extension over by VIP that could at least bide a little more time here for LIS. Nade tossed out from Coat. Doesn't seem like anyone's playing directly in that position.
Because I'm
so
old, Gibson. That's too much work. That's why.
This might just be a retake assisted by the Clash for LIS because they've totally given up site control. But as of right now, OXG have still yet to drop and hit this go button. Eventually, with the help of these RU projectors, they plant deep behind the sink. Hat's good for the first opener. Mike looking to assist, but there's the verticality that we've been so worried about for LIS. Now they're forced in a 5 versus 2 retake. Yaga connects
4v1. Are we gonna get some typing?
Is only able to shut down Yaga. And now it's that
I'm older than you, Gibson, for sure.
Off the bomb site, having to take the walk of shame.
Gibson, were you born in the 90s or the 80s?
Transitioning into whiskey where every defender is playing for the vertical. There is almost zero chance Mr. B can come back from this round. It's looking to be
I'm older than you. I was born in the
Oxygen.
80s.
As we've seen,
That's how crazy I am.
LAS, that's brutally failed, and now the exact
When
same
I was
thing will happen,
born,
but on a
people
totally
didn't even
different
have
objective.
cars yet.
Nobody inside the bomb site to stop that plant. The Azami was the closest to, but those RU projectors so good at isolating sight lines. The Sens pretty much making that VIP extension completely useless. And now
Timeout from
LIS is
Gio
starting to
here.
take an early tack timeout, trying to figure out what the hell is going on this defensive side. Neworg has not even died yet. He's got 2 kills every round so far. LIS
Chat, I was
still
born
suffering
before
from
computers.
getting picked
I
off
was
early.
born before the internet, and I was
Anyone
born
in the right
before
position to
Bitcoin, and I'm
stop
not a
the
billionaire. What the fuck
execute
was I
from
doing?
OXG, and so far
I
this
could have
attack
been
is
in
firing on all
Apple.
cylinders.
I could have been in
Feels like
Microsoft.
LAS are giving Oxygen a lot of
I could have been in
respect
Bitcoin.
in terms of map
But
control,
instead, I'm in Tom
especially after
Clancy's
round one,
ass.
where, sure, LAS were trying to go for aggressive plays. We saw that Mike W spawn peak that didn't get a kill. We saw the Alex run out that was stopped. After that, we've seen a lot more of a, again, trying to work off of your gadgets and extensions style of play by LAS rather than trying to take these early gunfights before OXG could set up. That was a big thing that netted OXG a lot of round wins on attack against Wildcard, the #1 seed in our NALCQ. The fact that they were able to deal with 0 roam presence, so on a map like Clubhouse, they set up all that verticality. They get this lurk going down from blue. They have someone be able to walk down main, hold that.
Justin, thank you for the 21 months. I
Everybody's
appreciate
able to
it.
have impact on that round, and that's especially effective because of the fact that they didn't have to really spend a lot of time clearing out these roamers, hunting for gunfights early on. I would love to see LIS maybe try to work for some of those open.
Realistically, I think Bitcoin is the thing that's ridiculous that I didn't get involved in, because that's like a internet thing. I feel like, and obviously, like, I was on the internet, I played games. So I think realistically, that was like, I'm surprised I somehow didn't hear about it. Like, I never even heard about it.
To the middle floor, though this time it's mining and dining rather than reading. LIS, of course, still holding upstairs. Though
Guys, for Weddable's birthday, you should gift me 100 subs. He would really like that if you gifted me 100 subs.
But OXG starting upstairs, starting on the
If you were
balcony,
offered $1 million, but you had to pick up Weddables for Ambi, would you do it?
Because like I said, you don't actually have to worry about these guys in Cocktail. As long as you have piano and cigar control, and you just have a couple people sit up there to stop the defenders from rotating in, you can typically go for an execute.
Could maybe see Yaga hop into the map through that mining window to plant default.
Yeah, but I don't look my age. I at least look like I'm 45. So that's the good thing.
That is one of the only weak points you can sometimes see for a mining defense, is that if OXG put a lot of effort into clearing out piano, they could just hold horizontal angles and try to directly challenge that presence by Cocktail, similar to what you see sometimes with a library, light push, going for a direct take over by Barn Games on a map like Chalet. Neworg opens up with a frag on a Brios. Gomez follows suit as well. He's been extremely consistent in this best of 3 so far, even after their map loss. Neworg backing up the Montaigne, the active threat of this top floor, and it took a minute 40 to clear out the entire top floor.
Sully, thank you for the 33 months. I appreciate it. Pushing 40 is crazy. How do you still look so young and submissive?
Gomez deals with him swiftly, and Mike W is the last man standing. 3 kills for Neworg, a flawless round for OXG, and the timeout not netting a win. Still no way for LAS to slow.
Is Alex PRS shitting his pants? Isn't that the guy who used to cheat? He probably just sucks.
Space for everyone to work in. They've got active info. You basically think of Montaigne as this just indestructible drone, right? Pushes in, cuts past all of this utility that LAS has.
Go next. That was post timeout. Post timeout, getting shit on like that. Go next.
That nets them 2 opening kills and stops somebody from falling off of the roam after all of his teammates died brutally to OXG's attack.
Chad, if I get another suit for SI, what
Took a
color
little
suit
while
should
to
it be?
set
Do I
up,
get like a
but it
sort
totally
of,
paid off.
do I
LIS
need
were
like a
thrown
green
completely off
tinted
guard,
suit for
and they
Shopify
had
or
no
no?
chance of, fighting back in the mid round like we saw on Chalet, where
Bright
they're able to win
pink.
those 2vx positions, where they're able to spot somebody isolated. Because of that, Montaigne basically just ringing the dinner bell for the rest of OXG, telling them, hey,
I don't
this
think
person's
pink's my
isolated,
color.
let's kill him. There's really no chance for LIS to get
Burgundy.
the surprise against OXG in this first half.
Obama
Big story
tan
for OXG
suit.
as well is not only do they have a much better team dynamic on this map than they had on Chalet, Neworg is deathless. He had a little bit of a disappointing performance. 10
Like
and 9,
highlighter
not
pink.
the worst in the world, but also dying very often. Now he's staying up till the end of the rounds, and we're seeing just how good he is and how important he is to OXG's success as one of their best fraggers. Mr. B finishing his setup pretty late. I thought for sure he was going to get his head taken off while he was doing that, but still alive for now as we go for our third attempt of reading and fireplace, John. 0 for 2 so far. LIS are hoping that third time's a charm.
Ambi is really excited
Yeah,
about
really
getting
not-
some Lululemon
I'm really not,
sweatpants, is what he
surprised
told
how
me.
effective the Montaigne has been, despite there being,
He
operators
told me
like
that he's going to be
Smoke
able
Nation.
to,
We've seen
he
Smoke
can get a
focus on
girlfriend
site
with his
pressure rather than
Lululemon
going with the extension
sweatpants. He's going to
above.
give them
And,
to him.
one or two goo mines, if they're across the map, they're not always going to connect on that Montaigne shield. Maybe having someone play down below with a nitro cell when the Montaigne pushes in through piano, which the entire floor is soft. That could be something really impactful to stop the Montaigne from being such a threat. That's your opening entry to slow down Oxygen, and they lose their spearhead.
That's a
Something
W
like that can
purchase.
make
That's
a
not a
difference if
purchase,
only, they have
Packer. Our
3 on
org,
this board. That could have been
like
really good.
Shopify Rebellion
Bandit,
Team
though, the
sweatpants
most banned
are
ops
are
in the match,
Lululemon.
as a team, I
Like
should say,
our
but
org
there it
clothing
is.
is
The opening kill
Lululemon.
actually going the way of LIS. Gomez is now dead. That was one of the best.
Ambi
plays
doesn't
we
even
saw
have to
back
buy
in
it.
Number 1, and Mr. B, a beautiful second shot landed. Montaigne surprisingly slow in this round, and it looks like LIS are able to capitalize
Good
off
aim.
of that.
Oh, what a great shot from Hat to take out Mr.
Good aim.
B. Epic was still in the corner of Pixel, and Hat catches him trying
Hat
to
career
run
round,
away.
possibly.
Poor positioning from LIS nets them 2 losses, and now an even man count in what was a 5 versus 3. A whole minute
Architect,
left for
thank you for the
Oxygen to
19
resume clearing
months.
this top floor as well. We've got one player behind B1. Alex
Any
almost
chance I
takes
get
out
Rebellion?
Monty, but is swiftly dealt with by Diaz. Now there's only one player left.
I'll
on
have
the
to
top
see.
floor.
The
Up
Rebellion
against
jerseys are a
Brios.
lot more
Yaga goes
expensive,
down
so
by the goo
it
mine.
kind of
Not
doesn't
finished
work
off
out.
just yet because
But I'll
Brios is
I'll
very worried about
see
the
if
supporting
they're what
cast.
the
He
options
tries to
could
drop,
be.
But Diaz catches him. 3 kills for the Nomad, and the Monty now rezzed. Mike W alone versus 3 with the attackers now starting to work their way downstairs.
Hat works at Panera, and I was a Panera manager, so I basically own Hat. I thought Hat worked at like Home Depot.
Force this Monty play the trades against Mike W, who's doing his best to stay undetected. Monty working his way through, does get caught, but now they know where
Not
he is.
again.
Takes out
Mike
Diaz as
W
well.
again?
Shotgun is the last
Is
one
Mike
to get
W a
down, and he lights
beast?
them with it. Mike W pulls the hat. I don't understand.
Mike
I don't
W
understand.
keeps
He
clutching
shoots
on
Monty
them.
in the back, and they just forget where this guy is. Hello?
Oh yeah,
On the
Lowe's,
3K
not Home Depot,
For the
Lowe's.
series, Mike W, rabbit out of the hat against Hat and his team, clutched the round, but I mean, every other part of that round was done perfectly by OXG. Sure, they lost their 2 opening gunfights to Mr. B, but again, they reset, play off of their win condition on the Montaigne, and again, LIS just not really respecting it. Sure, they try.
Grip says he works at Panera as well. So you're telling me Hat works at Lowe's and Panera and plays Pro Siege? Is Hat's a grinder is all I'm hearing. This guy's got 2 jobs and he's playing Pro Siege?
Where that was,
I guess.
and by the time that happened, you've got just the Habana left alive in a 1v1, so that's a totally fair fight for Mike W. So
Mike
kudos
W
to
is
him
who
for
Troy
hiding it just the right
comedian
place to
thinks he
capitalize
is.
on
There it
that.
is.
But if OXG just picked Reading Room Fireplace to go plant, that would have been a totally different round.
The problem too is just like there was only one spot the Monty could have been shot from because you already cleared out Laundry. you know he's not there. The Monty...
I think the one thing I could never do is work in like the food industry. I would fucking lose it on people. I don't think I could ever do that. Like, I think I could probably work retail, but like, there's no way I could work in like the food industry.
How many times is that one pump someone? Like, he got
Oh, shit on. Hat's going crazy.
Now gets sniped by Hat in return. The
Oh, shit back on. Oh, shit, he shitted on.
Neworg is there for another response. A man advantage now for OXG as they push even deeper into Bakery. Now 1 versus 4. Epic spotted.
Oh, my God.
It's an info game for OXG. They lost all 5 of their prep phase drones. That's because they used them to spot, you know, where LIS were setting up in that round to allow such a direct take. I think they realized there weren't many people defending over in Bakery and that they could be exposed easily by another shield play. I mean, LAS just did nothing to stop the monster.
Yeah, everybody in
they didn't have smoke. Play
it's
more
medium
aggressive,
rare there,
fucking
Gibson.
waves at 'em. They did that like 1 time out of the entire game. And the 1 round they did that, Harrison, it isolated Montaigne so the smoke and Brios could kill him. The only time they did that, it worked. The fact that they never stopped those shields from gaining so much value for OXG, that costed them 5, almost 6 rounds.
I worked at Best Buy when I was a kid for a little bit, and that wasn't like terrible. But the food industry, I just couldn't imagine doing.
Over and over again that first half.
And now LIS are looking to do the same thing. Already flashing the Monty and Blackbeard round
Double
1.
shield.
Yeah, for a mining
Red Robin. Hey, Red Robin's got some good food though.
The same things.
Until people fuck it up, like they fuck up the order and then people lose their mind on you.
And Element 4, Epic 1 and 6.
Red Robin.
6, Brios 3 and 6. These guys who need to be the spearheads for LIS, not finding a whole lot of success just yet. Mr. B needs these guys desperately to wake up if they want to take, you know, map 3 as it's looking like right now on Cafe. Of course, we still have at least 2 more rounds to get through before we head to border. Epic doing some early clearing of the castle barricades on the cocktail rappel. It looks like that is where LIS's clear is going to start. Likely also going to have the pinch coming in from the other side on piano, thanks to Brios and Mr. B. OXG already looking to fall back a little bit towards cocktail. They've also got the pulse though, so Diaz, as long as
I worked in the computer section at Best Buy, and I was the number 2 salesman in the whole department, and it was my first job, and I was like just got into college. And they tried to get me to stay, and I was like, I don't want to do this shit. And then I started playing online poker and paid for my college. How can you get a super jersey? I guess technically you could buy one on ShopifyRebellion.gg.
Working in tandem, the roam has been forced back, but oh, look at this.
Were you part of the Geek Squad? I was not. Gambling is key. Poker's not gambling. Poker's a skill.
They have killed Yaga. I was gonna say the clear.
I played online poker when it was still legal in Texas when I was in school and paid my entire tuition with it. On Poker Stars and Full Tilt Poker.
The FBI operators, Pulse and Castle on the first floor. Hat getting caught rotating around mining in the hallway by Epic. Now 2 kills for the Hibana as he begins to wake up. Gomez on just 1 HP, hovering around Brown's stairs. Diaz coming to his aid as they heard one of those proximity alarms.
Yeah, he's thinking long-term, Gibson. Did I learn through practice? Yeah, I just played a lot.
Looking to pressure out Neworg. Mr. B taking a lot of damage. Diaz killing Alex as well. Mr. B looking for the opportunity to kill him, but as Brios comes in for the assist, he's domed by Neworg.
Why did Neworg start shooting the dead body?
Finishes off Gomez as well. A 1-man advantage for LIS as Diaz now finds himself in the 1v2 against Monty. Mike W cutting off his
super smart in math. I'm actually terrible at math. I'm very good at
the shots though as Mr. B's turtle
I have.
planting, and the situation goes from bad to worse for Diaz.
I
Lucas.
basically have.
Mike W upstairs, Mr. B staring at him.
Sorry, I'm just
He's
watching
forced
their
to
own.
try and bait for
I basically have
something, but
photographic
Mr. B
memory,
knows it.
and I'm very
Diaz
good at
wasting more
remembering
time
like
chasing
patterns.
after this Monty. Mike W
But I'm
knows
actually
doesn't
terrible at
have the
math.
assist. He can let
I can
Mr.
just
B
remember
die.
everything
Basically
anyone
just
does.
confirm the round. Information coming out on him as well. This is a
So I
lost
can
round. LIS
quickly
keeping
in my
OSG
head know
off
if it's
of
a
map point,
possible
at
or
least for
not,
now,
basically.
as Diaz still twisting in the wind, flailing desperately, just trying to pad his stats at this point. Mike W puts him out
Why
of
did I
his
stop
misery.
playing
A
poker?
3K for the Grim once again,
Because
John.
they made it
Another round for
illegal and
LIS.
I wasn't trying to have poker be my career.
His teammate as well of Epic, who started off the round with those 2 opening kills. Love to see that. Our favorite line of Siege is the Buddy Ace. Not a full house.
Absolutely.
Nope. Can't have that in Siege. But I gotta say for LIS,
They
that
thought
must
he
have
was
been a really
counting
nice
cards.
feeling
That's
round, you know,
insane.
returning the favor, bringing out those 2 shield ops, forcing back OXG on that roam above, and it also netted them 2 opening gunfights. And having Mr. B be able to create so much space inside a fireplace as well to have his teammates work off of that. Mike W with the assurance policy.
Why did they
watching for the flank
illegalize
watch down
it?
below and having such a
I don't
key
remember.
role in red stairs
I just know
to
they
help
did in
assist,
Texas.
for that plant over by mining room. Another small thing to touch up on as well. We saw the Solus and Pulse, and although they were not used to directly stop a plant from down below, you did still see LIS plant on one of the only safe spots, like in mining room by that concrete flooring or the marble flooring. So even if that was going to be a problem in the round, let's say, at least LIS had that covered. That way it wouldn't, stop.
When can we expect you in the World Series of Poker? Never. I literally lived in Las Vegas and never once went to a casino to play poker, so
How LIS's shield
I will not
ended
be
up
playing
working
poker.
out. There was a little bit of a scare with Newers there.
Mhm.
But didn't get. Unfortunately, his play not enough to get OXG.
Get into chess. I play chess occasionally. I have I fluctuate between like 1800 and 1900 elo on chess.com, playing like 3 minutes. But I don't really play that much.
Outside the small bank window, Mike W setting up outside the first floor. Maybe it was just a distraction as they now head up to the roof. Mr. B looking to full clear with this Monty. The thing that worries me, John, is that even though LIS had a decent shield push, it took them a long time to clear Newers, and the plant went down pretty
1800 is pretty. I've read that that's like boost like my actual elo is probably like 1500. I've heard that chess.com elo is like inflated because some people are just so bad.
Really no roam on the top floor.
But I haven't like made an effort to really learn how. That's just like
There's no one playing on the second floor. Maybe it's
that's
just an
basically from me
extension
just
on that
playing
first
and
floor.
remembering
Seems to be
like
the case
situations,
after
kind of.
just shuffling around his
I haven't
yo-yo
like read any books or anything or like studied actual like openings or anything.
Over in coat check, here comes the vertical from those.
See you later,
railroad
Damon.
drones, but an impact
See you later,
will stop
Gibson.
Its intended path, at least about halfway. They have the Buck skeleton key as well to utilize.
Oh,
here this round.
Damon
So
was telling Gibson
not
goodnight.
really a
Okay.
big concern. There's plenty of vert at LAS's disposal. And now Montaigne looking to gather some info by the brown stairs. He might know. Right now, he's solely focused on that VIP
We leave
player on
for
the
our
shield, so
boot
maybe
camp
he
on
is
Monday
covered
and then
there.
SI at the end of the month.
This could be a free kill. Nope. Never mind.
So we've got
Just get
close to 3 weeks of boot camp.
Mr. B taking some chip damage from that impact. Newers also.
I've never played over the board.
Duoing with Gomez here behind Whiskey
Studying
Bar.
openings is for nerds. I mean,
LIS
it's for
had
people who
quite
want to
a
take chess
setup
seriously.
so far, working the
Chess,
verticals
I
with
would
Rios
play when
and
I was
Mike
bored.
W, but
Although I did play
so
Yardi
not
in
really
it. I think I beat him in
starting
like
to set
10
up just
seconds.
yet. A lot of
But
it is
Yardi was
probably
like
gonna
400
revolve around
elo.
Alex and Mr. B using those RU projectors to get deep into the bomb site. And the Monty himself, the one with the case, he drops in, sees Newers, but Epic is still tussling with this VIP hold as the Warden peeks on through, supported by a player on Whiskey.
Is Yardi bad at everything? No, I mean, you just have to play, like, nobody is just good at chess. Like, you have to play it to be good at it.
From Oxygen, though,
It's complicated.
Now 3 go down from LIS. They had such a brilliant start killing the Echo, but now Mr. B is alone in the bomb site with basically no info. Has to take the one against Azami. Does finish off Newers, but Mike W W only manages to go 1-for-1. Now Mr. B forced.
Are you all expecting to get specialized side jerseys?
Lead with 6 points.
I do think we will have multiple
interestingly
jerseys,
enough,
Dark,
they
but I'm
used
not
the
sure
RU
what they look
projectors
like
to
yet.
stop the
So we'll see.
VIP horizontal angle rather than having it set up to where Mr. B plants deep inside.
Yaga said, check your pants,
That could have
Alex.
maybe
You may
allowed
have
for a
soiled
better use,
yourself.
again, of that verticality that LAS had set up. We saw wildcard
That is the
against
most
Cruelty, and it
Yog
was
way of
without
talking
hit.
shit.
But they didn't
Check
plant
your
over
pants,
the
Alex.
other
You
side
may
of
have
the bomb
soiled
shaft. Instead,
yourself.
again, they went for
Like
single
what?
and relied a lot more heavily off of that verticality. But I think to an extent as well, they also had someone already playing over by Whiskey for a short period of time. LAS just not having a lot of map control. They were hoping they could get that plant down after killing the Echo, but with OXG still having a lot of horizontal angles to shut down the resistance around the Montaigne, that left only Mr. B alive. They had info on where he was planting as well, so he had to reposition to kill the Azami and then go for another plant, which at that point, it was only Mike W alive to the system.
I
and
play
they- they
Sicilian
found a
basically
trade
every
that they
single
had to
time,
get
Bob.
where he was
On
down
white,
Yeah, I thought the round was shaping up pretty nicely with the Monty.
I would say maybe I use Queen's Gambit, or is it Roy Lopez or whatever, something like that, I think.
At least on Cafe, they've been very
But I'm sure I fuck it
successful.
up because I'm sure I
Still
don't
have
do it
Alex
exactly how I'm
sitting
supposed
on
to.
Donut, now on Dokkaebi.
What is the
Blackbeard and
chance
Monty
LIS
combo coming out
when
once again.
border?
The one
We
round
don't
seven did have this
we've
combo,
never
so
scrimmed LIS, so
probably
I couldn't
for a
tell
little
you.
more of that success. Only this time the site is top floor.
Honestly, Bob, it
John,
kind of just
there are
feels
three
depends on what I'm
C4s
feeling.
in Oxygen's arsenal. Brios and Mr. B, once they start pushing deep into that
Like
site,
when I
they'll
say
be
that I
very
like
susceptible.
literally don't pay attention to it, I just like I just play.
So they're actually doing something about it.
That's why I said I don't think I'm like actually that high elo. I just think people are like bad. And I've literally only played 3
to
minutes.
stop Mr. B and Brios from being a threat in this round, and it'll probably work. Neworg might even hop out. He's thinking about it. He hears the rappel, impact in hand, but spots it's Brios on the upside on rappel. So
1800 online.
and instead,
I think I've played. I'd have to look, but I think I've played like maybe 1,000 games or like 800 games. Probably somewhere between like 800 and 1,000 games of 3 minutes. How do scrims work?
Another
Do you scrim
solo
every?
challenge and solo
Do you scrim
death
every map during the
from
span of a
Neworg
week?
on LIS.
We scrim 6 maps a day, 6 days a week. So we scrim 36 maps a week most of the time. Sometimes some teams only do like 2 maps, so that kind of messes it up a bit. But usually we're scrimming over like 30 maps a week.
Anyone to help this mute, Mr. B trying to bait this nitro cell, but now he's got to worry about the castle as well. Gets out of the line of fire from the mute at the very least. Now looking to reaggress, but he's stuck between 2 defenders. He needs help soon. Brios dropping in now as well as the Blackbeard. The mute kind of stuck in Humidor as Mr. B looks to take more space.
Somebody
There's
get
the
this
C4
guy's
from Yaga.
cheats
Mr.
now.
B down
Somebody
thanks to
get him
ADS
DMA
against the Azami.
now.
Mike W.
I'm
Evan
getting
are
mad.
still outside.
Runar, thank you for the prime.
The Baron
Appreciate it,
9
by the way.
gets one. Looking for the other, the Grim coming in to
Uncle
assist.
Ho,
Epic
thank you
now
for the
with 2.
34
But
months.
you've lost your
If I
Monty,
don't
you've
thank
lost
you
your
guys
Blackbeard,
immediately, by the
you've
way,
lost
it's
so
not
much
on
time.
purpose. I'm using multi-stream because I'm also live on YouTube, so it doesn't show me alerts when people sub. So I'm a little late on seeing them. Winnable.
It does get Gomez. We're now even. He spots one towards the rotate, trying to full blind Diaz, but he is Warden.
Oh, they're not done yet.
With the 2v5.
That means Alex is gonna have a chance at an 0-10. 0-10. 0-10.
Oh my goodness, adding insult to injury. OXG still have 3 rounds to spare to still win their map pick and bring us to border, a much more aggressive map, which OXG and LAS, they have not been too upset when it comes to playing aggressive against one another, but still losing that matchup is crazy, Harrison. I really thought that was going to be the round in the books for OXG.
Yeah, I thought it was over.
They were playing off of each other's contact. They were forcing the Habana and Grim to enter into the map.
Wait, there's this app where I can like turn myself into a person. Hold on. I'm gonna put it. Where is it?
You know what? We had a great extension. over by Piano and Humidor. We found 3 different kills in these 2 locations. Let's just go back here and maybe just know when to hit the brakes against LIS after we find our entry kills.
Mike W is hard carrying LIS right now. He was credited with 3 of those kills, Epic with 2. Every round that loyalty is scarce has won, John. The trend continues. It's been a 3K, all of them from Mike W. He is trying to put this team on his back. He just needs some more support. Epic did a great job of duoing with him in that round, but again, we gotta see more from him. We gotta see more from Brios and Alex. 0-9 on the Dokkaebi. Keeps dying early like we saw in that last round, just dry peeking the Azami without anyone's help. Now he's droning out the basement, making sure that there's no roamers down.
Dilly, thank you for the 42.
LIS
Appreciate you.
Going for a bottom up. We've got a lot of players set up outside Cocktail, it looks like. Mr. B on the Monty could make his way up White Stairs. We'll have to see. OXG, though, still with a couple Nitro cells and could easily rotate downstairs if those underneath...
No, there's like an app. Or not an app.
The question is,
I got an iPhone 16 Pro, and there's this thing that can take my face and make my face my face. So it looks crazy. I've made myself like a chef, and I'm in a little hat and everything. Or like, I made myself like a dance. Like, look, hold on. I'm gonna make one and then send it to chat.
For the Dokkaebi as they get rid of Yaga.
Alex is on the board. Chat, give me a prompt, okay? So it's me, right? Give me a prompt of what I should be doing.
This could give leeway for the Montaigne to hop in as well from Red Door.
I love seeing that little shield poke around the corner as Mr. B finds Hat. And the Mute feels the pressure. Stun coming out from the Zofia as well. Gomez doing his best to cover his teammate. Wow, destroys Mike W on the skylight. Great shot to try and start to bring things back for his team. Mr. B still can't make his way through the door because of
me
here. He and Hat are holding firm, and wow,
me
Alex
playing chess
2 incredible
on
shots from
a
Gomez,
mountain.
in it, but Epic shuts down Hat. Now down himself in stage. Gomez finally dead. It falls upon Diaz. The C4 out does damage, but not finish Mr. B off. As Brios maybe looking to go for the res.
No, that's a boring one. We got to get crazier. Hold on.
Mr. B to walk on over. LIS know they have plenty of time to do so. Diaz
me dancing in the snow with Santa.
Anytime. The Monty now back to pushing in. Spots the Warden. There's the info, but Brios gets smoked. And Diaz looking to do what he does best.
Diaz Lucas BR!
Put Epic down. It's all he needs. With the time so low and the pings. Epic looking to come around the corner.
Oh my.
Skirts around and wins the fight. Denying Diaz the clutch and keeping LIS alive once more.
Oh, the re-engage with the Bearing 9. You mentioned it, the Habana was one shot, but so was Diaz after those 2 previous engagements. A close call for OXG. They almost win their map to bring us to border, but we'll need one more round.
Me and a Congo line on a cruise ship.
Keep the series close, but a timeout is called, stopping the momentum. We go to a new map, or a new bomb site, pardon, of Double Kitchen.
Okay, it definitely did not. It definitely does not know what a
entry department. It's kind of woken up
Congo ship is.
Finally on the board.
A Congo line, I mean.
Epic off the rappel.
Me
introducing the Zofia.
dancing in the rain.
For those gunfights over in Piano, that's now a 5 versus 3, and off of that, they push aggressive with the Montaigne, trying to clear out the rest of Cigar and the balcony right next to that location. And it ends up being just enough to work out there. I also love that they sent Mr. B to go in for that res. That way he can.
Dude, I'm not dancing in any of these.
Free angle from across that top floor that kept everyone
me
alive,
dancing.
Like you mentioned too. If they get info that Diaz is looking to challenge from stage, they've got Brios still there by Cigar to shut that down if it was an actual problem. Now it did get close, Because they had such a large man advantage, LIS will still keep their chances alive on Cafe.
Gomez doing so much in that round, and Diaz, I really
Hold on, guys. We're going to get to the
he's
bottom of
been
this.
the clutch minister for so long. Just narrowly
Dude, I'm
missed
not
the
dancing in
one
any of
shot he
these.
needed as Epic just took out the bearing 9 and sprinted through the rotate. I mean, the gall to go for that.
Oh, wait, I got one. Hold on. I got one.
Win that 1v1.
This is a good one, I think.
Really hand it to Epic, and
Wait, how am I going to
again,
get it to
it's a
myself?
3K from the Hibata player to win LIS the round.
Hold
it's
on.
uncanny. It
Super
truly is.
Seth. I'm
How
going to
many
DM it to
times
myself.
Is this going to happen?
Photos.
Oxygen, they had an incredible comeback on map 1 after their timeout, though. We got to remember that. The timeout worked beautifully. When they took it on round 6, they won 4 of the next 5 rounds. So this is a scary situation for LIS. They don't have the lead. They don't.
What
have
is
that
streamer
lead
doing, bruh?
let OXG
What
go
are
on a
you
run
doing,
post
bruh?
timeout again.
Shut the fuck up is what you're
This is a really
doing.
challenging site for LIS, though. Sure, they had vertical. Sure, they had a Montane in
Okay.
sight trying to plant the bomb, but they didn't have enough of a clear on that first floor to cut off all those horizontal angles OXG were using to play for that trade game, which has been really reliant for them in map number 2. But here's the immediate aggression. Hat will shut down Rios, and he finds another
Hat
one.
for
This could
2.
be the end, but Alex
New
steps up once
15
again.
kills.
A triple kill for Hat. How do you throw a Monty and a Blackbeard at
Hat
this guy?
for
He
3.
still holds Bakery. Just complete
Alex has to give the
willpower to
best
keep
head.
OXG
I can't
alive.
believe he is still on the team.
Attack timeout might have
Well,
been
he's got
perfectly
two
timed here
two
as
more
OXG
kills than
looked to
you
push
do
their
right
ticket
now,
to
bud.
border.
I don't even know if they really needed a timeout in the first place. If Hat is just going to do that. On the Echo, no less. LIS spot him out. They want to isolate what is essentially the most dangerous utility on the defense for the style of attack LIS are going for. But like you said, how does he get away with that? Monty and Blackbeard? Absolutely ridiculous. Now fighting against Mike W. The Nomad's got to worry about like,
Mike
4
W is the best
different
player in
angles.
this lobby,
Tries
so
to
they'll
work his way
clutch.
in, almost loses the fight, not once but twice.
Oh!
Alex working towards coat check, kills Gomez, and now tries
Wanna
to
ball?
back off. Nomad air jab being hit as well. Mike W now in the building. LIS hoping for another 2 versus 5 heroic act from Mike W. As he sits
Oh,
and waits on
Peaker's
this
advantage.
angle.
Oh.
Naga
Oh.
almost creeping up into
Oh.
his line of sight. Hat
Oh.
also still lurking in Bakery on the
Oh,
other side of this
you knew
wall.
he was
Mike
there.
W looks the
Hat
wrong
for the
way, and it's
ace.
an ace from Hat to secure the map for Oxygen. A valiant attempt from LIS, but no
Hat
comeback to be
ace.
found.
Hopkins, thank you for the 22 months. Jerry, thank you for the 26 months. SI starts February 3rd, Jerry.
We're just more prepared in that first half. And again, when you
Putting
see
up
this kind of
predictions for
aggressive
map
plays
3,
there,
and now I've got a
it
really
comes
important
down to a lot
question
of
for you
cutting
guys.
corners. We saw no
Okay?
one open up that single wall, no one exposing Hat just directly
Predictions are for
challenging
map 3.
with full confidence
Do
that
you
those two
guys
shields
think
would be
this
enough.
looks like me
Quite
dancing
frankly,
in the snow?
I don't know how he got away with that. I mean,
Like if I was just like,
Blackbeard.
if I'm like
and
dancing
Monty.
in the snow, does that look like me?
How do you lose that to one guy?
I don't know.
What a finish. Such a wild
What do you think?
end to that
Is that
map.
me
And
dancing in the
nearly,
snow?
John, the comeback that I know some people were pulling for there. LIS absolutely putting up a fight there towards the
Okay,
end.
what about this
Oxygen,
one?
though, right? It was the
This is
story
me
of
with a
their
hat
redemption from map 1,
in the
and they made it
forest making coffee while wearing a
And on top
pearl
of that, too,
necklace.
They even had moments where they were
Do you think
punishing
that
some
looks like
same
me?
Playmaking abilities LAS were looking for in that second half, but more specifically the first half, just starting off on the right foot. Again, LAS just never adapted. They kept hitting
Where's
their
the
heads against
coffee?
same
It's like
brick
this thing
wall
back
over
here.
and
You
over
see it?
again. And it would have been a flawless half if it weren't for that
So
Mike
what
W
what
3K
do you
clutch,
think?
something that was so
Which looks more
uncanny
like me?
in map number
This
We
one
mentioned it after the map had
or
concluded.
this one?
But again, OXG were just extremely confident in bringing out that Montane, pushing back the roam extension, giving them a lot of time to set up for the execute. And LIS They never found a way to work around that primary obstacle. They brought it out themselves in the second half, but OXG brought a lot more nitro cells. They played for trades pretty aggressively on those extensions, and it only seemed to be a major threat in one round out of the 3 or 4 they played in that second half.
Yeah, the Monty only working what, maybe really working like twice.
Yep.
On their attacks, and we talked about it at the end of Chalet.
What's wrong with my hands? I'm just like fisted up. I'm like a little T-Rex.
Eventually, your luck's gonna run out, and it continued on Cafe. Out of the 11 rounds total that LIS have won, 10 of them have been because of a 3.
Wait, hold on.
And I think
SSG posted for a scrim. Do I need any of these days?
8 of those 10, it's been Mike W or Mr. B, and it wasn't enough here.
116?
It's the kind of pattern that is
no, I don't need any there. 119?
Consistent enough, not
I do need 119, but not at 530. 123? No. 127?
And we've talked a lot about what this
4 East 2 maps.
For an explosive map like Border, and what the danger could lie here for Oxygen, especially John. When we saw what LIS was capable of and how both of these teams kind of turned it into just a gun up front.
Yeah, let's do that one.
I mean, this one is truly anyone's game, it feels like.
In terms of aggression, though,
Alonzo.
for Cafe, it seemed like OG were on top of their game. A lot of the mistakes that they made on map 1, they quickly fixed on a much more suitable play style for them. Almost everyone going positive, if not neutral, on the entry, besides Yaga. But again, they were extremely consistent.
Super, I will now show you a sequence of numbers committed to memory, and in the near future, we will see if you can recall the sequence from your photographic memory. 4, 8, 15, 16.
On Bar and Cocktail.
What?
Another point to make up is we've already seen LIS play against a pro team.
Are we for real right now?
It was rough.
4, 8, 15, 16, 32, 42.
To get a lot of map control on common positions like CCTV.
I'll try to remember, dude.
Wildcard just kind of threw everything at them with that aggression game, and it flatlined LIS's map entirely. Not even just one specific half or the other half, because Wildcard also hit a lot of gaps while they were attacking rather than defending. So
is Jay-Z Wills a mobster? He looks like a Sopranos character.
Emphasizing those shields, I could imagine we see them move up to the upper bracket against LIS.
And real quick, Harrison, we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but both of these teams feel like no matter who loses, that they will have Cruelty dead to rights based on what we saw in that Cruelty wildcard game. Is that too far from the truth?
I don't think so. Cruelty just could not get anything going. I mean, they didn't even have the star power that they're known for, whereas with LIS at least keeping things really close against OXG, I think LIS, should they lose Border, have a really good chance against Team Cruelty. I just worry that if that's the case and LIS still play the same way they're playing now, Cruelty are going to have like Pyrox and Ivan out of nowhere just dropping 15 to 20 kills, and LIS are going to have Alex dropping almost a donut again. I mean, at least we had Epic almost even and started to get a little bit better on that attacking half, but it was still largely the Mike W show.
It's very clear, though, that if LIS can find a way to round this out and get better contributions from some of these players across the board, they are more than capable of going toe-to-toe with Oxygen. Maybe we'll be capable of going toe-to-toe with Wildcard. We will see. After all, this is a double.
Saw a calendar? I don't give a fuck. What? We play all the maps, dude. Surprise. Goyo, think of the 19 months. Hopkins, think of the 22 months. What? Okay, so let me ask you this. All right. What do you think you seeing? What do you think this had like? If LIS loses, you shave. I know they have like streamer boost and shit, but we'll see. Will I be up at 7 a.m. for EU? Unsure right now. I will stream the finals for EU. I don't know if I'll be up at 7 again. It kind of depends how I sleep, honestly. Because some days I sleep good, some days I need the extra sleep.
Or a pro-am event always find themselves in tough
Yawning at
spots
9
like
p.m.
this.
getting old.
Luckily,
I'll be
they
honest,
are
I
still
usually am in
alive
bed
and
by
still
10 or
have
11.
a
I don't stay up
mastery
late.
to prove that first one was
But I
just a
wake up
fluke
early.
and that they are here to work their way to the 6 Invitational. But it's been cutthroat. It's been back and forth so far. Harrison, LIS have been putting up a heck of a fight.
They have. They certainly didn't make Cafe easy, at least not nearly as easy as we thought it was going to be after the 5-1 half from OXG. They showed some great resilience. They didn't come away with it, and now we move on to Border.
Here we go, Border. Get your
Yes,
prediction in
it's
if you've
all
got
you.
one.
We'll see who can finally come out on top in this best of 3 series. Go for it.
Thank you
so
Jonah.
much.
The first ban, John. LIS once again taking out Blitz. We know that OXG, Yaga can play Blitz. Gomez can play Blitz. I'm sure the rest of the players probably can too. M80, back when they were on that team, we're big Blitz fans. And Blackbeard, OXG taking that operator away from Brios, but the all-important Monty still alive.
It's probably an operator you might see a couple of times by OXG, helping with that CC clear. Speaking of that site, or that part of the map, my mistake, Azami is typically used to help with the CCTV extension. Now that she's gone, I don't know what kind of operators LAS are going to really throw at OXG to stop that early round aggression that we
Azami or Blitz and Blackbeard banned.
Specifically with the help of that Montaigne. And you don't want to just give up CCTV.
Has either of these teams been really abusing Blackbeard like that?
On their attacks, maybe they're going to use Brios as Warden with a deployable shield, but that isn't really anything that's going to slow down Oxygen, especially if they decide to bring that Montaigne. But another point that you can say about Border that's slightly different than Cafe, other than its size, obviously, is its structure with verticality. Almost every floor on this map is destructible by something like a Buck Skeleton Key or Deimos's pistol. So you see a lot.
Didn't know
of
Blitz was still getting banned.
Someone with that vert, so they can isolate.
Definitely not that much.
Over by CCTV, for example, because there really is no.
I don't really think any of the shields are super like. To me, I don't really think Blitz is much worse than it was. But I also just think people are probably a bit better dealing with shields now.
What is he? 12 and 22 right now. They stuck his ass on Mira, saying, you know what, if you're gonna die, at least have your utility already put out.
Real.
I don't know. I like bringing the Echo in the first place. I don't know how I feel about Mike W being on the Echo because
who was the best player on LIS?
Late rounds, as a gun.
In this series, Mike W has been by far, I think.
Better on the Echo, and you can stick Mike W on the mute, but I don't know. Maybe he's just the GOAT Echo. We'll have to see. Ying and Sens, though, being played by the attack, John. That is a dangerous combination, as we saw from OXG last map. They played around the Sens incredibly well, and they just got even more powerful now that Ying is unbanned.
They could maybe use that RU projector to cut off all of those long angles from Armory, and then just hop into plant. They still have to be concerned about archives. They could use the Ying flashes to stop that position from being a major threat. And I think that's what they're going to go for.
Apparently, Richie is on XQC's team right now in Marvel Rivals.
Neworg's killing Mike W on the Echo. Mr. B to fall as well. Yaga now getting the plant down. C4 missing. Epic dying. Everything is coming up. OXG. A couple kills from Alex and Brios, but now it's all up to the Warden with the plant going down. Another brilliant Sends and blind-based execute from Oxygen. They have been masters at it so far, and dude, with how much was happening by Archives, I didn't even realize this was an Armory wall plant. Brios is able to get one.
OXG going sicko mode.
OXG take a fast first attack.
I noticed that too, and it makes a lot more sense because, again, the ROU projectors, you cut off that small office position. There's no one playing by blue after they killed Mike W, so they have the sandwich cutoff angle to stop anybody else from pushing in for the most part. You can't watch everything from that rappel, obviously. You've got
caught with your pants down, Mr. B, is what Hat said.
That extension by LAS was their lack of CC pressure. If you just cut corners and try to push lockers directly for that kind of plant, someone CC is probably going to either hop out on you or just kind of be a nuisance throughout the round. But because they gave up CC and played off the mirror window instead, she never had to worry about that. So having the info, having the foresight to realize no one's over in CC, and having all this other outside pressure to kind of push LAS away from a retake, they had a straight shot into sight to plant that diffuser and play for the win con.
Now on Bathroom Tellers, LIS hopefully have a bit more, a larger web of control across the map instead of giving OXG all this free map control and free space to do whatever they want and set up. I think that's been a pretty typical theme so far for OXG. When they're able to set up and LIS don't really have anything to delay or disrupt them, 9 out of 10 times they're going to end up winning that attack. And now
Who's the IGL and OXG? I think it's Gomez.
Up as Blackbeard and Blitz have been banned, so as the last shield standing, we'll probably see him a lot. Now, the one weakness that Monty has on Border is that a hell of a lot of these floors are destructible. There's very little safe space upstairs if you're clearing through. Yaga just has to be very careful if he goes upstairs and he doesn't fall victim to a C4, but it looks like this is mainly going to be a horizontal clear from OXG with maybe a couple players going upstairs and just holding enough map control so that LIS can't work further.
Nice pre-placed drone by Break as well. That could be some good late round info in case someone tries to flank from that position. They'll get the CC window opened up. It looks like there could be someone playing by a rotate hole near the CC hatch perhaps. And now the Montaigne is looking to maybe enter in this building. They're worried about some east stairs control. So they'll get a drone to check that out. They spot the triple walls opened up. So now Gomez is here to assist from that direction. And now the Montaigne will once again be the spearhead when it comes to clearing out this realm.
They spot the Vigil. Brios gets away just in time though as Gomez
Ooh, close.
Almost gets him through the wall as well, but over a minute now expended, and Oxygen have no kill as they look to continue taking office control. Twitch drone out, maybe looking for the last mirror window, as one has already been destroyed. I think the other mirror though,
is he fab? Are they winning?
Just some info for Gomez, seeing that Archives is fully cleared out, and I believe the whole top floor is now fully cleared out. Yeah, everyone on the defense has since fallen back to the first floor, so OXG now have all the free space they need to start working for the execute.
They don't have a lot of vert, so a majority of their offense will just move off from that top floor, get this single wall opened up, and hope that the Montaigne can be enough to solidify this plant. But across the ways, Hat's been injured.
I think I don't know.
What is that Mira? Do you guys see that? What is that Mira? Is that tech?
Worry about this customs pressure though. That's such a long angle that LAS could use to stop the entryway, other than from maybe the fact that Yaga has a shield that could defend him, but then you got to worry about the sight pressure as well. That was a nice shot landed, so it's still a man advantage here for OXG, but there's still a lot of opportunity here for LAS to stop this plant.
Oh, nice shot from Alex, though, to finish off Hat, but he can't make it past Gomez on the cut. Mike W trying to take him
That's
out.
A broken angle.
To make it even an epic. Takes out Neworg's going.
That's a broken angle. What the fuck? These guys got some freak show shit.
Yaga as Mike W looks to cross. Diaz the one holding. Mr. B on very low HP. The Cade makes his way in.
Mike W.
Right after the plant is confirmed.
The king.
And Diaz just has to hold steady. Both players on the defense low. Diaz in the perfect position to cut off this rotation against both Mike W and Mr. B.
Oh.
There goes Mr. B.
Why didn't Mr. B swing him there?
In the 1 versus 1, the Ash tucked in the corner. TCSG and Revolver, both basically out of ammo. Mike W misses the one tap and is forced to back up and reload.
Oh! Is Mike W the GOAT? Mike W owns these guys.
He is LIS's savior.
Another 3K for the tally pool and more than enough time to defuse.
Mike W is the king.
For Mike W yet again. I thought having that cutoff angle for OXG, kickstarting their entries in the late round, was enough to stop LIS, but once they killed the Twitch,
is Mike W him? He is shitting on them.
Montaigne. Literally Mike W just forcing himself to fight that Montaigne. And although it was a good spot for Diaz once the plant had gone down, he did end up losing his teammate in the bomb site and was not able to trade from that position. And once they were able to find out that the Ash was essentially trapped, they played for a 2v1 trade that Mike W narrowly clutches. I thought for sure OXG had that round in the bag, but just was not enough when everybody on LIS were just throwing themselves at OXG. They had no one to assist Gomez there, who was really the first line of defense to stop anyone from shutting down that plant.
What other teams has Mike W been on? I'm not sure.
I've never seen a.
He's been playing really well the whole series, though. Props to him. He's been playing really good in this match.
A game that matters this much. He's really putting the team on his back. And the good news as well, John, Alex and Brios already have kills. They had incredibly slow starts to both Chalet and Cafe, but if winning map number 1 gave LIS the breathing room and to allow Alex and Brios the time to get comfortable, could this be where those shining stars start to wake up again?
This has been so far the best performance by Brios and Alex. Obviously, it's only round number 3.
That's saying a lot.
Don't want to get ahead we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but at one point Alex was 1-9. And now, wow, him and Brios
It will cost way more techs, so I guess it depends if you like if you want to spend a lot more.
No other operators to stop this Mira besides the
I don't think it's necessary.
So that's a huge opening kill. Oh, they have Ash. That's my bad. I forgot they had Ash.
I run a 4070 Ti and I get over 240 frames.
You can hold this pixel angle. That's a really nice position.
When I stream,
and no one
even.
CC Balk to really hunt this guy down. They've got Deimos who could maybe play below for some vert if he has a death mark trap.
But I have an Intel processor, not the one you have, 9800X. I assume that's AMD.
He was not hitting shots like that on Cafe. So again, back to the point. Has he been given enough time to comfortably?
I have a 14900K and the 4070 Ti.
That's some utility now wasted from Gomez. Oh no, I forgot you get the if the get death mark fails, you get it back. I guess so. Not the biggest deal in the world. Epic seeing the Monty is also going to be allowed to.
It's the best one for gaming. I think you're fine. I don't think you need to overthink it. I think you should be happy with that. You should be fine.
Looking to maybe kill someone vertically,
especially if it's just for siege. I think the other would be overkill.
Only a minute left. Oxygen, again, yeah, they have CC control, but they don't have much beyond that, and they don't have those wedges with the Sens and the Ying anymore.
Nope, they'll have to brute force it with this Montaigne. If Deimos could go, it looks like he's trying.
Are you gonna be able to compete?
Because that mute jammer, he can't pinpoint.
I think it's just like riding a bike. Like you play for a bit, you kind of get your muscle memory back a little bit. Is Intel or AMD better? I think it's preference, or depending on what you're using it for.
But then Mr. B and Brio swing Dios instead of waiting for the execute.
And Alex almost dies to the long angle held by Newers as well. Once again, Mike W is the linchpin on this defense. Under fire from Gomez from below. Now
sometimes when I watch Newers, it brings me back because it's like watching myself play. At least in terms of aim. When I watch Newers play, I see a lot of myself.
Alex gets one, Alex gets two. Gomez finds himself alone, and LIS don't let it become a lost round. The last two members clutch up, and Mr. B has the lead.
Being on such little HP and not enough time, there's the stall out.
Not that I know of, Apple.
Harrison. If you don't let OXG sit up in the early round, they tend to stall, and that allows for such a vulnerable execute to be punished by LIS in that round. Mr. B
Alex is typing at them.
That was the only hope they had left. And on top of that, too, not having the ace to open up extra angles over by office to get alert going, maybe across by offices to clear out that mirror window, for example. Oxygen were just so limited in that round, and although they lost 3 bodies to just peeking Dios for no real reason other than just trying to go for a 1-for-1 gunfight at a man advantage already, other than that one major hiccup that we saw, everybody else on LIS was able to punish OXG for having.
Well, on the bright side, your franchise quarterback looked like absolute shit, Joe. I'm not sure he's the answer. He might be the problem.
For Archives pressure, they had a cutoff on Sandwich. That round, all they had was CC Balk going in the site.
And you know what else, John?
What?
No kills from Mike W and no 3K.
True.
That was a team one round from LIS.
Yeah, I got you, Joe. No worries.
Alex is 4-2. Epic is 2-2. Brio's 3-3. These guys that have been so quiet all match so far and has necessitated this hard carry from Mike W and from Mr. B on map 1. It's no longer, it seems to be, at least for now, no longer a factor. LIS, I think, have woken up. Again, still early, but if this continues through the next few rounds, I think we're going to find OXG in some trouble.
You know, another point we didn't really touch up on, the Mute addition as well, realizing that Oxygen are relying heavily on this Deimos for border. Direct hard counter and readjustment. Not only are they playing faster against OXG to deny that early round setup, securing the entry against Oxygen, but also finding ways to kind of stop their spearheads.
That command only works on Twitch, unfortunately. I actually don't even have like a Nightbot set up for YouTube. I need to do that though.
To use for free almost. Still a lot of info you can gather, and he's got a great pistol with nades. But so far, it looks like Oxygen, they're kind of taking a step back and figuring out a new way to deal with these extensions up above by LIS.
They've got a couple players CC side, one of them being Hat with the diffuser. OXG have also hopped off of the shield again. This time Vent Workshop, even though the shield tends to be pretty useful for forcing your way into vents. Player in Fountain does get droned out. LIS still holding firm. Brio's taking the first engagement, dealing a little bit of damage to Hat, forcing the ace to fall off just a little bit. One player from OXG maybe looking to backstab in by Archives, but look at how spread out the attack is right now. It's like we got one player on one side of the map, two on another, two on another. Dokkaebi call rings out, but still OXG, not a whole lot of movement. And there's only a minute left now. They don't have a single kill on these top 4 players, but just as I say that, there's 2.
Something at least going
Tournaments use the Zowie monitors.
Fall off. They've injured Gomez. Soon to be picked
Like
up.
if at most esports tournaments are using the BenQ Zowie like XL 2546 or whatever. I think there's a newer version of it now, but
Behind half wall, this might be a chance.
He's dead.
Spotted by the death mark tracker though. Info provided.
He gets out?
He gets out with his life, but it's still a 5 versus 3. 30 seconds left. Maybe we'll still see LIS try to retake in this position, given the fact that OXG are so tunnel vision on hitting the bomb site.
Mr. B almost killed from above. He'll take one of those revolver shots. Epic also needs to be really careful on just 1 HP. Looked like the ace was maybe trying to slink down metal stairs, but this time is so low. The plant is just now going down. Epic doesn't have a C4 to deny and is cut down by Diaz on metal. Hat now finishing the plant. This round is over. 1v5 against Mike W. Flawlessly executed by OXG, and we're all tied up at 2.
It may have been a slow round for Oxygen, but again,
2-2.
being able to set up from multiple locations.
Is anybody else
down
getting
those mirror
scared?
windows,
Because I am.
Pushing together to clear out.
I'm literally
LIS
shaking.
was critical to winning that round. And again, just the assurance policy, having that death mark tracker, noticing Mr. B was also playing up above. They take some time to gather info, figure out, okay, has this guy fallen off? Is he hiding in a rat corner that we didn't check? That info game has been a make or break for Oxygen on multiple rounds, and that was a perfect example of that. We could have seen Mr. B land like a 2K or just cause chaos, taking more time off of Oxygen's clock, and that could have been the round recoverable for LIS simply off the fact that OXG would have had no time to execute without feeling, uncomfortable in that case.
Now we head back onto Bathroom Tellers, where we saw some
I think Asus just announced a 27-inch 4K OLED monitor that's coming out soon. I think it comes out this month. So if you're in the market for a super expensive monitor, I probably would wait for that one. It's a Asus 4K OLED 27-inch.
I do like that OXG, they tried the shield for a couple rounds, didn't work, and are completely abandoning it. Not trying to.
Although if you're trying to play COP, you should play on 24-inch.
Just moving on.
Or if you're just an at-home gamer.
Like that decision. Newer's on the striker.
I think that one's probably better.
Pick, rocking both frags and EMPs. It does. That's another combo that I feel like doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Like as a defender, right?
Yeah, there's a match after this, but I'm not gonna watch that one.
Or like shield and
Cruelty plays the loser.
Normally, when you're on a striker, one of those gadgets tends to be like a hard breach gadget, more often than not, or like frags and flashes. But well, I guess now that you only have 2 flashes, it doesn't really matter anymore. So
Alex called Hat an NPC.
Alex with the first frag, Hat goes down. That is the only hard breacher for the attack.
Not the first time it's happened. Same
Oh.
thing. Back around.
Wow.
And what? Rios. Beautiful shot. Gomez will at least trade his fallen brethren. But that's the Legion for a Striker and a Habana. No more EM, or I guess no more EMPs. That's a lot. EMP and nade pool has been cut in half.
To be honest, Tex, I've been using them so long that I don't remember the difference, but I think the sound in Siege is just bad in general, so I don't think it'll really matter. But it's been so long since I used something besides these, I don't remember if like how much better or worse it was.
Get into the Teller side of the map, but they don't have anything to stop the Mira either.
Yeah.
This is a
I
really
use them
tough
with a
spot for
JDS
Oxygen,
Labs
as no matter which way they go,
amp.
they have a weak point that's really punishable by LIS.
Crazy peek from the IQ, but Diaz lives and in fact outduels Alex on that angle somehow. Miro whiffing some very important shots. I was gonna say they
The
probably
JDS
can't
Lab,
come
yeah.
from window side like they wanted to in that last attack either because they don't have the hard breach, but they might just try and force it anyway.
Oh yeah.
Played against Mike
No,
W,
I just
looking for
bought
the
one.
shots
I bought
against
like a
Gomez, but
custom
neither
cable
player
off
will land
Etsy.
any, at least not for now, as Mike W positions
Somebody like
even
made one
deeper
for me
under the vert.
in
Again,
Sonic's
like you
colors.
said, these hatches are closed. Gomez is going to have to
It's
join
like
the
braided,
team
it's pretty
at
nice.
some point. The Dokkaebi calls coming out, revealing Epic's position, waiting for Yaga
Oh.
to peek in, playing the off
Good
angle,
on.
loses the swing, and it's
Uh-oh.
all
Are they gonna
guns up
type?
for
Are they gonna type?
OXG. Every single gunfight
No typing?
going their way, and LIS fall by the wayside.
No typing.
Oxygen, not wasting too much time kind of pondering about where they need to attack from. They spot Alex, who's alone in sight, just playing behind the mirror window. Diaz has the perfect tool to clear that. A nade tossed out, pushing him off that power position, winning that 1-for-1 gunfight. And even though the vert didn't really work out, it did force the rest of LIS a little bit further back, and it got them off the bomb site. They could only play near that lobby default cam and also play over by customs, which eventually OXG ended up clearing out because they had courtyard control and didn't have to worry about that mirror window anymore. Really great job from OXG separating that defensive hold down below and still trying to take those 1-for-1 gunfights despite them having a
Yeah,
really
the
rough
loser of this
start,
plays Cruelty.
clearing that top floor again, losing
But
that
just
only
to be
focus
clear,
that
I'm not
they
going to
had
watch it.
to
However, I will be
game
live
as
tomorrow, so we'll watch
effectively
the
as they wanted.
finals tomorrow to see who actually
Just
quals.
enough utility to make it work still.
And now OXG have a tie half
At
against
least.
LIS. Yeah, and remember when they, I believe the last time LIS played this map, it was up against Wildcard in the
Tex, Singer the tier 1. Am I watching EU tomorrow? I watched today. I'm not sure about tomorrow. I'll try to watch the finals at least tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna wake up early or not for it though, because the first game is at 7 a.m. and I don't know if I want to wake up at 7 to watch G2 play Asparagus. But we'll see. It kind of depends. It will just depend on how I sleep, honestly. If I wake up, I'll stream it. If I don't, I probably won't. But I should be 100%. I'll do NA, and I'll probably be able to catch the finals at EU. No, I don't play at all. The only time I play is in my team's warm-up. I play like 1 or 2 death matches, and that's it.
That's a really smart move, and the Capitao ran by Gomez to have those smokes covering the plant, and obviously maybe a little bit more utility with the fireballs. But Mike W, the hop out, it's traded from Neworg, but that's not only.
When is my flight's Monday? It's Monday.
Also, a lot of utility now down the drain.
Yeah, killing the Capitao is huge, but they're just going to hit the go button anyway. Plant going down, Nomad air jab stopping the defense. Hat gets it
4v4 post plant.
Now OXG can just
4v2 post plant. Invitational is February 3rd.
For Yaga and Hat, Epic can't outduel him. Mr. B's alone. It is a near flawless attack from OXG. The only player lost being on that run out.
And there was just no response there. The air jab
off
everybody in archives. It blew away 2 people.
So is she about to run away with it?
Of that retake by LIS, and on top of that, although there were 3 impacts available, nobody was in a position to use them. I mean, Warden doesn't have impacts. He's the only player in lockers that has an angle on that talent shield. The other 3 defenders are in archives because they were holding an extension by office. That no one tried going for a run out probably because of the air jabs. They were really concerned that an air jab or a claymore would have killed them, so they can't go for that. That's a free kill. They try to retake the bomb site, play together as a team to go for those trades, maybe get AC pressure back in their favor, killing that person on the window, then just bolting their way against the OSA, even if the plant goes down. But they didn't have enough time to set up for that, and they didn't kill the guy AC. Had being gun up there, just played in tandem with his other teammate on the window.
And I like the aggression from Mike W. It's all well and good.
Am I playing ranked? I literally, like, I'm not joking when I say I don't play the game at all. I literally don't play it. I'm either by myself in a local custom, like looking at strat stuff, and if I ever play, it's just a death match with my team, like 1 or 2 death matches before a scrim. I don't play Siege like at all.
An interesting operator lineup, very different from what OXG were bringing. We don't have any dedicated hard breacher. Instead, we have both Lion and Deimos being played to help probably suss out where these roamers are playing, force them to either, you know, move and get spotted by Lion or stand still and fall victim to the Deimos. Look, all 5 members of the defense now spotted.
Will we here turn out the lights tomorrow?
So LIS are gonna have to choose
If I can figure out how to separate sound to YouTube, sure. If not, no.
Bottom floor. I thought for a second a run it was attempted, but nothing to spot of it. They actually droned the castle here by Catwalk.
I don't know how to make the music not go to the VOD.
He falls back into break room, having a better extension here. These castle barricades assisting him from that long angle by the CC window, so he just has to worry about that catwalk control. But Gomez has been injured from the balcony angle. Looks like he can fall back into office and maybe survive. That was a good death mark track, but yeah, he's not finished off. It's still a 5-on-5 unless they can confirm that kill with a nade.
Mike is desperately looking for it, but he can't find it. They'll even use a death mark on him. Maybe trying to get him from below. Alex does confirm the kill. And Epic lands a follow-up onto Hat. So that's 2 now for LIS, working their way in through... Actually, not really through anything. They're still outside, and Epic will pay the price, peeking into Diaz, who is having a heater of a game, 11-2 now. But LIS are still not really solidified in the building. That is until Mike W finishes off the last player holding CCTV break. And that was Neworg, Yaga, and Diaz. Now,
yeah, Diaz is having a good map.
Yaga and Diaz all separated a little bit.
Although he did lose that 1v1 to Mike W.
One watching from the corner, closer to that default cam. The other a little more worried about someone up metal, perhaps, for a wide swing on that single door. LIS taking their time, gathering info. They've got no more deathmark trackers, but they've got plenty of drones at their disposal. Crazy swing by Yaga, but I can't blame him. He's trying to find that kill in order to slow down LIS and maybe have a fighting chance in a 2v3 rather than 2-on-4. But now LIS readjust. They work their way over to this locker side of the map. They try to get this plant, but he's been down via C4.
Uh-oh.
Thank God for Mike W. Just charges in and takes control of the round. LIS not out of this just yet, as they have at least a good showing so far in the second half, but we need to see more out of them.
They did need a strong round like that.
What is that background that Brios is using? What is that from?
That was a good round, playing around that Deimos, securing the Legion, and then slowly working their way in through break room and top east. I thought it was maybe a little bit too slow, but OXG kept getting caught in their rotations back, or caught overstaying their welcome, and from there the execute was pretty simple. All LIS had to do was walk in through the armory door. OXG now cycling onto bathroom. They've got a little bit more delay this time in both the Tubarão and the Goyo. So we'll see the fire packs, the Volcan canisters coming out. Really interested to see where Yaga ends up playing, because again, LIS had absolutely no hard breach. There was nothing. So where is Yaga going to play? Not only against a team that has already
SI Esport packs, okay,
hard breach to win an attacking round, but also on bathroom tellers. Where are you really going to be holding down a reinforcement that you need a Tubarão?
So they're going to have the hatch opened up as well. I mean, maybe for triple wall. That wouldn't be too shocking. Or the single wall over by tellers. That is a spot that OXG tried to execute from more than once. But Yaga being above, I think he's just using his Tubarão Zoto canisters.
Cruelty plays the loser of this after Richie.
Extension. Not a terrible idea. You mentioned it really well that yes, LIS were confirming a lot of kills last round, but it took them a long time to get in the building. A lot of that pressure mainly came from their bottom presence with the help of that Deimos Deathmark tracker. This time now having to clear out a roam extension above, that Deimos might be a little bit more challenging to bring out here to its fullest potential. It seems like LIS, they've got some archives control. They can maybe hop in or at least just hold a cutoff. That way, if they get lockers control, for example, no one can push up through archives by the fountain side of the map to punish that. So I do like at least having a bit of an insurance policy.
Is XQC good, Richie, or was he ass?
Are focusing on dealing with this extension up above. And as of right now, they haven't gone into a confrontation just yet, but there is someone hiding by break room that I don't think LIS is aware of.
Ooh.
Gomez gets the first pick on Epic. A quick follow-up from Hat. Brios gets cursed with timing, and just like that, the whole clear from LIS falls flat. Not a single trade being gathered by this attack. Not a good sign heading into the rest of this half. Mr. B and Mike W, who have been quite the dynamic duo, at least on map number 1, now find themselves in the 2v5 position. LIS have won it multiple times before, but with Mike W getting smoked by Gomez, this round just went from almost impossible to basically unwinnable. Mr. B attempting to dance around the open wall, is able to get one, but there's a re-swing from Yaga, and OXG clean up. A flawless round to answer the attack from last round.
And it looked like there for LIS, just really poor timing working off of that info. They didn't have anybody going off of an active drone. Sure, they threw drones out to spot the extension, but just took a little too
why
long
does
to work
XQC
off of
only
it.
play Groot
And
and Rocket Raccoon? He only plays.
Unlucky timing there for the Ash. If they had waited just a second longer, they would have spotted Legion and Break Room and probably could have did a better job at shutting them down rather than focusing on that default cam in 90 Hall. But another point to bring up there for LAS is just they seemed way too spread out there, right? I understand that, you know, CCTV, you got to clear out at some point when you're attacking the top floor. You got to get that top east pressure established, then you can work over in a triple wall. But if you have people all the way across the map by archives and lockers as well.
Has Gio used a timeout yet or no? I don't think he has, right?
That don't really benefit one another unless you just win those one-for-one gunfights and then you have the entire top floor cleared out besides office and fountain, which you can then push in from 90 Hall and archives. But that didn't work out. LAS just continue to rely on these hero plays and these one-for-one gunfights that Oxygen continue to win.
Yeah, LIS, it looked promising at the beginning of Border, but again, that triple threat, Brios, Alex.
Richie, you know that in Toronto, they said you're not allowed to install Marvel Rivals or League on the computers, right?
Picking up the fuse. Interestingly enough, I imagine with a shield. Get off the drone, please.
Yeah,
yes.
There it is.
With the shield.
There you go. This is one of the only, you know, I guess reasonable sites to bring fuse for. If you get that top floor control, you have all of lockers and some of archives to use those cluster charges. Breaks a lot of utility on the bomb site. And if you're lucky, it could net a kill. You've got that shield as well, which currently shields are a real pain to deal with. You saw that a lot on Cafe being exposed by OXG, but they're just going to hit a fast plant. Perfect coverage up above, I think it was.
Calm down, I guess.
Sure, he's been down. Yeah, it was on a window rappel or a regular rappel that he used. The CCTV balk. The plant's now gone down. Mr. B is alive, and if they had top floor control, he could have used these cluster charges to stop the denial as well.
I feel like maybe that was the initial thought, but they saw the gap and just hit it.
2v3 retake.
Even the odds at 3 apiece though, with Brios going down. Yago can make it past the window. He will, and now he's tucked in the corner, safe. They can't stop this unless they walk in, but Alex is there just in the nick of time in the middle of vents, traded out by Diaz, but at this point the time is so low. Do they know where Hat is? He's still up above covering. Mr. B, you've got to stop the counter.
What?
Mr. B, you're upstairs.
What is Mr. B doing?
Under LIS's nose. Stop the bomb going down, and OXG map and map.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
What was Mr. B doing?
Though. I mean, I thought for a second there he would try to get off of that defuse, maybe take a moment, try to help out his teammate, but no, was not required. And that was the win condition there, was having fuse up above to use his cluster charge to stop that post plant from being disabled by OXG. But because
Oh
there was
my
someone
God.
actively contesting up above for the vert, Mr. B was not able to do anything because he had a shield. If he had a gun, that might have been a 50-50 gunfight going the way of LAS, and they still have a chance to play for the verticality with those fuse charges.
What was Mr.
But
B
that wasn't the
doing?
case. You know, again, OXG, incredibly fast reaction to what LAS is trying to accomplish. And again, just taking those one-for-one gunfights before LAS can fully set up. We mentioned that exact same thing back in round number 8, and sure, it was a lot more chaotic. It was a lot different than what we saw, but overall, the same idea.
What's Gio saying here? He's saying, Mr. B, what the fuck are you doing?
A little bit more structure because they spotted a gap, but OXG had really no issue playing for the retake because they still had vert and they were still being aggressive against LIS, not letting them set up.
Yeah, the idea from LIS was really good, but it's also like the mistiming upstairs. How was Mr. B behind half wall and not creating enough of a distraction against Hat to not allow him to kill his teammate jumping in the window to kill the player counter defusing? Like, is Mr. B
I've
just
seen enough
sitting there
sub-Geo
doing
in.
nothing, letting Mira kill his teammate? I'm really confused as to how that was allowed to happen, or why LIS, don't plant the diffuser and immediately just rush this guy half wall with like 3 players. You need that verticality. Otherwise, like when you plant in the corner like that, you saw it. Diaz can play close and you can't deny it from the window. It's just such an odd, like a great idea and then an odd finish to the round from LIS. Now OXG just need one more point to put them in that winner's bracket game against Wildcard. And they'll try and do so back on Armory Archives, the one site that LIS have won so far.
That was off of Alex's entry, playing down below with the Deimos. Overall,
All right, 3 in a row from LIS, where they're going to go losers bracket and play against Cruelty.
For those frags, but it did pay off in the end, granting a 5v2. And now it looks like Oxygen are just trying to once again play aggressive to stop LIS from getting those early frags.
Why is Mr. B so highly thought of? Who's Mr. B highly thought of by? Because it ain't over here.
You know, the primary way that they scored those opening gunfights is now off the board, so it really begs the question, will LAS just stall out once again?
Close fight being taken by, I believe, Hat up against Alex, who's fearing for his life now outside of this window. Dokkaebi call goes out to see if he's still close. The mute has since backed off, but
All over Reddit? Isn't that literally just Arcanic Truth?
pretty much out of utility, and it's
That's
so
one
early
person.
in the round. LIS hasn't been able to do anything off of those calls.
Still plenty of office control for OXG. They do have hard breach to maybe clear out this guy playing Canadian, but I think there's a mute generator behind it too, so it really just seems like LIS have nothing going for them. They enter the building from top east, but they still have to worry about CC. They almost kill Neworg, but he backs off, spotting this Grim. The hives pop out. They know he's still playing over by this rotate hole near this power.
He's not like garbage, but he's like
player of the match
he's
so far, at least in mount number 3. He gets rid of Brio.
he's not garbage. He's not like some crazy like, you know what I mean? He's not the savior. He's not. I don't consider him a like high level pro player.
On Gomez, Legion is now dead, and Neworg was softened up significantly by Mike W when playing around the half wall in CCTV. So Diaz getting aggressive here on the barricade. The Grim jumps in, looking to tussle against Neworg, but he's caught in the crossfire. Mr. B finishes him
Winnable.
off, but here's almost a freebie from Diaz. He misses the shot.
Losable.
Mike W is allowed to escape,
Winnable.
but Epic is not. Mr. B luckily is there once again.
Yeah, he played
Refrag.
tier 1.
Man advantage LIS by 1. But the two
He was
best
on
players
Fett's
for
team when they were
OXG by
ass.
far, Diaz and Hat are still alive. Scratch that. The best player for OXG by far is still alive.
It's not over yet, Richie.
Once again, the clutch minister.
Don't call it a
his team
comeback.
looking for him to salvage a 1v3 and send them to tomorrow, but Alex puts him in the
Who's the
dirt,
best player in the
and
world
LIS
right
keep
now?
themselves alive.
I didn't even notice how well Diaz is playing here, Harrison.
It's handy.
14 kills in map 3. This guy's been having a phenomenal game against LIS, Border in particular. But good job on LIS you know, not running in without a plan. Obviously, they detect that Neworg is still playing in CC because of the Grim Hives. They send Mr. B in to deal with him, and he's already low on HP, so it took one bullet to kill the Vigil. The same thing can be said, just a lot of info enabling Mr. B, who oddly enough has been in more of a
Why handy
position than we've seen other
Oh, it was
people.
just something we were
Like
talking
Alex
about
and Epic, I'd say,
earlier.
up until now, this has been Alex's best performance.
That handy's the
by
best.
far in this best of 3. I'm glad he's showing up, you know, when it matters most, but I feel like as a whole, LIS have not been firing on all cylinders except for maybe a majority of map 1, but even then they still had some weak links. I think just that lack of comp experience has shown several different times against OXG Harrison today.
I do think too, John, that
You remember when Citizen was ridiculous, but he doesn't seem as good anymore?
Brios didn't get a kill. He was
I think he's still a good player.
Pretty sure it was. Yeah, because
He just has to have the right environment, and I think it's hard for him to find the right environment.
I'm pretty positive Alex got 3 there.
Another 3K.
Another one.
Yep.
Another one.
Just won't stop for LIS, man. Time in and time out. Oxygen, this was one of their
6-4. 2 more needed here to get this to OT.
LIS just try to attack too many things at once. You know, I understand that. CCTV
No, I
is
think
really
G2
important.
will win. What the hell?
CCTV is really important to get control of. If you get lockers and archives pressure established, you can then push into Fountain to clear out a lot of off. Deal with the break room roamer, and then also maybe put pressure on the triple wall. I like that a lot more because at least now it looks like they have a, you know, a plan A to stick with rather than
Having one of the walls open helps with armory. Alan.
Target, but Alex, once again,
New crew down. Rough map for New.
A beautiful start to the round for LIS, looking to gather more control top floor.
Alex LIS turned him on. Oh! Did Alex turn him on? DMA. 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 Alex turned him on.
LIS looking to come back. Still upstairs is the Goyo. He hears players under him, catches Epic through the vert. That's 1. 4 more to go. Dropping the hatch, doesn't look
Oh!
Wow, Alex gets destroyed. Luckily, Brios has the refrag through the wall.
Oh my God.
Gomez with a fantastic reaction, but not enough. Only 1 more round, John, and LIS can push OT.
I love the adjustment there by LIS again. Putting really no emphasis.
That guy just got shit on, even though he had a 4K. That was for his ace.
By break room and triple wall, they isolate each defender, having Alex just barrel in off of
OXG timeout, 6-5.
Trade, and now a timeout being called by OXG. They do not want to face overtime against LIS. They're looking to close out this round in regulation, the series in regulation. That would, of course, cost us a rematch here. LIS would have to face up against Cruelty once again, and OXG will be fighting off against their other Pro League comrade of Wildcard. We already saw this in the closed qual, but honestly, with Wildcard, their performance against Cruelty, I wouldn't be surprised if we have OXG once again falling down the exact same issues they had against Wildcard in their closed qual best of 3.
We got to get through this first, though.
Absolutely.
What's up, Biggie? How's it going?
They do have a good record when it comes to post timeouts. Even on map number 1, when they lost, on round 6, when they took the timeout, they took 4 out of the next 7 rounds. And of course on Cafe, took the timeout on round 11, and that was the only one they needed to secure the map pick. Find themselves in a similar position once again. Timeout taken, 1 round to go. LIS out of timeouts. Looking to attack on Ventilation Workshop, where they spotted that massive hole, took advantage of it, planted, but it was the post plant that really fell apart. Again, confusing play upstairs, not pushing out the Mira. Hat was able to deny those players looking to kill Diaz on the counter defuse. We're gonna have a similar upstairs hold from Oxygen once again with the Mira. LIS, though, no shield. They've got Capitao on Mr. B. They've got Mike W, who will probably look to deny these Mira windows with the Twitch drones.
What is the name of the Ashkin? I didn't see it.
My eyes, though, John, are on Alex. He's had back-to-back 3Ks. He's starting to wake up. can he keep up the performance when his team needs it most?
I hope so for LIS.
These guys are getting them that shit though. Look at them, they're moving quick.
CCTV, a drone ahead of him. Being that guiding light, Bandit on the reinforcement. He could wall bang this, but not in time. Oh, just half a second earlier, that could have been a free kill onto Gomez. Again, great.
They're getting in there quick as fuck though, boy.
A weak point in this roam extension above, and it almost ends a kill for Brios. But hey, that's still CC control. That's still a lot of map presence in this first 50 seconds. And now you've got Alex as well by the radio window. Logi Bomb calling out. This might be the rally cry for LIS to push a little bit further into this extension by Oxygen.
There's a mirror window that they're going to have to deal with. Brios repositioning to deal with it with his Ash charge, likely from Catwalk or a similar location. Mike W outside main door looking to cut anyone off should they come down metal, but OXG do have the fallback thanks to the box hatch. Twitch drone looking to see any utility, any players holding down vent. Hat took a little bit of damage in an opening engagement, but luckily not going to lose his life. Diaz also in a position, a good one, to deny any vent plant with the C4. Second logic bomb comes out. LIS looking to move in off of it. I believe the mirror window upstairs has been denied. There's a Capital Firebolt from Mr. B as well, and a defender prone in Fountain. Alex just sees his leg. Or did he? Yes, he did. He knows there's a player in the corner. He drops down the hatch. That needs to be communicated to Brios, though. He'll take the fight against the Bandit. Get the one and get out. No refrag from the Fountain player.
They know that guy's there, don't they?
Against Epic, traded out by Mr. B, and it's a man advantage for LIS.
Hat still hiding here.
Are we gonna go OT?
Just don't care about the top floor presence anymore. Alex has dropped into sight. Mike's got the cutoff, and Mr. B still having.
How did Brios die? They knew he was there, no?
Above, holding vert. If they can spot this plant position, they might have a chance.
They shouldn't have given up top here. They should have kept pushing through. They literally had a hat trapped and they didn't push.
A little bit more. LIS desperately looking for a safe haven. Mr. B planting. There's someone covering from up above, denying.
Plant the ball, Mr. B. What the fuck are you doing?
Looking to reposition. Hat now watching outside, looking to kill the repel player, but falls to Mike.
Oh my god, Mr. B almost trolled that. We're going OT, and there's never much love when you go OT.
A gap once again, but before doing so, getting some of that roam extension cleared first.
OT, OT, there's never much love when we go OT. I pray you make it back in one piece. I pray. That's why I had one dance. Got Hennessy in my hand. One more time for I go. Higher powers taking a hold of me. I need a one dance. Got Hennessy in my hand. One more time for I go. Higher power taking a hold of me. Baby, I like your style.
It seems like they've again been spotting gaps a lot better on the offense.
You're welcome.
Highlighted Harrison, but also again just doing a better job of enabling their entries, which was really problematic for them.
You can run any gun skin, but some of the uniforms are banned.
Yeah, Alex,
extra.
9 having a standout performance. This is what we've wanted to see from him, even back in E4.
LIS on defense, though.
Now, John, for LIS's chances is that OXG have the attack. It's been back-to-back 4-2 attacking halves. Border has come up all offense, and OXG may have read into that before the map even started. They selected attack for overtime. And OXG will have to start their first on Archives Armory. Back when LIS were defending this site, they tried it 3 times. They only were successful once, John. Mike W.
Why did Mike W just shoot an echo at him?
With the yokai drone,
what?
BMing Newers a little bit. Hopefully Mike W doesn't die on an aggressive.
Why did Mike W just try to echo him?
LIS look to stall out as long as humanly possible. They still
His face it dead. I don't know if people play it in a like different kind of queue, but like FPL and shit, yeah.
You've got Epic as well, holding an open hatch by CCTV, maybe expecting there to not be a lot of presence by that balcony that could allow him to kill someone like Gomez. If they're alone down below, that's a direct 50-50 gunfight. But once again, Ash charge going off. That's now the mirror window gone. His angle being held by East is a little more challenging. He's got some backup there by Brios. I believe the dock
like
has felt too much pressure from that balcony I just mentioned. It was vacant for a little while, but then Oxygen tried to play off of that vert presence. Doc now falling away, burning about a minute off the timer. That's not too bad. And he keeps himself alive.
Crazy.
And the readjustment, getting that Mute Jammer down by the double wall, that keeps it intact because there's no pocket EMPs. The only thing that could help get this wall opened up is a well-timed Twitch drone or a grenade to assist the Selma charge.
I really like this game plan from LIS, giving up the control a little bit earlier than maybe we would have liked to see, but also locking down Office and preventing the ease of access to offsite positions for OXG. They'll have to chew through that reinforcement if they want to try and take Office from CCTV. Yaga's downstairs, though. He spots the Echo.
Oh my god, that was a free kill. Kill him, Yaga. What the fuck?
He persists behind half wall, and it's Brios instead with the opening pick on Gomez. Damo's dead. A good bit of
Yag, please just wallbang him. He is lit. Yaga, he is half wall, bro. Wallbang. Yaga, please. No way Mike got back on his Echo drone, right? Is Mike a moron? Why would he get back on his Echo? Why did Mike get back on his Echo drone?
It's just epic, retaking half wall control and Alex behind his shield to stop this aggressive attack.
LIS getting caught out in rotations. OXG finding them at the perfect time.
What the fuck was that, dude?
OXG with a confident attack. They lost one member, and from there, LIS fell.
What was he doing right there?
Move around the map freely, but OXG were taking their time. They were so slow. LIS just didn't expect them to be sitting there holding.
Again, just positioning there for OXG, right place and right time to shut down LIS. Another thing to point out as well, although Deimos on the vert wasn't that successful, having the IQ to check for people on cams like the Echo, since we've seen him every single time Lockers has been in play, that was almost a freebie the first time. And then Mike W, I guess, just assumed that, you know, the vert was gone, like the IQ was going back up above to help his teammates horizontally, but that wasn't
both these teams should be at cruelty, no problem. Yeah,
is that, you know, having IQ to spot those mute jammers, that can also enable the Deimos to get more info in the round. So I really love that although OXG struggled a lot with the early round entries, they didn't give up on their game plan, because again, all of Border is destructible by vert except for a couple of specific locations. So they couldn't use it to clear out CC, but they used it to clear out the site, which then made their cutoff angles by archives, for example, a lot stronger.
Especially if he was just watching cams. He had a dead teammate.
Yeah.
Rios was gone by then, and still Mike W.
Ain't no way we got a rehost right now, right?
Not the greatest idea. You even have Epic.
Ain't no fucking way.
Domed. A very good round from OXG, and again, probably a confidence boost after losing round 12. The only time in this series where they've taken a timeout and lost the immediate round after, though. Diaz has disconnected before we went back to us. OXG were hovering Armory. I don't know if I like that for them, because it's the only site out of the three they played that they didn't win. LIS won both attacks there, so OXG might be setting LIS up for success unless they have like a completely different hold. They've both times now ran a very similar extension with the mirror windows on the archives while watching Office. You've got some light Castle and Legion presence around Break Room who fall off early if they can. And LIS have been taking advantage of all that map control by just getting super aggressive with Alex, looking for an opening pick, and then immediately shoving their way in off of it. I don't really know why they wouldn't go back to, like...
Houghton's on the Orgless team, but it's Houghton, Spirits, Dream, Adam, and Gavini. And Min is the coach. And Nix is the water boy.
Yeah, maybe they're hoping that LAS just make a mistake and kind of play off of that, for example. Like maybe they try to go for an Archives direct take, which in most cases, OXG have been more suitable to stop a play like that rather than something more Lockers focused, because they're a lot more, I wouldn't say they're chillax positioning by CCTV, but not having a lot of utility to work around CC besides the castle barricades due to a zombie being banned. So typically they're there kind of as like an early aggressive roam, then they fall off. But for the most part, LAS have been,
yeah, they're qualified Reza because they're Beast Coast. It's a they have the Beast Coast spot
by Office as well. And also, maybe they just realize, you know, Dios is disconnected from the game, so it doesn't matter what site they pick, they're just going to rehost. So maybe that's not where they want to go at the end of the day, and now they'll have more time to think it through.
I do know he is trying to reconnect. We got fingers crossed. We'll see if he can, because sometimes when your game crashes, it does just, like, kick you out and pretend you abandoned the game. So hopefully he's back pretty soon. Especially because he has been OXG's top performer. He's got maybe 15, 16 kills now, matching Alex every step of the way. DS is someone who has... he was still good on maps 1 and 2, but this is definitely a lights-out performance. I think before map 3 he was 17 and 13, so he's still having a pretty good series. I do, again, like that Alex has really woken up. But we're still not really seeing the same from Brios and Alex, or sorry, from Brios and Epic, and we're not having, you know, the MVP performances from Mike W and Mr. B, which is certainly not helping LIS.
Yeah, they've been a lot more quiet. I think the only major, you know, advantage that LAS have had is their entry work. Again, you know, droning in the Ash constantly, having Alex with a Dokkaebi to gather his own info. It feels like you've been able to have Alex be kind of that solo player still, which is originally what LIS were kind of harping off of when they started as a team, you know, being able to have these mechanical players just kind of do their own thing and net kills off of that. It seems like they maybe have fallen back to that a little bit, but they're not just leaving him on an island, you know, they're still working off of him, just having the Dokkaebi start by themselves most case.
Yeah, he's been kind of like on the opposite side lurk when it comes to things, which is probably why they've been using the logic bombs so early, is just to get Alex like into the building and into a position to start catching defenders off guard. It would be interesting here on the Archives Armory attack for LIS for them to completely switch things up, because their take has largely been the same, with the exception of the second go around just not having the
Please get in the lobby.
But the
Lucas Diaz BR.
Largely the same. It would be really interesting to see them like just flip the script and go for like a Monty or an Osa Archives play like we saw from OXG. So we are going to go to a quick break, though, while we get this rehost finished up. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with the thrilling conclusion of Map 3 in just a few minutes. And
We're back.
Apparently, we have all 10 players in the lobby, which is...
Let's get it over with.
I think OXG warned the admins before the game that they are playing all like in the same house, and for some reason they've been having crashing issues. So DS is the unlucky victim of said issues, but we are heading back in the game. There was now after a slight pause, hopefully neither team has cooled off. Maybe it was just like a nice little break, talk amongst themselves, recollect themselves. If you were not with us, though, it's a 7-6 lead overtime right now for OXG, now heading into their defense.
And it looks like they are not going to lock in lockers.
Yeah, okay.
And Archives. We were a little concerned about that. Again, you mentioned LAS were flawless attacking this bomb site. And yeah, it just seems like, you know, because Dios had disconnected, they didn't change their bomb set in time, going off some false info. Now they're going to be going to the bathrooms and tellers, which... although the Rome extension got dealt with a little better,
I finally know they're in the same house.
Attack this bomb site. Maybe we'll just have OXG play a little bit farther back, a bit closer to the chest. Maybe relying on these trap ops to do more of the early round aggression. They've got Yaga now on Capcan, Neworg with the Legion, plenty of stall as well with the Toxic Babes, Goyo Packs, and Banshees. I imagine Gomez will probably just play a little bit closer towards site or on some sort of extension down below rather than up above. And then the rest of his team playing up above, again, utilizing all of this stall potential with the Vulcan Packs and Banshees to make sure LAS were not going to be
You're in some T4 siege calls because I'm ass.
Yeah,
What some words of wisdom for me?
Team and a Monty-centric team is all these traps. I mean, you can almost consider like smoke to be.
Yeah, he can't hear me, so everybody act like I just told him like the best advice you've ever heard. Like act like what I just told him, it would change his life. Okay?
The most dangerous one, you know, typically being the Capcan if you're not careful. Especially when you have that Monty in play, you want to make sure he stays as healthy as possible moving into the execute. He's the one with the case right now, so
The information he could have just received would have changed everything.
Early on, jumping into CCTV, catching Yaga off guard, removes the cap can from the board. His utility already placed, but still an opening pick nonetheless. LIS happy to get, as they now have spots on Hat as well. And Alex, despite getting lit up, domes the Malusi. A two-man advantage now for LIS, and only one player left standing on the top floor.
He's low on HP. A Goon Mine or a Capcan Trap could easily kill him, but he's able to get the needle out of his foot in time. Banshee destroyed as well.
What do you think is the worst attacking up?
Minute 50, though. I doubt LAS are going to miss Lone Legion, who doesn't seem to be playing off a fall-off point. The hatch is opened up.
I mean, Fuse is pretty useless.
Position, he could drop off, but it looks like he's hiding behind the printer, just hoping for a Hail Mary play against LIS's unstoppable clear of this top floor.
Newers does get droned out. Now the aggress from the attack comes in, and Newers on the floor. Gomez playing top east is able to get one, almost finds the Monty as well, but skirts back to sight.
Winnable.
Just enough HP. Diaz reascending the east.
Losable.
Does kill the Monty, but now Gomez falls to Mike W and leaves the Goyo in a 1v3. The Vector would easily
Oh my God.
of low HP,
7-7.
outduels him. It's another successful attack. Now 10-4 the split between attack and defense. And heading in around
Winner moves on to lose to wild card. Loser moves on to defeat.
Where will they Once again, I doubt it's Armory Lockers. I think they've lost
Whoever the fuck.
Like 3 times now against OXG.
Yeah.
Both teams really on the struggle bus with Armory Lockers. And
Wait, I can't play Star Wars, so hold on. I've got a crazy one for you. Don't worry, guys. You're gonna really love this song.
Zombie for CCTV has definitely shown it to be a much weaker spot to extend for both Oxygen and LIS.
Here we go. 7-7.
Go for Battler and Tellers, similar to OXG. They want to use the entire map to their advantage. If I recall correctly, this is where Mike W found that 3K clutch. I'm not 100% sure if LIS found another round win on this bomb site right now. No, OXG.
Just imagine you called your bank. You've been on hold for an hour, but you're next in line. This is what you'd be hearing.
45 seconds burned away. Once again, Deimos being brought. He's got 3 different players selected. There's the launching off goal as well. What a shot!
Uh-oh. Opening kill to New. Only 150 left, though. That's a minute gone. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Set the clock, set the clock. This is not a good look. I don't know what they're trying to do here on this defense, but hiding your whole team inside is probably not the way. Mr. B does trade, though. What the fuck is that plant spot? That was just a horrible defense. But LIS, they're going to lose, as expected. OXG are going to move on to tomorrow to play wild card. LIS, they're going to play Cruelty right now, I think.
They were just completely on another level against LIS, and then going into border, it came down to the wire. But again, just spotting, I guess a free kill.
Ahmed, are you in chat?
Kill reward card there at the very end to get rid of Brios, but on top of that, their roam clear was pretty straightforward.
All right, I'm ending stream, but just for Ahmed, the numbers are 4, 8, 15, 16, 32, 42. Okay.
That's a big point that you and
all
I
right.
brought up a lot, Harrison.
VOD will be live once the stream ends.